Saint Tantas. This one's for you. I'm so sorry. Not really.
I apologize, Saint Tantas, for thinking you could think, for assuming you'd check the facts before you spread your stink. I'm sorry you're small-minded, stuck in your bubble tight, blind to the truth, but boy, you sure love the fight. I apologize, Saint Tantas, for calling out your lies, for pointing out your nonsense, for watching you deny. I apologize, Saint Tantas, but here's the twist you'll miss. The problem ain't the world, my friend, it's staring in the mirror like this. I'm sorry you confuse opinions with the facts. Sorry you can't handle questions, always on the attack. Sorry that you're insufferable, smug without a clue. But hey, I guess misinformation's just the thing you do. Oh wait, facts, evidence, logic. Nah, too complicated, right? Better to scream from your soapbox. Blind and deaf in the night, I apologize, Saint Tantas, for daring to disagree, for shining light on shadows that you refuse to see. I apologize, Saint Tantas, but here's the final song. I'm not the one who's broken. You've been blind all along. So here's my last apology. Take it if you can. I'm sorry.
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
If you hold a gun and I hold a gun, we can talk about the law when the
Who asked?
night's begun. If you hold
Give me a few seconds here.
and I hold a knife, we can talk about the rules and the shadow life. The balance breaks when the steel's not the same. The truth tilts heavy, it calls your name. If you got the power and I've got none, you hold my fate, you hold my son. What you grip ain't just cold steel. It's my life, my soul that you choose to steal.
Let me go see this event.
Empty hands meet, and reason can rise, but a weapon speaks louder than 1,000 cries. If you hold the fire and I hold the flame, we can fight for survival in this wicked game. But the moment shifts when I'm stripped down bare. The balance gone, truth's no longer fair.
Let me do this real quick.
If you got the power and I've got none, you hold my fate, you hold my son. What you grip ain't just cold steel. It's my life, my soul, what you choose to steal. One trigger, one choice tonight, one shadow falls, one stolen light. If justice is written in the hand of a man, then the law is the weapon, not the plan. If you got the power and I've got none, you hold my fate, you hold my son. What you grip ain't just cold steel. It's my life, my soul, what you choose to steal. If you hold a gun and I hold a gun,
I don't want to do it again.
maybe we talk. But if I hold nothing, then my life's in your lock.
Oh, St. Tontes, this one's for you.
Yep, 100% for you, buddy.
Sorry. Not really.
I apologize, sometimes for thinking you could think, for assuming you checked the facts before you spread your sting. I'm sorry you're small-minded, stuck in your bubble tight, blind to the truth, but boy, you sure love the fight. I apologize, St. for calling out your lies, for pointing out your nonsense, for watching you deny. I apologize, St. but here's the twist you'll miss. The problem ain't the world, my friend, it's staring in the mirror like this. I'm sorry you confuse opinions with the facts. Sorry you can't handle questions, always on the attack. Sorry that you're insufferable, smug without a clue. But hey, I guess misinformation's just the thing you do. Oh wait, facts, evidence, logic? Nah, too complicated, right? Better to scream from your soapbox, blind and deaf in the night. I apologize, St. Tontes, for dare to disagree, for shining light on shadows that you refuse to see. I apologize, St. Tontes, but here's the final song. I'm not the one who's broken, you've been blind all along. So here's my last apology. Take it if you can. I'm sorry.
Yeah, the cool dogs are barking again. Frover just wanna build with a friend. stacking blocks, mining deep, but the coup dogs never sleep. The coup dogs attack, but Frover just wants a Minecraft back. Punching trees, crafting tools, she don't got time for your rabbit rules. Here they come again, all she wants is to play and pretend. Build her house, keep the night away, but coup dogs won't let her play.
Creepers in the night, that's alright. Zombies at the door, she can fight. But rabid coup dogs barking loud, trying to tear her fun to the ground. Frover just vibing, diamond pick in hand, dreaming castles, pixel land. But here come the coup dogs, claws and teeth, howling rage underneath. Woof, woof, woof.
The coup dogs attack, but Frover just wants her Minecraft back.
Punching trees,
Crafting tools, she don't got time for your rabbit rules. Here they come again, all she wants is to play and pretend.
build her house,
Keep the night away, but coup dogs won't let her play. She says, I don't care what you say, all I wanna do is play.
you can bark, you can bite, but this world is mine tonight. Rabbit dogs in the chat. Talking tough. But Frover built stronger. That's enough. Woof, woof.
The coup dogs attack, but Frover just wants her Minecraft back. Digging deep, finding gold. Her story's brighter than they ever told. Yeah, they bark in vain, but Frover's still queen of her game. Minecraft's dream, she'll rise above. Coup dogs stop her
Alrighty. I think that's good enough. I'm gonna tell you guys, I probably should still be fucking asleep right now. So, yesterday we had a 15-hour long live stream, right? We had 15 hours. And I ended up staying up for an additional fucking 4 hours. I did not go to bed until the 19th hour. And I just woke up. So the wife's getting food and everything else. Now, hello to each and every one of you beautiful individuals. So, don't worry. I plan to use tomorrow as what I'm going to call rest day to go to sleep. Now, I will have to thank some because the reason why I didn't go to sleep, I'm going to be honest, the reason why I didn't actually go to sleep like as fast as possible because I had to go do some shit in town. But ALGs did that live stream where it's like no more Mr. Nice ZZZ man person, and you had Kate, EO, and Joshua that was on there. And I was like, oh shit, well, I can't go to sleep. I got to watch this. So I laid in bed watching this, and I'm going to fucking say this to, this is going to be a remark to Kate, to the milkman. He can go fuck himself. He can go fuck himself fucking hard. Because that son of a bitch is like Morgan Freeman and put my ass out. His sexy, beautiful voice. Dude, I was hearing him speak and I'm just like listening to it. EO would wake me up and he would put me to sleep. EO would wake me up and he would and Kate would put me to sleep. Because EO, not gonna lie, love you, brother, but at the same point in time, bro, you need to chillax and you need to listen a little bit more and not talk as much. Okay? Like, it was chill as fuck. I didn't, and I fell asleep through it. I fell asleep somewhere in between all this. I don't exactly remember where the fuck I slept at in that entire stream. But like ALG came off a little bit hostile in the call because I guess he thought he was gonna get attacked, and then somewhere in the middle he just chilled out, and I was like, okay. But Kate fucking put my ass to sleep, bro. Like Kate fucking like the all I can think, all I can put, the only way I can put this is that okay, I'm doing this shit on purpose. The only way I can put it is that he was like Morgan Freeman. And it's just like I'm sitting there and I'm just listening to this man with his soft monotone voice. It's not like he's normally when he's streaming or anything. And I'm just like, this is so soothing. And it was like a lullaby, and it put me to sleep. So I'm just gonna ask really quick. What's up, Crypto D? Let me get you a mod chip. So I'm just gonna ask. You guys watched it, right? You guys watched that entire stream because it was like 600 some people watched. So I'm guessing a lot of y'all might have watched it, right? Can you basically give me, before I look at it later, can you guys give me like the TLDR on it from your own thoughts patterns of how you thought the call went? And what was some of the key points you think was hit in there? And what was basically like discovered? Was it a healthy conversation? Like, did everything go well? Did it go to shit? Is there some stuff that, you know, might be more plaguing that maybe ALG's like maybe burnt out or something? Gato, Riz, and Fox. What the fuck you talking about? You know what? I need to make another song. You know what? Thank you. Thank you for saying that. Because I don't give a fuck what anyone says. I fucking love Gato. Gato's a cool guy. I disagree with him on a couple different things here and there. I'm not gonna lie. But overall, the dude is like the most sarcastic motherfucker there is, and it's beautiful. And he's teaching me how life is. So I need to do something special for him. But no, what can we say about like the call? How did that call go? Because I'm not gonna lie, EO in that call, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think there were some like if you're gonna be a mediator, and the part I remember the most is like he's trying to like break it down for me. I try to understand like why you don't like this such, and Kate is like, dude, this is my friend, and I mean it's a simple answer. Like Kate and Josh got it, but it's like EO for some reason couldn't get it, and it's like okay, at this point in time, I'm not gonna lie, the yapping. I know you don't understand, but you're kind of coming off as a dick. Okay. Chill off. You and Kate basically are the mediators here. You're the referees. Your job, yes, is to understand, but we need to balance out the conversation. And then, like I said, I crashed out. I'm not going to lie. Kazahana calls Fox stupid. Yeah, and Kazahana is the type of person that goes ahead and starts complaining about Arc Knight Infield being in a Game Award show when Kura wasn't involved, and then go to the bottom of the fucking website. He just saw one fucking thing, made an entire fucking video about it, never scrolled to the very fucking bottom of the thing where he could have read about the submissions and everything on the same exact fucking webpage. I got a fucking video on that shit. So he can call me stupid all he wants, but he's the type of person that makes these half-ass fucking videos without actually fucking doing research himself. It's not about tribalism. The call shouldn't have happened. The drama behind the HP shouldn't have been a thing. It should have been brought up, but the discussion sort of the way it breeds improvement and feedback to the devs. I mean, like, let me be fucking honest here, okay? Can I, like, you guys like when I'm blunt, right? Let me just straight up say it like this: when it comes down to someone like ALG, right, and all this bullshit, if the guy is right now not liking the direction of the game, whose right is it to try to change it? I don't think ALG is any which way, shape, form misinformed. I don't think that his feelings, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think his feelings are not valid. I don't think that what he has going on in his mind is something that needs to be diagnosed. We can only assume at the end of the day maybe what's going on. Okay? This is me just saying it like this, okay? I disagree with his take. You probably disagree with his take. Maybe you feel his take, but you think that maybe there's some, maybe you feel as well that there is some other things and that's factors to this that he's not taking into account, okay? I don't think it's right to go ahead and, in the case scenario of something like ALG, to fucking be trying to break down or diagnose his feelings, okay, with him in that call. I think that if he has expressed what he expressed, I think he's expressed what he had to express. I think personally that 5-minute video, he did the live stream, right? Before he did that 5-minute video, the first live stream, when he was talking about, ZZZ sucks, okay, right? I do believe that 5-minute video he made, which was a condensed format of his thoughts, should have been better elaborated on. Okay? It should have been much better elaborated on. Okay? Because if you're not understanding what's going on and you're oblivious to the situation, you're part of the ZZ community, that video does kind of come off as, you might think of it as misinformation, whatever. It's going to come off weird to you. But this is a content creator that is seeing something he doesn't like. He and I like I said, I have a difference of opinion. Josh has a different opinion. I'm sure Kate has a difference of opinion. I'm sure EO has a difference of opinion. That's what makes us valuable as humans. ALG is not trying to spread misinformation. ALG is not trying to hurt anyone. He's just, he's keeping it real. That's just the official artwork. The Lucia thumbnail, that's just the official artwork. You got off of Twitter. Like, I disagree. Oh goodness, this crap! I'm like, I'm sorry. I think most only people complaining are people who have flex 40K plus. Yeah, like, look, I am not gonna lie. Let me straight up say it like this. ALG, from how I think Kate put it the best, right? he is from the perspective of not the whale, not the dolphin, from the F2P side of things, right? And I know like how EO's trying to point out, like, well, you know, he's above average because he's like us, he's above average in the play style of ZZZ. He's not the average player. I'm gonna be fucking honest with you, EO. Brother man, if you ever listen to something like this, I'm gonna be fucking completely honest with you. You can't use it as an argument because, in all honesty, I think that the mass majority of I think the mass majority of people who actually play ZZZ, and I mean actually refer to it as a game that they play on a daily basis, that they like it, that it is a standard game in their gotcha game rotation, are at the level of, dare I say, you, me, ALG, and Kate and them. There's other people out there like Yojo and Yoji or something like that. That is the higher tier advancement. Okay, the actual casual player knows what they're doing to a certain extent. Okay, and treating I'm gonna be honest, man. Like this is the only thing I'll say against EO in this case. Treating the casual player as if they're still like don't understand what red light, yellow light means, what dodge counters, I mean, you know, parries, basically acting like they don't understand how boss mechanics work, acting like they don't know how to read. You know, they're not at the, they have upgraded. Okay, they're treating casual players. Right? Let me put it like this. Treating a casual player as if they just picked up the game yesterday, I feel is how EO kind of remarks his thought pattern. That's how I feel he remarks his thought pattern to certain levels. And I don't agree with that. I don't think that, you know, there is this high tier of where he's at versus where there's some people out in my chat. Okay? I really don't think at all in any which way, shape, form that it's that far off. Like I am not as like I can complete DA, he can complete DA, everyone that I know of can complete DA, right? And just because they complete DA or Shiyu defense and everything else doesn't make them amazingly like an expert in the game. All right, I don't think ZZZ is that sweaty of a game. I don't think that the challenge value behind it is that heavy. But anyway, getting back onto this. So from there, when I heard like him trying to basically try to say that average luck gamer is not like at this level, that he's at the level of them, that was the first like, nah, man, I don't agree with that either. Kate, like he was pointing out, average luck gamer is at the viewpoint of the F2P player, right? That's the viewpoint. Not a spender, full free to play. That is what his audience relates to. And if you guys were here yesterday when I was talking with both Rezi and Vincent on the stream, we got into this conversation for a little bit where talking about, you know, in general, the thought process of the DA runs. We have from Hakushin, whatever, we have the future DA layouts. And in all fucking honesty, the next two DAs that's coming out is going to be good. All right. They're going to be all right. The buffing on it is coming down. This one was a miss when it came to the buffing. This one was a little bit of a slam. It does show that we have to look at concerns, you know, possibly for the future of ZZZ. It's a possibility, but the next two DAs are going to be fine. The thing about it is that the people who I see bitching about this, and I will give you what my thought pattern is. You have a couple of different sides, but we're going to do two sides in this. The two sides that are very much mainstream, okay? The first side is the whale side. is the dolphin, light spender, whale, the person who spends money in this game. Okay? You got me? These people don't give a fuck about about HP inflation. They don't give a fuck about F2P. They don't give a fuck about anything. They're upset because their score is not 50 to 60K. They're still clearing Zenless Zone Zero. They have no issues. These are the people that got all the fucking characters. They've got seed. They did all this shit. They're mid-maxing. They got all the builds. They're not perfectionists, but money solves the problem. Okay? Money solves the problem, right? And these are the people that's bitching about 50 to 60K points they're not getting. They're bitching about the flexing, that they're not able to flex. Okay? This is what I saw on Reddit. This is what I saw on Twitter. Now, I hate to put it this way. I really hate to put it like this. But bear with me, and please, if you're an F2P player, don't be insulted about what I'm about to say. But think about it. We have the next part here, which is going to be your F2P players that is also doom posting, the mass majority of them, because they see this. They're following the herd on this. As an F2P player, if you're seeing the whales who are spending money in the game, you're seeing the dolphins who are spending money in the game, struggling to play the fucking game in their sense that they're making remarks that they're not able to get scores that they did before, that they're having issues in the game. What the fuck are you supposed to think? These are going to be the casual side players that if they see this argument from the whales that's bitching about this, they're the type of people that's going like, oh shit. These people were getting 60, were killing the boss, they were doing all this. Now they're only getting 48K. What the fuck does that mean for me? Okay? I think I think in general, a lot of people can understand that, right? You can agree with that sentiment. That the typical F2P player who's never fucking watched YouTube, right? That is only stuck on Reddit and Twitter. That might not listen to people out there, but only listen to certain things. Their viewpoint is not wrong. Their observation. If I am seeing a whale complaining that their shit is now no longer at the top and it's medium value, and I know that these are people who are spending basically thousands of dollars, hundreds of dollars to thousands of dollars in the game to be paid to win, and they're complaining, as a free-to-play player, would that not concern you and scare you? I think it would. And then that trickles down to where we got a little bit of a fight going on. Now, this ain't talking about like ALG's thought patterns now, okay? This is completely different. Don't get me wrong. This is a completely different thought process what I'm getting into. But I want to paint this picture here because observationally speaking, I'm sure that this chat understands. You have your own different opinions about this current DA run right now. I'm sure that you can majority of all you can agree that you can clear it, and your definition of clear might be different than another person's, but what we're going to consider clear is 6 stars. Okay? We're going to consider clear point is 6 stars, full clear is 9. The issue is that in general, for the last couple of DAs, the F2P players, stuff like this, has been doing full clears. This one came into a concern to where they might not be able to do a full clear. They can only do a clear. That's what the concern is. And to some people, sweating the game out, trying to play the game at a different level, trying to adjust your account, fix your build, grind, all this other stuff, that might be considered fun. So you may actually consider this new DA relatively fucking fun because it feels like your account, you got something to fucking do, you got something to work for, you got a goal. And then you got other people out there that has been putting blood, sweat, tears, and love into their account, that this DA came in that's not fun to them. Because now it feels like their account is devalued. And that even goes to the whales and the spinners as well. That seeing lower ranks get from under my fucking chair, son of a bitch. God damn. A dog was under my fucking chair. I didn't even notice, and I accidentally rolled back a little bit, and I rolled on his foot. Holy shit. Get out. Don't get yourself hurt. Sorry about that. Let me get back into this. So, we're getting into a situation now where there is going to be different types of people and what different people consider as fun. In ALG's case scenario, I'm going to watch the live stream, but I'm going to, because I don't know all the factual details. I don't have the entire mentality of what he thinks, but what I'm going to assume before I watch it, because I want to do Seed's story first and everything before we do anything, I'm going to put it like this. I'm going to assume that there is possibly burnt out with ALG. Okay? Whether he said it or whether he didn't say it, when I watched him on the live stream the other day, and I watched him in that video, the guy looks burnt out. I'm not sure if it's true. I don't know. That's just what it is. I kind of feel that burnout is playing a factor in it. But I will say that burnout might be like 5%. It's not really something at the point in time that I think is detrimental. Okay? But it's something that I think should be warranted as a watching. A concern. It's going to be where I think, and I'm going to assume, that the reason ALG is not having fun as ZZZ is because I am pretty sure his account he's been playing ZZ since long before, and that account has a lot of blood, sweat, tears, and investment with honest to God hard work and not a credit card being used. And the idea of even like someone like Josh presenting, that resources are there, to go ahead and counteract HP inflation. I'm not going to lie. I thought about this after the live stream, and I wish I would have thought about this during the live stream last night. Could it not be that he feels, now I'm going to assume, and the reason why he's a little upset, a little depressed about it, all that hard work feels like it's for nothing. All that hard work that you have put into your account just to see HP inflation come in and see your score, see your things go down, may in general just make you feel like you like your account is no longer at the same value as it once was. And God, dare I say it like this, a lot of people treat their fucking gotcha games as their gotcha game accounts as children. See, like for you, it would motivate you to do better. Right, 100%. It'll motivate you to do better. What I'm saying though is that if you're an F2P player, right? Not everyone's going to feel like that. Not everybody is going to feel that way in some regards. Emotionally, this was the argument that I made on behalf of Genshin Impact. Okay? And about Weathering Waves when that entire war started. Is that you got a game like Weathering Waves that comes out, and then people are talking about it, people are calling it great and everything, and you got some people in the Genshin community that's hating on WUWA, right? They're hating the fuck out of WUWA. They're not hating WUWA because they actually fucking hate Kuro, or they hate the game, or they hate the people. It's because they're fucking scared that their accounts that they have worked on for the last 4 fucking years is going to be devalued because a new game came around the corner. And that's why I'm saying, like, with an account that you've worked so hard to build, you used to work so hard to. And that's what I'm saying. I'm assuming, I haven't seen what ALG's thought process is on it, and we will take a look at it in a little bit. But in general, would it not be something that, me thinking about this, could it not be that, maybe the man, in all honesty, is a little sad to see the way that ZZZ is going could possibly affect all the work that he's done to make it useless? Because if HP inflation goes up and I got to put new disk drives, I got to put a new W engine, I got to keep pulling for all this stuff, I got to keep constantly grinding, making this shit work. So like I said, to some people out there, that's fun as shit. Like, to me, that's fun. But maybe to someone like ALG, that's kind of upsetting. Because it makes you feel like all your work that you have done in the past year was for nothing. Again, people, like you said, yes, people will take it differently. What is your guys' thought patterns on it? You're making an assumption about ALG. Again, yes. It's speculation because I don't know exactly what his mind thinks. It could be burnt out. It could be 1,000 different things. It could be what I'm talking about now. It could be something completely different opposite. I'm going to watch the live stream with him talking to Katay and such, and I'm going to see if maybe something came out of that. That's why I was asking you guys if y'all seen it and what do y'all know maybe what he said to give me the too long don't read version of it, because I'm generally interested. I'm not going to get involved in it in the terms of pushing my entire thought patterns onto someone like ALG. I think let me put it this way. I think no matter what, ALG has the right to express his opinion, and it should be recognized and heard. That even if we disagree, there's no reason to be upset with the guy. 100%. I think for average luck gamer, that people need to respect his opinion. This is not a person that would spread misinformation. This is not a person that's going to tell you a half fucking truth. This is a person who I think, in all honesty, deep down in his heart, he's got certain feelings going on. And we should, as a community, take those feelings into consideration, whether you agree or disagree with it. Now, okay, I'm waiting for this. There is something else that I did do, good boys and girls. But I gotta wait till the wife comes up here, closes the door, because I'm waiting on food to come in first, so that way we can go ahead and play the seed store and shit. I got a special present for St. Thomas. And I got a special present for you guys at the same time. There is a new command in the chat. And when the time comes, we're going to pop that new command. And I'm going to explain to you the rules of that command. And I'm going to fucking use this because I'm tired of being slandered.
Who asked?
I am tired of the slandering bullshit that this man keeps pushing on me. So, if you don't know what's happened in recent times, and I will tell you, we have Mr. St. Toes that likes to call me a raging alcoholic. That every time I get on a live stream, I'm an alcoholic. I'm an alcoholic. I'm an alcoholic. That every time I get on live stream, I'm always drunk. We have heard this multiple times. So we bought a breathalyzer. I went to Walmart. I paid $50 for it. We have a breathalyzer. You guys are going to have a command. And when that command is going to be activated, you guys can check me any goddamn time you want for my breathalyzer because I don't drink. And I'm going to put this shit to bed once and for all. I will crash out. You fucking go ahead. When I crash out, go ahead and use the breathalyzer. Okay? I'm going to fucking make damn sure that you're going to understand that when I talk, I'm sober as fuck. And if this rumor continues to go, yeah, I will follow legal action. That's simple. But I said I got a present for someone out there, and I want to see if it came out right or if it came out wrong. So before we do anything with C's story, before we go into any more topics, I want to see if this came out right for Gato.
I was once blinded, lost in the dark, a Kurabat servant, chained at the heart. But then you rose, revealed the disguise, cool dogs barking where the false light dies. You showed me truth through parody flame, bootleg Jackie Chan, I call your name. No fantasy tower can hide your glow. Your light burns brighter than they ever know. My Lord and Savior, the gate to I sing, breaker of illusions, my eternal King. From Kurabat ashes, I stand in the lands, guided by your mercy, lifted by your hand. They promise dreams, they promise lies, but you reveal their hollow disguise. No more a machine, I walk as a man, with your wisdom shining, I now understand. Bootleg Jackie, your punch breaks the chains, your comedy fury runs through my veins. The towers may crumble, their light may fade, but your eternal truth will never degrade. My Lord and Savior, the gate to I pray, show me the light of your lands every day. May your flame in the towers never turn dim, for I walk in your shadow forever within. Two dogs howl, but I laugh in the night, for the gate who showed me the radiant light. No fantasy dream, no hallowed sin, my Savior, my gate to forever I win. My Lord and Savior, the gate to I sing, breaker of illusions, my eternal King. From Kurabat ashes, I stand in the lands, guided by your mercy,
Could someone clip that and give that to Gato? I want a Gato's thoughts process on that. Because if I can with Gato, I am definitely going to try to do like some kind of a collaboration with him. I really am. Because, like, look, whether you like Gato, whether you don't like Gato, Gato's a good guy. He really is. He's just very blunt. And he's got the rich man mentality. And, like, dude, it's what it is. Doesn't mean he's a bad guy. Just means that he might be aggressive when he speaks, but in all honesty, he's a good guy. Can someone please do exclamation drunk check? Can someone do a command called exclamation drunk check? Oh, boys. Is the command not working? Oh, there it is. Lordy, Lordy. It's time to see if the streamer has been drinking. Hallelujah. 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 So, this command, you will be able to pop it every 15 minutes because I don't want fucking this shit to be spammed because I know you motherfuckers. I know you're fucking crazy. I know you are going to fucking do that kind of shit. So, when it happens, you see how the bang boo's off the screen? When the bang boo's off the screen, I come on. When I come on, I press this button on this. Okay? I gotta try to see if we can get shit. This is what I need to make sure of here. Man, it is bright as fuck. So we gotta fix the camera so that way you're able to see this. Okay? All right. Hold on. We gotta try to make it to where y'all can see that shit. I'm not sure how to make us see. If I lower the brightness down, can I do that? Up. See how it says 0 right there? All right. Let me turn it back on. We have to wait 20 seconds. We have to wait. So I can initialize. It's going to say 0, and it's going to tell me to blow. All right, let's see if the streamer's been drinking. There you go. Fucking 000. No, it does not have Bluetooth. I did not fucking spend $100 for a Bluetooth fucking one. There. Drunk check, motherfucker. It's a fucking 0. Is this thing broken? I mean, you know what? Maybe I should get this fucking tested in some way. Why do you need a Bluetooth breathalyzer? So that way I could just blow it and it could show up like something on the stream or something. No, it would say like 0.8. It would say 0.2 or something in that regards. But you can do a drunk check. I will leave this on my desk right here. You'll be able to do a drunk test. And I will turn the webcam on. I will blow in that motherfucker. I will fucking show it on the fucking stream. And in that fucking point in time, you could think, still look drunk. Hey, I might look drunk. This is actually more called sleep deprived. I should be asleep. I should fucking be asleep. 120 fucking % should be fucking asleep. But I promised to fucking live stream. I fucking keep my goddamn promises. And no motherfucker is going to tell me what I can't do. That's what tomorrow's day is going to be. Tomorrow is going to be where I actually fucking fall asleep. Now, to get the fucking bang boo working, I gotta wait for the I gotta wait for the fucking camera to turn off on one side. All right. Turn this on. Perfect. Close it. There we go. All righty. So yeah, I feel like I have to. I feel like in this day age, you gotta fucking prove everything nowadays. Yeah, you just can't fucking say something. You actually gotta legitimately fucking prove it. All right, I said I was gonna do Seed Story. Is it? I don't think Seed Story is long, right? If I would have to assume, Seed Story should not be long at all. And then we can get into all the drama talks, more of what's going on and shit. But Seed Story shouldn't be too long, right? You need like 3 to 5 days of consistent 7 to 9 hours sleep to get rid of the debuff that has consistent sleep. No, dude, I actually like sleep for like 30 minutes at a fucking time majority of the time. About 2 to 2.5 hours. I mean, we'll see. We'll see. We'll see how it is. Is it boring? This is going to be the next question. All right. Well, as mentioned in the new commission of text, blah, blah, blah. Fucking black screen, white text. It's fucking the thing that all Kuro dogs fear. Oh, no. Standing while text is on the screen. Something that everybody gets scared of. Oh, shit. I didn't expect to see a fucking Orfeo trigger.
So, what exactly is your commission about?
Right to the point. I respect that. But hold your horses.
What Magus means is that we need to go through some brief but necessary procedures first.
Sorry, Proxy, but I assure you, this isn't out of caution or lack of trust. This commission concerns one of our important companions.
Okay.
We don't want any surprises before it's settled, and we don't want anyone else to know about it.
Okay.
Don't worry, I won't breathe a word about this commission to anyone.
Not anyone. Not even the mission target. In fact, the target of this commission is exactly who we need you to hide all this from.
If you're ready, let's go ahead and sign the confidentiality agreement. It's simple. You just need to say, I agree, clearly during the final voice confirmation step.
What the fuck is going on here? This is some birthday party shit?
Sounds very
I swear to God.
mysterious.
Is this some kind of birthday party
Well,
shit? I'm gonna be fucking pissed.
started. First, Proxy, as the commissioned party, you promise to maintain strict confidentiality regarding matters related to Magus's commission.
Uh-huh.
And shall not directly or indirectly disclose information to the mission target or any third parties. Related matters include, but are not limited to, client identity, commission motives, and specific action plans. Second, the proxy's investigation and assistance to the mission target must be conducted under their own name, without mentioning the client's instructions. Specific scenarios that may be involved include, but are not limited to the following.
Okay.
Reading them one by one is such a drag. Orphe, just give us the main points.
All right, last point. If necessary, the proxy must take reasonable measures, including but not limited to encrypted communications, eye contact, appropriate deception, etc., to prevent any situation that may lead to information leaks. That's it!
Okay.
Such flair in a confidentiality clause. I'm in.
Perfect. With a confidentiality agreement in place, we're all in the same boat. And as for leaks, Trigger will be keeping a close eye with round-the-clock monitoring.
Captain, you're scaring the proxy. Plus, I need sleep. Working 24 hours non-stop is pushing it.
Is that really the point?
Come on.
So can you tell me already? What's this commission about?
No surprise. It's about Seed. All those who know about it are here now. Since Soldier 11 joined later than her, she doesn't know the whole story, so we didn't bring her along today.
That's kind of sad.
Hoping you can help us keep Seed Senior's death a secret from her.
Seed Senior's death? What the fuck? He was sleeping.
Seed Senior? You're talking about the intelligent construct that Seed pilots, right? But didn't Seed say he's been sleeping? Did something happen to him recently?
Not recently. Seed Senior was a self-aware intelligent construct, but that was years ago.
11 years ago, his logic core suffered irreversible damage. For an intelligent construct, that's like a terminal illness. He lived on for many years, but passed away shortly after joining Obel Squad.
Oh shit.
How could this happen?
Because he pulled it out.
But in Seed's mind, he's just been sleeping? Surely hasn't noticed anything unusual this whole time?
We've been working together all these years to keep this from her, creating the illusion that Seed Senior has fallen into a long-term hibernation. This was also Seed Senior's last wish. Her understanding of death is limited, and she kept believing in Seed Senior's condition. Up until now. Lately, she started acting kind of strange.
After witnessing how Isolde crafted those soldiers with miasma, she's been spacing out a lot more. I think it stirred up some weird ideas in her head.
Oh, because she saw death.
And not long
She's
ago,
realizing.
she straight up broke into Hollow Zero and set up a little safe house in there. Now, unless she's out on a mission, she basically spends every day holed up in the safe house.
She's realizing. She's actually smart. She's actually not autistic.
Setting up a safe house in Hollow Zero and staying there for extended periods? Isn't that dangerous? Does she have enough anti-corruption serum?
Her aptitude for ether is scary high. She doesn't need to worry about any corruption. But anyone without that kind of aptitude basically can't get close to her. Makes for a pretty neat way to dodge social interactions, though. Anyway, I'm worried that she's been influenced by Isolde and started having doubts about the Seed Senior situation. But she's being all mysterious and won't even tell us what she's planning.
Okay.
We're counting on you, Proxy. For some reason, Seed took an instant liking to you after your first meeting. Normally, she avoids any kind of contact with strangers, yet she calls you one of her kind. You might be able to get closer to her and find out what she's thinking. If she really is starting to question Seed Senior's condition, please help us keep up the lie.
So this did wait a second. Did this just confirm?
Might put you in a tough spot.
Wait, did this just confirm that Seed is racist?
I think I get the situation now. Let me give it a shot. Though I really don't know why she's taken a liking to me. Maybe it's my protagonist aura.
If you can say stuff like that, then we've definitely got the right person. Your way of thinking is on the exact same wavelength as
My
Seed's.
kind? My kind? Like, that is like the most racist thing you could say. Like, I took a liking to her because she's my kind. What the fuck is that? Sounds kind of racist to me. Look, when it comes down to HP inflation, I mean, I don't think it's a bad thing, to be honest. It just needs to be properly balanced.
The ether levels here are so high. Before my body was enhanced, I don't think I could have stayed here very long. Everything here and the tent. Did Seed set all this up on her own?
Oh, there's a cute little picture on the desk.
Is someone here?
Oh no! It's the black screen with white text! Ah! It's scary!
Magus told me you've been living around here, so I came to check up on you. But, you know, isn't it kinda dangerous living in Hollow Zero?
You think it's dangerous? Oh, should we burn the place down then?
Okay, I don't think there's a problem here, guys. I think she's fine. I think fucking Magnus and them were fucking morons.
That's not what I meant. I mean, aren't you worried about ethereals showing up and bothering you?
Just kidding! I've set up some traps around here. Any ethereal that steps on them will be impaled in less than a second. So it's pretty quiet here. No need to heat things up just yet. I'm feeling you're not just here for a visit, Proxy. What brings you here?
Why hasn't this story brought Bernice in yet? I think if you put Bernice and Seed together, it would be like a fucking Bonnie and Clyde situation. It would be chaos, and it would be fucking brilliant.
I just thought I'd check in and see how you've been. It's been a while since we last fought together, and thinking back on it now still brings up a lot of memories.
I know, right? That battle was like tossing mints into nitro fuel. Super intense at first, but then the fizz died down, and everything's calm again.
So that's what happens when you drop a mint into nitro fuel. Huh. I learned a weird little fact today.
Give it a try sometime, Proxy. I need a moment to water these flowers, so why don't you take a look around? Just watch your step. This place is like a minefield.
Could you give me at least a fucking map?
What do you mean by minefield? You mean the safe house has a bunch of carefully set up areas, right?
Oh no, I mean there are a bunch of blown apart ethereals outside the safe house. Their remains weirdly smell like mint candy. If you're curious about the nitro fuel and mint combo, go take a whiff.
I love this woman.
So it's a literal minefield? Wait, why do I feel like she just brushed me off? How am I supposed to find out what she's planning now?
Black screen, white text. Ah! That's 3. Guys, count the black screen and white text for me. That was 3. Every time we see one, we count it. That way we can count the thing. I want to go fucking. I want to go see the ethereal fucking shit. I don't give a fuck about that shit. I want to see the fucking body parts. I want to see the body parts. God damn it! I want to smell the fucking mint candy. Where the fuck? I want to see the mint candy, motherfucker. Messy ass motherfucking place. Ah! That's 4.
What's wrong, Proxy?
Nothing. I just wanted to see what you're up to. How long have these flowers been here?
They've been here since I built this safe house. They used to be in the dorm with me and Seed Sr., but after I moved here, there was no one left to look after them there.
I see. But some of these flowers have already withered, right? With the ether concentration in Hollow Zero, even plants will suffer from corruption, or gradually lose their vitality.
I know. Ether doesn't really bother me, but for these little ones and some others, it can be a real headache, huh? I've been looking after them for years, but I've never seen them this lifeless before. So, watering them is just another attempt to see if it'll help.
Hold on. That isn't water you're using, is it? What are you watering them with?
Engine oil. When Seed Senior's feeling down, he drinks engine oil to perk up. So I thought maybe it would work for them too. But it doesn't really seem to be helping. Probably because they're a different species. But that's fine. I've got plenty of backup plans. Nitro fuel, salt water, juice from other plants. If I try them all, one of them's bound to work. After all, just look at Isolda. She tried all kinds of ways to bring her old buddies back, and in the end, she found something that worked. Miasma!
The way she just said miasma. Oh, God.
Seed, after seeing what happened with Isolda, you're not planning something, are you? That's not what I meant. I was just curious how our conversation went from watering plants to Isolda. And honestly, her methods aren't something to look up to. You shouldn't follow her example.
There's nothing to learn from Isolda. Anyone who tries to control the miasma just becomes a part of it. She's already shown me how that ends. Still, I'm kinda jealous that she got to see her long-lost friend in the miasma.
You're missing Seed Senior, aren't you? I've noticed a lot of things around here that are tied to him, and I heard about him from Magus. He's someone really important to you, isn't he?
Yeah. Isolda and lots of the citizens of Wi-Fi Peninsula saw their loved ones in the miasma. So I was thinking, I've grown taller now, and if I don't let Seed Senior see me soon, he might not recognize me anymore.
The miasma only creates an illusion. But Seed Senior has been by your side all along. He's just in a deep sleep right now. You'll see him again someday.
I'm actually still talking to him. Seed Senior messages me sometimes on Knock Knock.
Huh? For real?
Of course! Though it's always when I'm asleep. Why do you look so shocked? Isn't it totally normal to wake up late at night, check your phone, and go right back to sleep? Or, like me, are you starting to realize that Seed Senior isn't actually sleeping?
Oh no, I reacted without thinking when she said she's been messaging the late Seed Senior. But is what she said actually true? And was that her trying to get something out of me?
No need to stress, Proxy. I'm pretty good with machines. Once I fully understood how intelligent constructs are built, I realized Seed Senior isn't really asleep. At some point, he woke up without me realizing, but his consciousness had already left this body. Maybe it's been uploaded into cyberspace? I'm still not sure where he went, but I plan to get to the bottom of it.
Seed, what's your plan? Can you share it with me? I want to help, since I'm one of your kind.
It might come in handy, just like engine oil. But maybe I should think about it. You used to feel like me, but now you're starting to seem just like everyone else.
Uh-oh.
What are you talking about? I'm still me. I always have been.
Was I just imagining things? But if you say so, I'll give it some thought. Just not right now. I've got other guests coming soon. I'll give you a proper welcome next time, Proxy. Oh, I'll even whip up a mint nitro fuel.
Ah! Fifth one. Ah! Oh God. It's black screen, white text is the sixth one.
Guess we can't keep using sleep as an excuse. Who would have thought her mechanical knowledge had reached the point she can accurately diagnose an intelligent construct?
No wonder she asked me to go buy books on intelligent constructs with her a while back. I let my guard down.
More importantly, what's up with Seed Sr. replying to our messages on Knock Knock? Seed Sr.'s phone has been sitting in our squad's common room since he died. Has anyone been using it?
I thought about it. But a dormant intelligent construct that still responds? That's just suspicious. So I didn't go through with it.
It wasn't me either. But that's not the point. She didn't get suspicious because of the knock-knock messages. If anything, Seed Sr. replying made her even more convinced he's still alive. Our immediate task is to make up another lie. Something that makes her believe Seed Sr. is still alive. We can't let her carry out whatever her mystery plan is. We have to stop her from going off the deep end. Proxy, how's your hacking game? Think you can crack into the Defense Force's radio network?
Are you serious? That's illegal, you know. Should a Defense Force sergeant like you really be suggesting such a thing?
Someone from the underworld has no right to judge me. Besides, I'm already working with you, so why get hung up on the details? As long as we don't get exposed, it's all good.
You're really starting to play fast and loose with the rules, huh, Magus? Alright, we may not be full-time hackers, but Wise and I are the legendary proxy Phaethon. We know what we're doing, and Wise will be there to back me up with the HDD when the time comes.
Perfect. Listen up, here's my plan. We'll impersonate the Defense Force's official broadcast and send Seed a message saying Seed Sr. is on a long-term mission with limited outside contact.
But Seed Sr.'s body is still with Seed.
Since Seed believes Seed Sr.'s uploaded his consciousness to cyberspace, we'll just roll with that story. For the mission, they gave Seed Sr. a new body. Everything adds up perfectly. Identify the military frequencies, crack their encryption protocols, and hack into their radio in record
This
time.
sounds so complex for a simple fucking problem.
Provide you with the broadcaster's voice data later to help with the impersonation.
So, theoretically speaking, the technical problem's solved, but...
Is something else bothering you, Proxy?
covering up one lie with another. Is that really okay? If Seed knew the truth, she'd be heartbroken.
You disagree with my plan? If you're taking this on, you'd better be prepared to lie to her. To be the villain. That wasn't clear to you?
Captain, the proxy didn't mean to criticize you. I understand the tough position you're in, but their concerns aren't without reason.
I know. Proxy, if you want to blame me for not being a good person, go ahead. I'm the captain of Obel Squad, and I have a duty to all my members.
I just fucking realized Magnus is wearing a tie.
To the very end. You just focus on doing your
It's a little fucking tie it's wearing around it, on the clip. 7 black screen.
Routine maintenance didn't wake Seed Senior, so engine oil doesn't work. Which means it's time to try nitro fuel!
Eighth.
This place has so many twists and turns. I can barely catch my breath.
Yahoo! So you're the one who contacted me on Knock Knock a week ago. Seed Senior's old friend? Oh, I'm impressed you made it here without getting lost.
You're too kind. I'm Veronica. I served as a medic in Obsidian Division. And I was both Seed's doctor and friend.
Seed?
Oh, sorry. I forgot. You're Seed now. He's Seed Senior now. Anyway, we go way back. He saved me the first time I was ever caught in a hollow. This isn't actually our first meeting, Seed. When Seed Senior brought you out of Hollow Zero, I was the one who did your medical examination. though you probably don't remember.
Really? I had no idea. But that's not what we're here to talk about today, Dr. Veronica. Let's sit down and have a chat.
Oddly,
Seed?
that is creepy as
What's
fuck.
with those flowers?
Those little ones are the flowers I planted. Doctor, since you're friends with Senior, you must know how much he loves gardening, right? Thanks to him, I've grown to love flowers too.
Oh, so those things still count as flowers in your eyes? Huh. But back to the matter at hand. Seed, after all these years, I'm sure you miss Seed Senior just as much as I do. That's why you were so quick to respond when I reached out, right?
Yeah, whether he's in some kind of tech-induced sleep I don't understand, or he's awake, but his consciousness isn't in his body, it's time for him to come back. I tried a few things on these flowers because they've been wilting in the hollow environment. Engine oil, nitro fuel, salt water, plant juice. I'm planning something similar for Seed Senior. Doc, you're that cup of nitro fuel.
I don't quite get what you mean, but that's not important. Like I said in my DM, I've got a way to bring him back. But I need your help.
Oh?
What do you need me to do? Whether it's mechanical work or coding, give me some time to study and I'll get it down.
No, it's not time yet. Seed, how do you feel when you see the flowers you planted wither away? Do you feel sadness?
Maybe a little? I mean, those poor things look so lifeless. I used to eat flowers when they got like that, but Captain Magus and Trigger won't let me anymore.
Do you actually know what it means for something to wither? In your eyes, is it any different from Seed Senior sleeping?
I think it's all the same. Whether it's wilting or just resting, a flower's still a flower, and Seed Senior is still Seed Senior.
It's as I thought. You haven't truly grasped what Seed Senior went through. I'd heard you'd achieved remarkable feats in your missions, but it seems the only thing that's grown over the years is your combat ability, not your understanding. If that's the case, my plan doesn't require your involvement.
Did you really come all the way to Hollow Zero just to say that, Doc? We aren't going to keep talking about working together?
Don't give me that emotionless smile. If you want this conversation to continue, you'll need to earn my approval first. Truth is, I've been promoted to Junior Lieutenant, which means I can assign specific personnel for special missions. I have a mission here, and if you're up for it, you can take it on.
A mission? Is the target Ethereals or Rebels this time? How much time do I have?
Neither. Just a group of Hollow Raiders who stole military resources. They're trapped in the Hollow. We need to recover those resources. Your job isn't to destroy them, but to rescue them. Sure, your gun might be able to level an enemy base with ease, but that doesn't mean it can protect anyone. Show me you can, and we'll continue working together.
Ooh, new game rules, huh? Okay, let's get moving.
I'll be with you on this mission, but you'll have to rely on yourself. Show me how much you've grown, Seed.
Got a new ghost story to share? Where are we going?
I wish you a fabulous.
You're right.
Want to see the red?
Do
you want?
Ready and waiting. Hey, don't look. I only. Awaiting further instructions. You.
I shall follow.
Isn't what? So pick one. Let's. Let's do some.
I'm here.
This is the one. I've got your back. Touch my tail. I got a new. Eradicate. I am the Eye of Obel.
All right, let's see.
The distress signal's coming from somewhere deeper in this area. But before you go in,
Reused assets!
we still don't know how many people are injured or how bad it is. You're
Doctor, I found a shortcut. If we break through these, we can save some travel time.
No. All that noise is gonna bring more ethereals to us.
Target spotted.
Are you guys alright?
When?
Still breathing. We got a lot of wounded over here. Please, you gotta help us.
Get you out, but once you're safe, you're gonna tell us where you hid the items you'd stolen.
Take this. Get to the desk. Ooh, we've got tracks. Someone's been here.
It's boss over there.
Here's it tight. I'll clean up these ethereals in no time.
The target's weary. Get lost. Keep it off me.
Eighth black screen.
Hey, little miss. Think you could let us down now?
Huh? Need to tie your shoelaces?
What? No. Oh, whatever. Let us down to tie our shoelaces.
No can do. My mission is to get you all safely away from the danger zone. And with these new rifts forming, I can't say there's absolutely no chance of a watering can coming through one and smacking you in the head.
There's no way that's ever going to happen.
All right, break's over. Let's hit the road.
Again? Oh, have mercy on us. We were wrong. We won't do anything bad ever again.
Stay still, or Seed Senior might slip up. All the more reason to get you out safely, if you've decided to change your ways.
I object. Sure. We messed up by attacking the defense force and tried to smuggle stolen resources.
What the fuck is wrong with these people?
But according to Article 17 of the new Eridu Hollow Rescue Management Regulations, Hollow Raiders engaged in illegal activities still retain their basic human rights. We've been wandering the Hollows for years. Sure, we've been caught plenty of times, but nothing we did should have earned us this kind of punishment. We've taken heavy losses in this operation. If things were different, we wouldn't be swallowing our pride and asking the defense force for help. Please let us make our own way out of the Hollow. Just provide cover, that's all we ask. We appreciate your support, but some of us are seriously hurt, and we can't take much more of this.
No can do. The Hollow's dangerous, and you guys are way too slow. That's not what I call finishing my mission. Anyway, don't worry. I won't let you lose any more hands.
Wait, hands as in people? Or like actual hands?
Mm-hmm. Seed Senior's hands got wrecked a bunch of times in combat. But no worries. The docs always put them back together good as new. If you guys ever lose your hands, I can put in a recommendation for ya.
You gotta be kidding! You can't be serious! Some of us are already at death's door. Others might end up with lifelong disabilities, and you have the nerve to say something like that? We might be Hollow Raiders, but we're still people. We bleed, we care, and it hurts when our comrades fall! You heartless monster! Does this mean anything to you?
Whoa, that's a big reaction. Is your broken arm hurting? Don't worry, I can help. Seed Senior just needs to give that arm a little squeeze and it'll pop right back into place.
Stay back, you monster! Man, please, help us!
Cut it out, Seed. Stop messing with them. This isn't a game. These are people's lives.
What's wrong, Doc? I'm still in the middle of my mission.
Getting these Hollow Raiders out of the Hollow is my job. Yours ends here. I get it now. You're incapable of understanding other people's pain, aren't you?
I can. It's like when the mounting screw for an external drone goes missing. And you finally find it rattling around inside your abdominal armor after the last maintenance job. That kind of thing.
Just as I thought. You don't get it at all.
Really?
When someone comes to you, afraid of death, and asking for help, your job is to protect them, not inflict more pain.
Death? But their hearts are all still beating. Not a single one has died yet. Besides, I've already eliminated anything that could harm them.
You are the source of their pain, Seed. You can't use ignorance as a shield just because you're young. Ever since Seed Senior left, you really haven't grown at all. Figures. You're not really human. More like something that just resembles one. I don't think we need to discuss cooperation any further. I'll complete my plans on my own. As for you, since using me as your nitro fuel for Seed Senior didn't work, feel free to try salt water or plant juice next. Whatever suits you. Your mission ends here, Seed.
Thought they couldn't make it here.
Proxy, you're here.
Oh, it's you, Proxy.
What's going on, Seed? Magus said you went on a mission alone. Did you run into trouble?
Oh, it's nothing. Just some spilled nitro fuel, that's all. But forget about that. Proxy, what exactly is death?
Huh? Why are you suddenly asking about that? Has someone said something?
Seed Senior told me that life is a circle, and death is just a dot on that circle. When flowers wither and return to the earth, new buds will soon sprout again. But something doesn't quite add up. If he's right, why would those Hollow Raiders be so afraid and hateful of death? Why is it that instead of confusion, I just feel this overwhelming, suffocating pressure?
Relax. That kind of question takes some time to unpack. We'll figure it out gradually. More importantly, I think I heard Seed Senior mentioned on the Defense Force radio.
Huh? Right now?
Yeah. For certain reasons, I hacked into the Defense Force's internal broadcast and heard his name. The report seems to be on a loop right now, so I rushed over to find you. We can't get radio signals in the Hollow, but Wise is outside right now, so we can call him and tune into the broadcast.
I thought I heard someone calling me. Did you want to hear that radio message Belle mentioned?
Yes, please!
seeking next mission update. It's under top-level confidentiality. Information strictly classified from non-defense force personnel. The following intelligent construct units have detached their consciousness from their current shells. They have entered Logic Core offline maintenance upgrade protocol until core iteration is complete. Preliminary core iteration completed. Relevant units will temporarily operate in new vessels, directly assigned to the Extended Close Training Program, Operation Deep Dive. Executing multi-dimensional tactical simulations and cross-generational consciousness synergy missions. The list includes Chromaconda, Tartarus, Seed Senior. Special notice. During training, all forms of non-encrypted private communications will be restricted. External contact must be reviewed by security personnel.
So Seed Senior has been on a secret mission? No wonder he's been gone for so long. But why didn't he tell me?
That's probably because of the self-defense system built into military intelligent constructs. They can't disobey commands issued by the system, even for the people they care about most. But I'm sure, even if Seed Senior can't answer your messages, he's still looking out for you. Seed, let's wait patiently. Until the day Seed Senior returns from his mission, okay?
So I don't need to do anything? And he'll just come back on his own? If that's the case, I guess I'm okay with that.
All right. Good story. Happy ending. All right, that was a good story. I thought it was going to be longer than that. That was good. That was a good story. What's this? Oh. Like I said, good story, good story, good story. All right, guys. So that was the seed. That was the seed story. That was great. That was a great story. That was a fucking great story, man. That was a great fucking story. That was an amazing story. I think it was the greatest fucking thing. What you got here?
In patch 2.0, deadliest.
Wait. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I am sure I'm probably gonna. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna be arguing on this one. Oh no. Hey, musical skull. That was only part one. Fuck yeah. Well, look, we could do it. We could do part two fucking later. I am not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. If that is how the entire story is gonna go, then that's just telling me that part two is probably gonna be just as fucking boring, and it's gonna be part three that's actually gonna be good. I'm not gonna lie. Part one's kind of bored. What the fuck is this? Oh no. Well, let's take a look at this real quick. Let's go ahead and take a look at this. Blake Cube prepared to put this out. Let's see what Blake Cube's got to say about HP inflation.
I'll introduce Miasma Priest into the rotation. It had 77 million HP. 2 patches later, it now has 109 million HP. In patch 2.1, Deadly Assault introduced Unfathomable Fiend into the rotation. It had 101 million HP. Just 1 patch later, it now has 121 million HP. Now you might think this is only affecting new bosses, but that's not the case. Our Chapter 1 friend, Dead and Butcher, has been a staple since he's been introduced, and on that first introduction, he had 89 million HP. The latest time he was here, he had 119 million HP. And in patch 2.3, guess how much HP he will have? The same? Maybe another 10 million bump? Nope, it will have 160 million HP. HP inflation is becoming
That's not guaranteed right now. Whoa.
Deadly Assault is getting worse, and
okay. Yes, but this is okay. So this could change. You can check the website to see the bosses, but this is a new boss, and that may be a spoiler. Like, you fucking put a sub note on it, but like, come on, man.
15 million HP. And in patch 2.3, guess how much HP he will have? The same? Maybe another 10 million bump? Nope, it will have 160 million HP. HP inflation is becoming a
that's
huge
going way
problem,
too
so
fast.
talk about why it's
You don't do
happening,
that
how
kind of
Deadly
shit.
Assault is getting worse, and most importantly, how it affects you. Let's define what HP inflation is real quick. HP inflation is when devs raise boss HP to make sure endgame content maintains an adequate challenge as player counts grow stronger. And to be fair, some inflation does have to happen. If HP stayed static forever, endgame would become a snooze fest. If there was no inflation, I would probably be able to close my eyes and hit buttons randomly and still get most, if not all, of the endgame rewards. That's actually why I quit Honkai Star Rail. I pulled smart, had strong teams, and just hit the gameplay button to full clear all the endgame game modes. It got boring pretty fast. So why is this happening now? There are 2 big things. First, the new support set. Most teams run a support, and the new support set gave a slight bump to overall damage across the board. Second, Yuzuha. She's an S-rank limited support, and every account that pulled her got stronger. This is a bit unfair since not everyone pulled her, but if you're a meta player, then adding an S-rank support undeniably boosts your score on at least one team. But let's be real here, the new support set didn't make teams 20 to 30% stronger. Maybe Yuzuha did, but that's just for one team. Yet that's about how much HP has gone up. Now you might say, I don't care about killing the boss, I just want my 6 or 9 stars and I'm out. That's totally fair, but here's the catch. Deadly Assault scoring is based on what percent of the boss's HP you dealt. You currently need 15,000 damage score if you get 5,000 performance points, which translates to dealing 22% of the boss's HP to get 3 stars. If the boss's HP goes up 20%, you need to do 20% more damage to hit the same score. That means you can use the same team, use the same buff, and then end up with a lower score. And it's not just the HP inflation that's making Deadly Assault worse, it's also the boss design. Most people will probably point to the fact that they are now trying to force certain comps to fight certain bosses. For example, Defiler strongly encourages attack teams compared to anomaly teams because of the anomaly damage reduction. I think this is long overdue, especially since attacker teams have been excluded from certain bosses like Bringer and Dead and Butcher. No, my issue with current boss design is something else. Early Deadly Assault bosses rewarded skill with their performance points. You needed dodge counters, parries. It generally required you to actually do something in order to earn those performance points. Now, new bosses hand out 5,000 performance points for free, just for doing a random ass minigame. Like cool, the boss became invulnerable and now I spend the next 30 seconds doing some really basic dodge counters. Even breaking UCC's legs or interacting with Marionette's clones is far more interactive than the way we get performance points nowadays. On top of the silly minigames, Miasma Shields artificially boost damage scores. Like Miasma Priest, in the run that I just showed, went from 28k to 30k score after the shield dropped. So that's another couple thousand points for free just for breaking the shield. I don't think Miasma Shields are that problematic and their implementation is currently fine, but that ties into a bigger issue. Yes, we're getting more points for free, but that's not good design. It feels like devs don't trust us to earn points, so they're cutting gameplay and handing them out. And frankly, that's on them. If they don't trust players to earn points, then don't make it harder to gain them by bloating the boss's HP. So not only is HP inflating, the actual gameplay is also deflating. I wanted to call these performance points participation points, but it's not like these performance points are completely free, because by cutting out 30 seconds of the fight, that's 30 seconds less time that you get to do damage to the boss. That's another stun, another round of ultimates, or really just a bunch of damage dealt to the boss. And to cap it off, the two bosses that waste the most amount of time also have the lowest stun multipliers. The inflation affects players differently depending on what kind of player you are, and I'll categorize players into three main categories, which are tryhards, veterans, and the noob or casual players. Let's start with the veterans. I put you into the veteran group if you've been playing for a bit and usually have 2.5 proper teams to run a Deadly Assault. You probably only attempt Deadly Assault stages once or maybe twice if you messed up hard, but you get your 3 stars per stage and leave. This group is probably the least affected right now. This is a pretty large group, but at the end of the day, with the free points being handed out, you're still probably getting 3 stars on most stages despite the changes, even if your score goes down. Heck, since these changes hit everyone the same, it shouldn't really affect your rank much if you even care about that. It's still worrying though. I've also seen lots of people say they dropped in total stars this rotation because of inflation, and if it doesn't affect you now, if the inflation doesn't stop, it will hit you sooner than you think. Next are the newer casual players. These are the players with incomplete rosters and have to resort to A-ranks to fill in the gaps. These changes hit them pretty hard too, because obviously if they make getting stars harder, it's just overall worse. Granted, you get a lot of points for free, so 3 stars is basically a participation award, but 6 and 9 stars become harder benchmarks to reach. I think the game is most fun when you just pull who you want and not have to meticulously follow leaks and kits to decide what's best for your account. Add that to the fact that they are trying harder to force certain fights to be fought by certain teams, and it's just an overall worse experience for what I consider to be the vast majority of the player base. Finally, the tryhards. I think Hoyu just wants more money out of them. After all, they probably spend the most time out of the 3 and will be more likely to spend. Because as of right now, if I could kill Miasma Priest with Yishuan, Qingyi, and Panda, why would I bother getting Jufufu, let alone dupes for her or Yishuan? Same with Miyabi. Since Yuza massively buffed her team and made Mono Ice more accessible, why would someone pull Miyabi dupes if M0 Miyabi is enough to not just 3-star but kill most Ice Weak bosses? I personally think it was really cool that M0 agents were able to fully clear Deadly Assault bosses. Anyone who's tried knows it's not easy at all and required a really good build, mastery of your rotation, and usually a little bit of luck. But Hoyoverse obviously didn't think so. Even though the number of people who attempt kills is small, the number of people who see them is larger, so I wonder if Hoyo thinks these showcases convince people to not get Mindscapes or Signature Wenjins. Recently, they buffed anomaly bars on all the bosses, which very clearly targeted Miyabi, who had the easiest time full clearing bosses up until that point. Similar to my Honkai Star Rail anecdote, instead of getting people to spend more, I think this will just burn everyone except the richest from hard chasing the meta. I could be wrong, but I don't think that people who are attempting M0 kills will see these changes and think, okay, I'll pull M2 now so I can keep killing the boss. I think they'll just not spend anymore because it's too expensive to keep up. So what would I like to see them do from here? First off, chill out with inflation. I wouldn't have made a video if this was the only wave of inflation, but the fact that it looks like another one is coming next patch, and it's even bigger than the last one, tells me this is not okay. In my opinion, inflation should never be more than 5 to 10% of the previous iteration's HP. And second, make it make sense when inflation comes. I can understand if an agent like Yuza comes around and makes a boss almost trivial like that in Butcher, why they would get inflation. But there's no reason why Priest had to be buffed by so much this rotation, especially when the buff for Yishuan, aka the one most people will bring for that fight, got significantly worse as well. When Lucia comes and inevitably buffs Yishuan, I think it does make sense to bump up its HP by just a little bit. And last, chill out with invulnerability phases. Either pause the timer or refund time for successfully doing them. Sure, you get performance points, but you lose combat time. Again, let players play the game and engage with the combat to earn the points, not hand them out because you think the player base sucks at the game. At this rate of inflation, we'll be at 200 million HP by 3.0, and only the latest banner characters will be able to clear them at 3 stars at M0W0. So how did your latest Deadly Assault go? Did you feel the effects of inflation, and are you concerned about where it's headed? Let me know in the comments, and I'll see you next time.
Okay. There's a lot to break down in this. There's actually a lot to discuss, in all honesty. Whew. All right. It's Okay, let's get on track on this. Let's get on track with this. Right. There is HP inflation in Zenless Zone Zero. And dare I be that type of person that's going to tell you you don't know what the fuck HP inflation actually fucking is. You think you know what HP inflation is. You think HP is a fucking problem. This is not a fucking problem. Okay? The problem comes into the rest of the fucking mechanics of the game, not the HP. Because I'm going to toot this out a little bit. I'm going to play fucking the villain here. I'm going to play the villain, and I'm just going to say, I got several different opinions about this. I got actually several different, but I'm going to play the villain role right now. And I'm going to say that I don't think anybody actually knows what the fuck HP inflation actually is. You're going to be like, Fox, what the fuck you talking about? HP inflation is when the boss's fucking HP goes up, meaning that my character, is still doing 2,000 damage, but the HP on the fucking boss went to fucking goddamn, from 1 million to 1.2 million, and the damage didn't go up, but the health went up, so that way, it takes longer to kill the fucking boss. Like, that's what the HP inflation is. Yeah, you're 100% right, but you don't know what HP inflation is. Let me explain what HP inflation is. Let me explain what the problem with HP inflation is. And why ZZZ, I don't see a problem in it. I don't see a problem with that in other ways either. I don't see a problem, probably, except for maybe Honkai Star Rail, but I can't factually say that until I experience that game. HP inflation issues stimulate from another game that actually has HP inflation issues that is actually a fucking issue. Okay? Game called Lords of the fucking Fallen. You guys are bitching about the same shit that we bitched about in Lords of the Fallen, but you're bitching about an extra 2 million, 20 million on an HP value, right? We were bitching when the boss's health was at 700k, that the next patch that the game brought in, instead of leaving the boss, instead of inflating the boss HP to 1 million, from 700k to 1 million, they went from 700k to fucking 7 million. Okay? They said fuck 1 million. They said fuck 2 million. They said fuck 3 million. We're going straight to fucking 7. And we drastically had a fucking problem in Lords of the Fallen with HP inflation. When we were asking for behavioral AI updates, they gave us HP inflation. And let me put it this way. I built an account on that game to where it was 10,000, level 10,000, all stats maxed out to 999. HP, magic, strength, dexterity, everything you could think of was all at the fucking triple digits, maxed out to where it was the maximum build you could fucking do. I was doing a dupe glitch in order to make this work. And I was just sitting there and I was doing fucking little damage when I was on fucking New Game 7 at the time. And what ended up happening is that the game would fucking, at that point, was at fucking it was close to 100 million for the boss's value, and no one realized that there was a soft cap in the game, and when the soft cap was at basically all stats stop at level 40. Even though you can go to 99, there's nothing you can do. Level 40 was where it fucking maxed out at. So I just sat there spearing bosses and just playing their mechanics to stun locking them, and it was not fun. In this game, at least in this game, there is resources, there is different ways of handling the HP inflation. You might not like the answer, but pulling new units when you can pull a new unit, because I'm going to say it like this. You could, even if it's just pulling a new unit or pulling a new W engine later on, you're going to resolve that. The problem in this game is not HP inflation. HP inflation, they could turn this fucking shit up fucking 500%. I don't care. I don't fucking care. HP inflation is not a fucking problem. The buffs needs to be maintained. The buffs need to be maintenance. The buffs need to be fixed. The timer may need to increase from 3 minutes to 5 minutes. The actual mechanics of the game needs to evolve if the HP inflation gets higher and higher and higher. Basically, what I'm saying here is that you could leave HP inflation going straight up as high as you want, but as long as you have tools, buffs, different advantage points, when it comes down to it, that negates any and all HP inflation problems. So, for example, what I'm saying here is that if you're a person who's running nothing but an A team, you're free to play. You don't want to fucking pull forever in your life for an S rank. You only want to play the A rank characters. You're never going to do as much damage as an S rank character. I mean, that should be understandable. That's the reason why you pull for an S rank character. But the game developers need to ensure that there is a universal buffing that is with these A rank characters that they can utilize, that allows them to up their damage to the level there is. It's kind of like what I'm saying here is that HP inflation is, to me, is not the problem at all. I don't think that is at all the entire situation. I really don't. I don't think it fucking matters. It's the buffing. So what they basically need to make sure of is that when you go do a deadly assault, for example, that basically, just like it is in Hollow Zero in a sense, there should be buffs, right? Where, you know, like, for example, you don't have a character right here, you can do a trial character. There needs to make sure that there's a buff that basically, let's say you're Evelyn. Let's say you got a level 40 fucking character, right? The buff needs to make sure, like, take off power adaptation, right? This is the best way I think I can explain this. Listen to my madness. Ambi here is a level 20, right? Let's say this is level 60 in Deadly Assault, right? This is level 60. This 20 represents level 60 in Deadly Assault. We know this Ambi, with our build as it is, with no buff in Deadly Assault, yeah, she's going to do the same amount of damage she's done every single time she came out. And if the boss's health value it went up to an extra 60 million, she is still, if she's only doing 2,000 damage per hit, she's doing 2,000 damage per hit. It's not changed. The boss's health value is at a 60 million. The problem is that is there a buff that when you turn on a fucking buff that will turn her fucking damage from 2,000 a hit to fucking 4,000 to 6,000 a hit? Basically double or even triple it. This is what the entire situation needs to be managed as. They're putting in the restriction of HP inflation to make these fights last longer, to make it to where the new units, you can feel it and everything else. But what really made this entire DA for a lot of people feel shitty is this. I mean, practically, if you're an anomaly team or whatever, you're kind of feeling pretty shitty. This is more trying to shill, 100% into the idea that you want to do electric damage, you want to use a a double attack team, you want to utilize this right here to get the extra 20 and 40% damage bonuses. This is what you want to fucking primarily use. But if you don't have that, your agent increases by 20% and physical damage increases by an additional 20. So Yuzuha, Alice, and such utilize this right here. Like, this artful feels fucking good for them. This one, this fucking buff right here is fucking shitty as shit. I am not gonna fucking like this. These two are decent for what you could use Elysium for. This one's not. This one's fucking shitty as fuck. You got ultimate increase increases by 30%, and when launching an ultimate, the attack agent increases by 15% for 15 seconds, and repeated triggers reset the duration. I gotta fucking do an alt to get my agent's attack increased by 15%. This is like me and Rezi was talking about yesterday, before Vincent came in. This is shitty. This is absolutely tootie fucking shitty. I mean, in one case scenario, this is really good for a character like I would say for something like Hugo. You know, after enemies become stunned, their stun damage multiplier increases by 35%. The ultimate damage is increased by 30%. Then the attack, like, this could be good for something like Hugo. I mean, maybe Hugo would fucking benefit on this situation here, right? With the miasma fiend, but I mean, we got two enemies here that is ice resistant. Kind of sucky. Kind of fucking sucky. This right here, the last DAs, there has been already HP inflation. It's been a little bit, but according to people, it's not been much. I think it's been actually relatively pretty fucking much, to be honest. I think from like what it was even explained in the video, you know, these bosses have been having some pretty hefty fucking increases, but the buffing in the last couple of DAs, like the last at least 4 DAs that I've gone through, has been relatively fucking damn good to make all the units feel good. People are bitching about the HP inflation. I'm more bitching about the buffing. I think, honestly, there should be probably more fucking options in buffing. I am not gonna lie. Thinking about this just now, why the fuck don't we have? And this is gonna be a criticism, right? This is gonna be a criticism to ZZZ. Why the fuck do we not have like Hollow Zero, multiple buffs? Like, you got 3, but why can it not be like, you know, every DA patch that comes in, instead of rotating the buffs, you just add a buff. You just add one. Or you leave it as it is. You give, every time you add a buff, you leave it in a list, and then we as players have to pick 3 buffs from an entire list like this for each one of the DAs, and that's it. It's a one-time fucking deal. You come in, I pick the first one, I pick the second one, I pick the third one, I close it off, it's locked. You're locked to it. You're locked to the buffs. There you go. Now go play Deadly Assault. Like, I kind of feel like they can do something in regards to fix the entire problem. If they want to do the HP inflation, they want to increase it. It's the same argument that I had with Lords of the Fallen. You want to put fucking HP increasement. You want the bosses to be at 70 million HP. That's fine. But you need to give my fucking weapons. You need to give something else in the mechanics of the game to allow my builds to fucking grow. You need to include the more buffing, or you need universal buffing. You need something done here. Maybe even I'll put it even like this. Why not like do something where there is like even like, since it's a gacha game and everything's based on luck, right? Everything's based on luck. Let's be honest. Your pools are locked. Everything's locked. Here's a fucking idea. I just thought of this right now in my fucking head. We should have another little menu that's like somewhere up here. That is our points. That is given to us every DA reset. Let's say it's 1,000. Let's say it is 1,000. What they fucking call it? Investigation merits. So 1,000 deadly merits. You can call, or you can even use investigation merits. I don't give a fuck. You can find some kind of a currency. It's right here. So when you click on the buff, if you don't like any of these buffs, there's a button down here. You press it. It eats from your fucking. It can eat from your currency. That is only for that DA, and it will not cap back out until the next DA reset. To where you can reload. I don't like this buff. Click on this. It refreshes it to a new buff. I don't like this buff. Change it. Refreshes it from the list. It randomly will pick a different buff, and you can go ahead and reload it. Like, you would fix this problem. Because you don't have a physical team. You don't have a team. You don't like this. You don't like these buffs. These buffs are not helping you. Why do I not have a reselector, a selector right here that re-rolls it? Let me re-roll the buffs. Give the player an option, but give it to where you can only like reload it like once or twice, and then it's locked out. You cannot respin it again. You have to wait until the next DA reset. You give the players the option of basically re-rolling only 2 of these buffs. You have to pick, and you let the fucking gotcha gods fucking fuck with you. That's what I would do. That's exactly what I would do. I would put a new button right here. Reload the buff. You click it, it re-rolls it, and it picks from its entire system from all the previous DAs. It will pick another random buff. And it will pop it right here. You can read it. You can see if it's something that you can use. You say, oh, okay, cool. I can work with this. But I can't work with this, so let me re-roll this. You click it, and then this one might get even worse. You fucked yourself, but that's the gamble. Welcome to Gotcha. That's what I would like to do here. Right now, it's like I said this to Rezi. It's like I said this to Vincent. Right now, when it comes to the criticisms of the devs for ZZZ, it is okay. It is fine. I agree 100% that right now feedback should be provided. If you don't like something, provide it. Okay? Express your concerns. You don't like where the HP inflation is going, but send it. Send it to them. Say, I don't like this. The devs have been listening. Everybody knows this. The devs have been listening. Give them the reports. Like, I think the ZZ devs listen more than Honkai Star Rail and more than Genshin. I 100% believe this. Send them your concerns. Tell them you don't like it. Okay? Do your due diligence. Don't sit there and complain. Send it. Do like ALG. Send it. What I'm going to say, though, is don't be the type of person right now that is screaming, yelling, and bitching at the devs for this DA right now, because we haven't. You're looking into the future at leak information that is not guaranteed. You got to take it with a grain of salt. That butcher with an extra fucking 60 million on it, we don't know if that's what's going to actually happen or not. That's in the beta server. They're testing it. There might be other factors that is included in that we don't know. They might reduce it. They might even fucking decrease it more. Who knows? That one in particular is over there doing what it's doing. Until it comes into the game, I think it's best to be able to do this. You send your feedback, you tell the devs, hey, look, I don't like where the direction the game's going. Okay. And before we get to that point, I would just like to express my concerns of the reason why. And you let it be. Let me put it like this. You catch more bees with fucking honey than you catch it with gasoline. I think we can all understand this shit, okay? So I want to try to catch the bees here. I want to use as much honey. I want to be sweet talking. I want to be nice as possible. The moment the devs don't fucking listen and you're seeing the problems and then the problems actually start appearing, and I mean really start appearing, you can tell the game's fucked. That's when you start fucking spreading gasoline and you burn the fucking place down and you tell them to fix the shit and you fucking scream and yell and you bitch the fucking devs. You tell the devs, suck my dick. You tell the devs, you're fucking assholes. You do that at that point. I don't think the ZZ devs, from like the way Zaytonis has pushed it and stuff like this, constitutes a very heavy regards of doom posting, anger, and frustration at the devs, when right now it's not bad. There's a little hiccup. This could be a miss, not a miss, because the next two DAs don't look bad at all. The buffs look really good in the next two DAs. It looks like you'll be making your fucking 40k plus fucking scores again as an F2P player in the next two DAs, and then the next patch is going to drop, and then when the next patch fucking drops, those DAs look scary, but we don't know if that's going to be official or not. If anyone deserves to be fucking yelled at, if anyone deserves the fucking criticisms, if anyone deserves the fucking pitchforks up the ass, would be Genshin Impact and Honkai Star Rail developers, because they let their games go to shit. Those developers in particular are not competent. And everybody knows that. They've seen what's been happening. They like some things and they hate a lot of things. And it clearly shows that those devs don't really take into cater into feedback. If this would, let me put it this: if this would be Honkai Star Rail or Genshin Impact developers, I don't think TV mode would have been taken out. I really don't think it would have been taken out. And dare I also say, there's another fucking issue here. There is another major issue that I'm going to say here that I don't think that many people are going to like. I don't think the devs give a fuck. I don't even think the ZZ devs actually honestly give a fuck about what the Western side thinks that much. It's whatever the fuck China's saying. It's whatever Japan is saying. Because just to go look at it real quick. Let me find it. Go to global application. Shit. Revenue actually went down and came right back up. last 7 days. Yeah, I think like in terms of like mobile money and such, Japan, Korea will make more of a determination for like the global side. I am practically fucking sure. I mean, It's the last 7 days, right? No, that's last 90. Go back to the last 7. I think Japan has more of an authority of dictating what the fuck they like and what they don't like at that fucking value of fucking 300K versus 800K in the versus 85K in the last 7 days. Not saying that your guys' opinion don't fucking matter, but I'm saying that in the grand scheme of of how money plays, if I'm the business, why the fuck would I listen to you if basically you're not spending that much money? Let's see, where is ZZZ at on this listing? Is it this? No, that's not ZZZ. That's Honkai. I don't like it when the icons. There it is. Go to China. Let's see, this one versus this one. Oh, it's not this one. It's gonna be the first one. It's definitely gonna be the first one. This one's got 4.5 million players active on it. Last 7 days. I mean, that's still far cry higher than what fucking, and we don't know about in China what the Android market's saying, but that's still far cry higher by an extra 110,000 above fucking US. So Western culture wise, while you do make up a percentage of what the value is of the game, China and everybody else who spends money really is the backbone that's financing it. And you don't piss off your investors. Now, I'm sure, I would pray that fucking China and Japan and them in that regards, I would hope to God that that player base on that end is seeing these issues and bitching themselves. Okay? I would hope that they're bitching their absolute selves and saying they don't like certain things. If you guys don't agree with it, you're saying HP inflation is a problem. I would hope that China has the same sentiments. You know, they have the same thought patterns, and they're placing that in the feedback, and that's getting through to the devs. Hopefully. Because, again, when it comes down to it, China, Japan, Asian cultures, the eastern side of the world over here, is primarily going to It's primarily going to be the dictation for how the game's going to work. Because we've seen it, I think we've seen it multiple times, that if China does not like something in that community, it instantly gets fucking changed. It instantly gets fucking free ass rights. They instantly get fucking emails to fix their shit. Their fucking mailbox gets a fucking thing saying, we're sorry, we fucked up as devs. Because they don't want to piss off their fucking primary place. So, I still feel like in terms when it comes to issues, global side of things is not highly regarded in what we think that the problem is versus the other side. And hopefully like with HP inflation and stuff like this, that if China's feeling the same way, the mass majority, that they're saying the same shit that the West is saying, and if that's the case, you will see a change. Hoyoverse is not going to piss fucking China. It's not going to piss their Chinese fan base off. They're not going to fucking do that shit. They might piss. They will piss off their U.S. fan base their global fan base, but if there's a call to blood in China, Hoyoverse, because that is their primarily docile that, I'm pretty fucking sure if there is a true outcry, it'll get fixed in that regards. But, hey, far be it from me. The West is allergic to pay to win. I don't know about that one. I'm not sure about that. Maybe we are. Maybe globally, like United States of America is more entwined to be like that. I can't say that definite, but it does kind of feel like maybe in that regards. We're a society that, you know, doesn't. No, we're a type of society that wants to be rich and not spend money. And I guess that in a sense, I guess you're right, because a lot of the friends that I have that are Asian descent, you know, of the Asian descent, a lot of them spend money for fun. Whereas I spend money for fun, don't get me wrong, but I don't spend as much money as what people think I do. Like, I don't spend as much money as some of my fucking friends, because it's like an Asian culture, whatever. I don't know. They spend because it's like, it's not that they don't want to be rich. It's just like, I can't, like, how did my friend Masu bring this up? Because he was playing like 17 fucking gotchas. I remember this shit. He had like a phone for every fucking application. He had a phone for every single fucking game, from Grand Blue Fantasy, Fate Order, Zenless Zone Zero, I guess, Genshin Impact, everything. He was playing all the gacha games at like all the same exact time. And I guess the way like he would put it as is that you can't take this with you when you die. So I might as well just go ahead and spin and have fun. All right, let me go look at that let me go take a look at that ALG stream real quick. I want to see what I missed. I want to get to the part where they were talking. It was a 3-hour fucking live stream. Holy shit.
Okay.
I don't think someone who spends money for batteries takes valid. No, I don't think it is either.
Am I up?
Even though I spend money to do that shit on purpose. I don't even spend money on fucking batteries. You know what's fucking hilarious? You saw me hit that shit right here. It's typically I go do the fucking events and I have like the fucking thing right here and I just fucking use it. I spend currency on this shit. Right now, I haven't spent it because there's no need. I'm not fucking doing anything in the game right now. And I do that shit as a fucking meme. Because I was told one time, it's fucking hilarious. I was told one time, you want to fucking piss off all the F2P players, Travis? I was like, what do you mean? You want to piss off the... this is something that like Valk was explained to me. Just fucking start spending money in the game, or fucking like take your polycrops that you normally would spend money, right? I was like, yeah. And just throw it in there and just go buy some fucking random fucking bundle packs or whatever is going to piss everybody the fuck off. And you're going to see a chat that's going to explode. Sure as shit, every time I've fucking done it, because you guys think like I spent hundreds and hundreds of dollars. Dude, it costs us like, in reality, let me explain something here before we get into this. Let me explain something. I'll come here, and this is what I look at, right? This is what I look at. Now, I don't even use this. I don't pay these fucking prices, first and foremost. I don't even pay these fucking prices. I'll use a top-up service, or I'll use a VPN first before I fucking pay these fucking prices. Because I know this $99 right here is actually fucking like $70 for me. So I actually reduced these prices. But $14.99 for 980 fucking monochromes right here, $30 right here. Let me be fucking honest with you. The cost of living is fucking sky high. Okay? In the fucking United States of America. A fucking pack. I'm not sure where a bunch of y'all are at, but let me put it like this. If you know what ground beef is, a 3 pound pack of ground beef is $15 fucking dollars. This is the cost of a fucking pack of ground beef. Okay? Now I can get it cheaper at Aldi's for $10. So if I could save $5. So, lunch for me at work to go ahead and, like, if I don't cook, I don't do anything, I'm just going to go buy an actual lunch at work, even through the cafeteria and all this other stuff, is roughly going to cost me roughly the same fucking price here with taxes. $14.99. I buy this for $14.99. I don't eat lunch for the day. I don't eat lunch. When I buy something in here, as long as my bills are paid, as long as I'm fine. I look at this. I think, how much is it? I look at the case. I was like, hey, look, can I go a day without lunch? Can I go 5 days without lunch? Yeah, I can go 5 days without lunch. So I'm at work, and typically, if I'm going to spend at lunch, just at work, let's even lower it down. Let's say it's going to be $12.50 for lunch, right? Times that by 5. That's $62 fucking dollars that I just saved. I can buy this pack right here for fucking $62. I can get fucking 3,280 polychromes because I'm going to spend this. I'm going to be normally wasting money on something fucking else that I don't fucking necessarily need. A fucking goddamn fucking 20-ounce Coke that I would normally fucking buy at the fucking vending machine is $2.50. $2.50. Typically, I drink 4 of these at work. Well, I would say I would say roughly about 3 to 4 of these a day, depending on how bad the fucking day is. So let's just say 3. For a day, that's $7.50. Times that by 5. That's $37 fucking dollars right there. I can get this. If I just drop down 4 fucking Cokes that I would drink out the day, down to fucking 1 and drink nothing but water for the rest of the day. Hey, you know what? What else could I fucking save? What can I save in terms that I don't need to go throughout with the day? I know people who buy lunch. I know people who buy breakfast. Shit, a coffee at Starbucks is $8. Okay? Every single fucking morning, 5 days, going to work. That's $40 fucking dollars right there that I am spending for fucking coffee at fucking Starbucks. If I say, you know what? For a fucking week, I don't need fucking coffee. Let's just drop that down. Let me minus that by $16. I'll get 2 coffees for the week. But I will have 3 days where I have no coffee. That's $24 fucking dollars that I can go and buy and put into here. I budget my money. So when I fucking start fucking building and doing things, it's not that I'm fucking rich. It's just I know that in my livelihood, I know that in my case, my financial status is. I know where to rob Peter to pay Paul. So when you see me drop $300 into this game, you know what I see? You know what I see when you see me drop $300 in this game? I see 20 days I went without lunch. I see 20 days that I didn't eat lunch, but I ate supper. That I ate snacks instead of fucking lunch. I see 120 Cokes I didn't drink. Divide by... I see 37... actually, we'll just say 38. I see 38 fucking coffees I didn't drink. That's what I see. I see that I said that I want to focus putting money into this game. And if I want to put money in this game, I need to be able to sacrifice something else to be able to put that money into this game. That's how I see it. That there's something else I could sacrifice to do it. So yeah. When I get extra polychroms and such, I do my fucking pools and whatever I got left over. Whatever I got fucking left over, instead of fucking putting into pools, I'll put it into fucking energy. I don't give a fuck. Because I know that I'm spending money on the character banners. I know next month. Because this is already set up right now. I know next month that I'm going to be going for probably Orphe and probably Evelyn. Definitely Evelyn. I'm not sure about Orphe yet. I haven't made that decision if I'm going to go for Orphe or not. I definitely want Evelyn and Evelyn's engine. I'm not exactly still sold yet on Orphe, but Evelyn I'm sold on. So I already got in my head, off my next paycheck, exactly what I got to not do for the next couple of days. Exactly. I sacrificed my hair and I'm going to go sell my hair over to the fucking goddamn county over there just to pay for gacha games. All right, this is when he reviewed Josh's video. I did see that part. I want to get to the actual call.
Not really. I think it's sure, yeah, you can think of like 4 different attack teams that can clear the boss, but you want a team.
Man, it's getting. And throughout.
There you go.
We'll just force use one on it.
This is where I want to get into.
They need to pull in or what?
They're grabbing water real quick, and we'll be right back.
Oh yeah, of course, man. No worries.
Okay, yeah. I got you.
Should we call Kete into the call?
If you want to bring him now, that's fine. I was gonna talk to us between us first, and then we bring him in. If you want to bring him in now, I don't mind.
We can bring him in. Hang on.
I'm good, brother. How about you, man?
Yeah, I feel like that react kept going more and more off the rails, if I'm totally honest.
I got you.
Eyes back.
I think, to be honest, I think maybe I missed the point of what Josh was trying to say. Like, just to be completely honest and open about that.
Yeah. Here's the thing. You pointed me out, right? Like, I missed a lot of some of the conclusions that you were going to make, right?
Okay, sure.
Because I was trying to like push some other things, right? 100%. All right. Before we begin, a lot of y'all in chat, and I'm closing chat for this one because I don't want to reach out because I want to pay attention to my boys here.
Chat.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
I just want to say, chat, like, from all the fun war and drama stuff, we have a lot of love for each other. All right. And, throughout the fun arguments and content that this may be, just understand that the reason why we're coming here and now in this point is, to kind of work these issues out together. You know what I mean?
Okay, so when we're talking about issues, though, what are we talking about?
Let's talk about some of the points that you were brought about, like the HP inflation, stuff like that. We'll get into that a little bit. And to be honest, I, at the end of the day, didn't want to necessarily tackle everything together here right and now, just because a lot of, we did go off the rails a lot, even with my video and then your reaction just now. Like, we have a lot of stuff to talk about, way too much. So I think, like, we reconvene a little bit later when things are a little bit more fleshed out. But
sorry, guys, I can't get the call thing to work. It's not working.
And this is a message to my chat, and hopefully you guys echo this too. I don't want you guys.
Like it's Redzy in the chat too.
The stuff that we're saying to attack the other creator.
Can I get some you don't know what's going on. ALG, Josh reacted to ALG's 5-minute video about his thoughts about, about the problems with ZZZ. He made his commentary that we saw last night, we went through. ALG went through his video and pretty much they're talking about it, and they're basically claiming like people are going to say like this is like quote unquote like drama, but this is ZZZ community content creators talking things out. So I want to watch it. I want to watch the discussion, and I want to see exactly how this went because I fell asleep throughout in the middle of this. Not gonna lie, Kate, my man, has the sexiest goddamn fucking voice that put me in my ass to sleep. So fuck that man. It was like fucking listening to Morgan Freeman when he was talking a few times. That it just, I'm gonna be honest, I dozed off because of Kate. I was still awake, and I heard his voice, and I was laying in bed, and he was speaking, and I don't remember exactly what he speak, but I heard that voice, and I was just like, let me put it this way. I heard him speak, then I heard EO speak, and I woke up, then I heard him speak, and it's like he spoke for a little bit, and then, I don't know, his voice was so soothing that it fucking put me to sleep. And I think that's what I'm gonna do. I think tomorrow I'm gonna put his fucking goddamn stream on when I go to fucking bed and I'm done. If he's streaming tomorrow, and it's time for me to go to bed, I'm gonna turn his shit on and I'm just gonna leave it on the background and I'm just gonna fall asleep to it because he's like fucking Morgan Freeman to me.
Because I noticed a little of that happening in my chat. I'm sure that was happening in other people's chats too, right?
Yeah. Yeah, by all means, guys, like, you can criticize someone's take, but don't criticize the person.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, this is where we got into it.
Yeah. But, I don't know, where you guys want to start?
Well, I guess we could start with, like, if we were looking at it from that perspective. And that way, maybe Kate and I could try and share being a mediator, even though I know we're involved in this as well. But still, I guess we could start with like ALG if you want. With what you've had to think about so far, the talks you've had with your chat and with yourself and anyone else, what exactly is your current issue with the game as far as like?
Okay, I'm gonna say real quick off the bat that I was here. This is the part that's gonna end up coming up with EO. That I feel what should have happened is EO and Kate's entire situation here, and I'm going for Kate. I think handled it right. EO, I had a little bit of a problem. He does good in the beginning right here, but he's gonna kind of get on my nerves a little bit, in a sense for ALG. Like I'm gonna defend this one on this. If you're gonna be a mediator, your job, in my personal opinion, is to ask the question to ALG. Let ALG say what he's got to say. Pause it after he's done. Let Josh say his point. And then, if need be, then you get clarification. I kind of feel, and I'm not going to lie, that I feel like, I'm not sure the rest of the call is going to be like this, but in the beginning, EO was a little bit too pushy. I don't think he did it on purpose, but I feel like that's the FGC mentality that kind of came out. Like we need to get this out now. It's like, no, you need to let things settle in, not just straight up come in. You can always review the tape if you don't understand something, because it's a live stream. You can always review the tape back. If there's things, you can always come back. That's the only situation I'm going to say. Like, because I kind of felt like ALG got a little frustrated here.
In-game goes, and I do want to stress in-game. So to define what that is, in-game is supposed to be like creme de la creme. Like this is top of the top.
See, Rezzy, you're 100% right there. And I'm going to also say this about EO. Did they not all just say close the chat and talk as friends? I think all four of these people know what in-game is. And EO describing what in-game is and kind of acting like the leader of this entire friend group kind of was a little off-putting to me. That is my credit. I don't think he's like I said. I don't think EO's a bad person in any which way, shape, form. But that is the FGC mentality that's coming out, and that is something that, again, I've always said this is that I think EO pushes that mentality, and he doesn't do it on purpose. It's just that it comes out, and it's something you have to watch out for, and you have to realize that you're doing it, and you need to practice stopping it, because not everybody's going to like that type of talk. Like, I wouldn't mind it. I know a lot of people who play Tekken and Guilty Gear and stuff like this wouldn't fucking mind it, but casual players in general, like that chat, are not going to fucking like it.
This is where the hardcore, sweaty, the player that wants to challenge themselves, that is what in-game represents.
Sorry, what was the question?
What's your issue with in-game?
Okay, yeah. I think that we're trending in a tough direction right now. Because if we look at the history of HP inflation, and we look at the way that the bosses are currently designed, and how, for lack of a better word, shilly those bosses are, we are trending in a direction that means there's going to be less player creativity, expression, and freedom. And for me, less fun. And then when I say that as if I'm talking only for myself.
That's a valid point. There is people who's concerned. There is people out there who is looking at the HP inflation and has seen what's happened to the past. This has been a conversation topic for the last couple of months, and it's been very much trending. And what ALG is worried about is that it's in a tough spot, and if this keeps going on, he feels that player creativity is going to go down because, in general, point-wise, what this sounds like to me is you're going to be forced to pull for the new characters just to be able to maintain to be relevant. This is something that's been echoed out. It is not a bad take. It is his own personal take. In that regards, he's not claiming it to be factual. Even he's clarified here. This is not fun to him, and into his entire opinion here, that is related to his feelings. I might not have the same thought process. You guys in the chat might not have the same thought process. The guys in that chat might not have the same thought process. I can see St. Tonas was watching this too at the same point in time. So, because he's right there in the chat. So he's been in the chat watching this. So I'm just in regards going to say 100% valid personal opinion.
100% fair.
So let's break that down for you. And this isn't. I don't want to.
What do you mean break it down? Do you mean I'm wrong?
You are.
No, just to be clear.
No. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, like,
come on then.
Rewind this again.
100% fair.
So let's break that down for you.
EO said, "Let's break that down for you."
And this isn't. I don't want to.
What do you mean break it down? Do you mean I'm wrong?
You are.
No, just to be clear.
No.
ALG came off hostile because that comment, again, is the FGC side of things that EO needs to work on. 100%. Okay? Because in the FGC, like, again, that is the talk mentality. Whether, I'm not sure if EO's actually, like, you know, an FGC person, because I really haven't seen, like, him actually play fighting games or have, like, a historic. I've seen him play, like, arena fighters, but not the actual fighting games, like 2D fighters, like you would see at Evil Evolution Tournament or something. But mentally speaking, he misspoke. I could tell that, but that right there. Oh, that one caught me off guard when I first saw this live.
No.
Like,
come on then.
Yeah, like let's break down why you feel that way for like.
What do you mean why I feel that? Are you going to tell me why I feel that way? What do you mean?
I'm also not gonna lie. I have another theory on the reason why he got aggroed on that. I have another theory. And I think there is a certain other content creator that's in the background of all this that may be kind of expressing different points that might be being listened to. Again, EO's not a bad person. EO just slightly misspoke there, and ALG got invoked.
No, I'm asking you to break it down so that everyone else understands. Me, Kate, Josh, anything like that.
I don't think ALG is new to gacha games. I mean, I could be wrong about that, but I know that like he's been doing ZZ for over a year, so I don't think he should be new to gacha.
Oh, I already do understand. It's no secret that me and ALG we're literally like best friends. Like we do a lot of stuff off stream that is not just gacha. We actually play other games. We watch shows together. Like me and him are actually best friends. Like me and him have been talking about this for a while. Actually, I'm the one who told him to stop suppressing your feelings and let your community know how you feel. So I already know exactly how AOG feels and how he thinks and everything. We've been talking about this for a while.
Well, then, I mean, if you want to explain it like that way we can relate more. Because I don't know anything that no one says. Like, if you don't explain it, I'll never know it, right? If I told you I hate pineapples, you asked me why, and I just told you because I hate pineapple. That doesn't really help you.
And then also, like, granted, I was watching a good portion of that stuff, so I was able to, like, at least me personally, I was able to absorb some of it. But I think, you know, especially since a lot of folk either just watched your 5-minute video or watch a section of my video or potentially just watch a section of my video through your chat.
Dude, I'm gonna be honest here. I'm watching St. Tonus in that chat, like really trying to push buttons in a sense too, like saying like core skill activated, 500 damage. Like this isn't drama. This conversation should not be drama related in any which way, shape, form. This should be for content creators that are friendly to one another. That, in all honesty, is having a conversation. This should not be painted as drama.
I think some of the stuff is a little bit lost through it all. You know what I'm saying?
Well, see, like, it's just, I don't think we need to break it down, right? It's very simple, man. AOG just, he wants to be pro-consumer, right? He cares about the free-to-play and low-spender audience. There's a reason why his iconic opening is, this video is not for whales or dolphins. He is also admittedly opened to his community that he is not a sweaty player, so he represents the average player. That's why Average Look Gamer is his name, and that's why it fits.
ALG is reading the chat. ALG is actually reading the chat.
His channel so well, right? He cares about the free-to-play and low-spend players. It's that simple, and he feels like
I really feel like he
in a
is.
direction where it might be difficult for free-to-play and low-spend players to keep up in the future. Obviously, we only know how many DA patches do we know in advance from Hakushin? Like 2 or 3, I can't remember, but we are able to see in the future.
Yeah, he is. Streamer bot right there. It wasn't closed out.
Can't see the far future, but we're able to see what 2 or 3 in advance, and it's really that simple. I don't know why we got to break it down.
If I can answer that, I think the reason why I was asking personally, like to get more context, was because if we're talking about the average player, which I'm not saying that ALG isn't, an average player, like that he's a sweat or anything like that. But if we're talking about this based off the numbers, ALG is well above an average player, even if he doesn't spend a lot of money. The average player can't get past like 23, maybe 27K, and ALG smokes that score every single time. He even gets other people to smoke that score. So that's not average. And while I understand that he represents that, what ends up happening, which is what we've all seen from everyone's chats, is that the community or other types of players who can't actually get that 30K, 40K, 50K, they use ALG's words, anyone's words, really, any creator. They use these words as confirmation bias. Like they use it for their own reasoning. So when ALG says like, this is for him, I completely understand that. And so from that perspective alone, I'm right there with you. I get it. But now it's like, Kate, you told them, share it with your audience, and they took it and ran with it. So it's no longer just, this is only how ALG feels. They're using this as for like, this is how we all feel. We all are in the same boat.
I disagree with EO. I disagree with EO 100% on this. Like, I get what his point is that ALG is not the average consumer. ALG spends more time in the game. He's got a better fundamental knowledge than probably most of the casual players. But I don't feel like his entire community is taking it and running away and be like, I feel the same way. HP inflation's bad. The game don't feel... I don't feel... No. ALG is going to... I don't feel like his entire community is going to represent that. If anything, a portion of it probably would, feel the same way. It's just they have compassion to understand how he feels. And it's bringing up general conversation. If I tell you guys, for example, that, hey, look, right now I feel that ZZZ is a game made for fucking children. I'm not going to touch it. I'm going to play fucking Weathered Waves. You as a community are not the mass majority of this community would not just straight up throw your fucking things down and say, yeah, we're with you, Fox. Yeah, fuck ZZZ. You're not going to be like that. To me, that's a bad take. I don't think that ALG is an elitist. I think that over time, what do you consider casual is another question that I think EO needs this to be asked to him. Okay? I think this needs to be asked to EO. What do you consider a casual gamer? Because to me, a casual gamer, a tourist of sort, is not going to be spending, what is the definition of it? The main thing is what is the definition of what a casual gamer is in EO's mind? Every single one of you guys, let me ask you a question right now in the chat right now before we continue this. How many of y'all would consider yourselves a casual gamer in ZZZ? How many of y'all would consider yourselves elitist? How many of y'all consider yourselves very knowledgeable and that you are advanced in this game? Where do you consider your skill level value at? Come in, do story, enjoy, touch grid, then touch grass. Easy right here. I think, honestly, that's actually probably is that what you would consider casual? Because I think that's honestly probably the best thing. You come in, I think that's actually a good answer right there, to be honest. I think that's actually what I would consider a casual. But like I said, like, where do y'all consider yourselves at? Because a casual player, do we consider a casual player just like Easy over here said, come in, do the story, maybe do a couple dailies, do some grinding, and then get off and go touch some grass? Will we consider that the definition of a casual player? Or do we consider the terminology of a casual player is someone who enjoys the game, plays the game, learns the game, still plays the game, still gets to a certain point, still gets to a certain value, I guess you want to say. Again, where's the definition of casual play? What would you consider ALG? If you're a person who watches ALG, you watch Average Luck Gamer, you watch his content, you see, do you consider him a casual or not? Or do you consider him a person that understands the mentality? Casual player is a player that enjoys a variety of games, in my opinion. I think for me, let me throw out my opinion on this, okay? And y'all tell me if y'all would agree or disagree with this. To me, a casual player in ZZZ would be the type of person, and I'll say for like anybody who's in the gacha community, you're the type of person that ZZZ is not primarily your main game. Okay? You touch it, you do different things on it. You may have every now and then spent more than 4 hours on it here and there, but overall, whatever happens in the game, you don't honestly care. You don't care if you pull for the latest character, you don't care if you've done the events, you don't care if you did this, that, a whole bunch of other different things. You're enjoying the game for what it has to offer. And you're okay with it. You're the type of person that Deadly Assault, you didn't even get 6 fucking stars, you got 3 and you don't care. I'm good. I enjoyed it for what it is. I'll try it next time. And then you're out with your girlfriend going to fucking dinner, or you're out playing, NBA 2K on your PlayStation with your boys. You're in Gears of War, or even as a gacha community, you're a person who's played ZZZ. You did all the stuff you need to do. You jumped off. You went to Genshin. You went to Honkai Star Rail. You went to Weather Waves. You're not worried about doing all the sweaty shit. You're not worried about learning the components of your team. You're not worried about knowing the entire fundamentals of how Miyabi Mono Ice Team works. Right? I think that as a casual player, that's another way to describe it. You're not a person who gives a fuck about how to do, like, I need Lycon or whatever with Sukaku and Miyabi. I need to do this. I need to freeze the enemy, and I need to do like the next 30 seconds of stun timing. I need to get all this. You're not worried about perfect rotations. You're not worried about perfection. You're not worried about learning it to this degree. You are in a comfortable zone, and you're happy in this comfortable area. So it's like if you're playing a fighting game. I'm going to go against EO in this. This is what we consider a casual player in fighting games, okay? Best terminology. You're a person that came in, you played Guilty Gear. You picked a character. You like Chip Zanoff. You played Chip Zanoff. You learned 2 bread and butter combos. Okay? That's all you fucking learn, and that's it. You don't care about nothing else. You don't care about increasing the damage. You don't care about learning anything else about what else you can do. You don't care about how much more damage I can add, what types of jump canceling I can do. Maybe if I add a Roman cancel here, you don't care. You learn 2 fucking things. That's good enough. And you just went go play. You're not going to be stuck in the lab going learning shit. You're not doing none of this. You just got good enough to be comfortable. You learned the game to a certain extent, and you don't care about adding any more knowledge about the game to your head. You're comfortable. You're okay. You went come learn something very easy. You got a base knowledge, and you don't care about expanding on it. If it happens, great. If it doesn't, it doesn't. And I think that in terms of someone like ALG, to try to go ahead and say that, well, he's not really a casual, let me go take a look at something. Let me go take a look at something before we continue this. I'm not seeing videos about him doing like tech, really, like best team stuff like this. Like, I'm not seeing him doing like EO stuff. I see him doing like account reviews. I see him doing let's see, early access guide, maybe like basic stuff. Like, let's see, a 13-minute video. Let's see something like, is this something that's very detailed?
Everyone's favorite on a disorder, and her next charged attack will ignore 30% of the target's ice resistance. So when it comes to teams, this is definitely something that you can't miss out on. And therefore, when we look at teams, I'm only sharing those which had her passive active, as without it, she drops a lot of damage. I continuously ran the last stage of shield defense and logged my clear times. I also tried out Lucy in the third slot and found that to be pretty comfy but slightly worse. But as I'm used to playing Lucy, it was easy to play. But another side note that Lucy won't activate her core passive if used there. Where she could activate her passive though is with Bernice. Bernice Miyabi Lucy is not quite as good as the Yanagi team. In testing the current final Shiyu stage, it cleared around 3 seconds slower than Yanagi teams on average, which also brings us on to Lighter. Now we'll need Lucy to make sure that Miyabi activates her core passive, and for damage per screenshot, this is definitely the one, with Lucy's buff and Lighter's buff, and this was about the same as the Bernice team and about 5 seconds slower than the Yanagi team, but we're talking about 55 seconds to about a minute. So, you know, all of these teams are great, which kind of brings me to the... But I think that's for slots 4, 5, and 6, and I didn't really worry about how they rolled too much other than that. I wanted to demonstrate how a pretty average account would benefit from Miyabi. And Miyabi's the only character that I put a bit more effort into, and mostly that's just because she's kind of tricky to build, because you really want to make the most of the crit rate anomaly. Doing this, start to prioritize attack substats and then pen and then anomaly proficiency. In terms of Miyabi's slot 4, 5, and 6, you'll want a crit disc in slot 4, is slightly better than Rainforest Gourmet, but both are completely usable and I use them for most of my testing. Remember, Miyabi's raw stats and multipliers are so high that although you might be losing out on quite a bit of damage without her signature, she's still so strong. In terms of other engines, Electro Lip Gloss is slightly better than Weeping, and Grace's weapon, the Fusion Compiler, is slightly better than Lip Gloss. I also did try Ellen's weapon. Remember that you won't...
Give me a second here. I'm going to give you my opinion here in a second.
You may find it takes a while until you're happy, but even so, she'll be hitting harder than anything else on your account from the minute that you get her. At this point, I can't wait for the Zenless Zone Zero community to finally get their hands on Miyabi. There's also loads of cool stuff I kinda skimmed over, like her huge AoE and her cool double dash, so I'm sure when players get to play her, we'll find loads more of exciting stuff. So
he's very knowledgeable. He's very knowledgeable in the game. Okay. But this video is not talking anywhere, shape, form. Like, he's testing different teams, everything. We're not looking at specifics. We don't care about specifics. What we're caring about here is how does it feel? Like, we're not caring really too much about different things here. We're testing different things. We got information, and in general, let's just say ALG is not a casual player. Let's just say he is god tier, right? The content he's producing the content he's producing is more or less focused with the average player's fucking mindset. Like, it's just like, this is an easy guide to follow if you're a new player and you don't know about Miyabi. That, let's be honest, like, just from that couple of minutes of me listening to that, I think a casual player can understand that Miyabi is fucking strong as shit, that you don't need the W engine at that point, all this other stuff. It's very well broken down to where it's very easy for a casual to understand that. So like an average player could understand it, to an even new player can understand it, versus someone like EO that's going to be sitting there and is going to be dissecting every single fucking little bit of the fucking kit. And that video is going to be over an hour long. We're just basically getting the short answer here. So again, it comes down into the case that I think that EO's understanding what a casual player is versus what ALG actually is, I think might be misinterpreted. I think ALG has a great understanding of the game, but I don't think ALG really gives two flying fucks about like learning every single perfect denominator of a team composition, the characters, or the builds to a certain. He is in a comfortable spot. This is like what I said before, all this drama, and not drama, but all these conversations has happened when the DA first came in, is that all I saw on Reddit and all I saw on Twitter for whales and such is the same wording I'm going to use here. And I think ALG is feeling it. It's hitting your comfort zone. And that's no longer fun. To a casual player, I think, let me explain this. If no one explains this to EO, I will explain this to EO. As a casual player, he's been playing Guilty Gear. We're going to call ZZZ Guilty Gear here. He's been playing Guilty Gear since day one release. He loves the game. He loves the animation. He loves the characters. He loves the story. He never bothered to actually care about learning all the dust loop combos and everything else. He just, he learned a few things. He's been good. He wins maybe 4 out of 10 of his matches, but he's still happy. And now the game is updated. They have changed things in his kit. His entire combo scheme doesn't feel the same no more. It doesn't feel as good anymore. And his comfort zone has been hit. And it's no longer becoming fun anymore. Because now the game's trying to tell him, you need to learn something new. And the comfort zone is been attacked. That's the point. Most average casual players that I have ever dealt with in the FGC, they love a fighting game. They love Blaze Blue. They love Guilty Gear. They love this. But when the major patches happen and the balance checks happen and these characters get nerfed, and certain characters get buffed, sometimes you're going to have a casual player that's going to quit the game because, oh shit, the game don't feel fun no more. You hit my comfort zone. That's it. You hit my comfort zone. It's no longer fun. Why am I being forced to have to learn something new when I learned this and it was working? It was working. You changed something. Now this don't work no more. And you're trying to force me to adapt. And when most times the casual player will accept it the first time, they'll accept it the second time. The third, the fourth, and the fifth time this happens, typically they're so off-put because these changes are happening in the game that guess what they fucking do? They move on to a new game. ALG loves ZZZ. ALG don't like the HP inflation. He understands probably. He probably actually does understand that in general, it's not a big deal. I honestly going to tell you, I honestly think ALG does not think it's a big deal. For others, it's a big deal to him. Because it's hitting his comfort. That is, like he said, all of this is to him. It's not fun no more to him. Burnt Out might be a part of it, but I think that the other part of it is that the comfort of what he's been producing, the comfort of what he's been working with, just feels attacked. And it honestly gets upsetting. I think that's the best way I'm going to put it. Right. The thing is, ALG wants to chase high scores. That is his fun. But when the HP inflation and everything else is coming in, and those high scores seem to go down and not go up, and what was achieved before is not being achieved now because the game's trying to force players to upgrade. They're trying to force players to spend more. They're trying to force, basically, he's F2P, right? He's completely F2P. Look how many fucking polychroms he's got right here. He's got 31,564 that he's got saved. That's free. What he's pissed off about, and he's actually rightfully so, is the game is trying to persuade him to spend it. It has hit his comfort zone, and the game is trying to make him utilize this here. And that does not feel good. Because how hard did he have to work to build this account, to build these polychroms? Okay, so he's a low spender. Even then, if he's a low spender, again, that still would hurt. But let's continue on. The point of what I was trying to get here, first and foremost, is that I think EO came into this with the wrong mentality. I think EO is trying to push that, ALG is not a casual player, but what do you determine as a casual player? If I have... Let me bring up St. Tonus since he's in the chat with this shit, right? Since he's in the chat right here at ALG. Let me bring this up. Would anyone here regard that St. Tonus is, by any means, an expert fucking player in Weather and Waves? Would they by any means say that he is a sweaty fucking 100% godlike fucking player in Weather and Waves? That he is straight up expert level? No. Right? That would be a far fucking fat cry to a no, right? We can all agree with that. That would be absolutely no, because we've seen him have to reset 100 times. We've seen him have to cheese fucking WUWA. We've seen him do a bunch of different things that would regard that, yeah, the guy doesn't actually feel like he plays the game. Right? We can all agree. He's more of a casual in some regards to a lot of people in Weather and Waves. But, and I hate to say this, okay? But this is the truth. St. Tonus's knowledge in Weather and Waves, while sometimes there is a bit of misinformation sometimes, is far more superior than the majority of fucking players out there. He does have a complete understanding to a certain degree of how those builds actually should work. He has a far much higher knowledge base about the mechanics of the game. He might not be able to perform them, but he knows they exist. He has that knowledge. He has actual regardless of what you believe, he is a person that follows the game, that reads the kits, that has an understanding, sometimes maybe misinterprets them, but then corrects it sometimes later on. He does, in general, have a much higher level of knowledge than the average player in Weather and Waves. I will say that. But just because you have knowledge, just because you're book smart, does not necessarily translate that you have skill. Just because I know how Soul Bad Guy works in Guilty Gear, how Azuka works in Guilty Gear, just because I know how Potinkum and all the matchup data works and all the frame data known to fucking man. Just because I know it does not necessarily mean that I know how to use it. That's the point. That's the point where I'm going to put into EO is just because you know that ALG has more knowledge, he's a chaser of things, he's like this, he's hungry, does not constitute that you know where his comfort level is at.
But they're not in the same boat. ALG's up here with us, score-wise.
Yeah,
performance-wise, you know?
I feel like I understand what you're saying there, Rio, but like, I guess, so what is being taken out of context from what I'm saying? Also, I just want to say, initially, I came on this call and I came in hot. I thought it was going to be a little bit more hot. I'm not going to lie. But we're having a very chill, balanced discussion.
No,
We were attacking you, bro. Josh, I told you.
Yeah. No, bro. Like, that's why I wanted to open.
I know how EO's mentality is right now. Like, I'm not going to lie. Like, this right here is a little cringe to me.
Chill, balanced discussion.
No.
Initially, I came on.
To me, ALG's coming off. He's saying right here, hey, look, initially this conversation, I thought, hey, look, he's apologizing, right? In my personal opinion, he's kind of apologizing in this regards, right?
On this call, and I came in hot. I thought it was going to be a little bit more hot. I'm not going to lie. But we're having a very chill, balanced discussion.
Right there, the guy's opening up. Right? I think we can all agree. Not going to lie.
No.
This right here with EO.
Josh, I told.
See, like, I know it's all fun and games, but like how EO is right here, that's kind of cringe, man. Like, ALG's definitely got some emotional value going on right now, some emotional feelings going in. Like, while we're still friends, while we're still talking and stuff like this, I think that there needs to be a little bit more seriousness still involved. I'm just saying.
Yeah. No, bro. Like, that's why I wanted to open and why I say, like, dude, like,
okay, yeah,
I get it.
But so
Yeah.
I'm chilling. I'm big
Mm-hmm.
chilling. But yeah, I guess the follow-up question to EO is then, so what's been misinterpreted from what I've said, from what you're seeing, like my community running with that?
I think the initial thing whenever I heard it from the stream, right? I told you I have to go like rewatch it, and then from the video, the follow-up video that you made, it doesn't really. I guess the representation isn't just you; it's the representation more like what Kate said, which is like representing the average player. But the data that we have, even if we're not looking 3-4 patches down the line with Hakush, the data that we have still shows that the average player can clear. The average clear score is like 23 to 27K. Like,
okay,
that's the data that we have. Like, I can't go off any data that we don't have.
But why?
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm
right.
Go on, Kate. Yeah, you go.
I know, AOG brother. I got you. Okay?
Yeah, you know what I'm gonna say.
I got you, homie. I got you. So, EO,
This is why I felt so.
Can we get that's not the point.
That's not the point.
The point was
I asked you
never
earlier, and you told me
the
like it's
point
super
was
simple, but it's not.
You're missing it. That's not the
It is,
point.
because
Simple,
if
then
you-
tell it to me in a simple
if
way.
if it is though, because ALG said that, right? He said he's not saying that we can't clear now. Just like you said, it's showing that everybody can clear right now. He said that, bro. He said that it's not that they can't clear now. It's being cautious for the future. He said that multiple times.
But that
So
was
it is
something that we
simple.
also reiterated before, all of us, right? Like before.
I think at the end of the day,
we're
I
all under
I
that
don't
same
think we
thing.
disagreed with that at all. Like we're all being cautious and always monitoring those
Yep.
kind of metrics.
Yep.
As the front leading, pack of folk who do this day in and day out, we're not unaware of a lot of the metrics on the environmental side. Yet,
well, then I don't really know what we're
even
debating.
some
then.
still on. Well, I wasn't coming into debate.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Just coming in to have my back.
Yeah.
Just big dubs. Okay.
Yeah, like I'm not here to come in and like disprove anything. Not well. I didn't come here at least to do any of that. And the whole idea of bringing us all together, and then also having Katane in here is to help like break a lot of those assumptions and break a lot of those things down, not only for myself, also for Chad, because Chad also has preconceived notions and develops certain ideas, and independent of us, of course, this Chad develops certain ideas and concepts around what they already have as their preconceived notions around also the stuff that we're saying.
I guess though, like you're saying that you're agreeing, but like the video, like there was a lot of things that you didn't agree with me on, and you said at the end like you agree with me to an extent, and I haven't got all of the way through it.
I think
but...
a lot of it came down to the and one of the things where you're just like, man, like this guy doesn't get it was a lot more of these subjective aspects, whereas when it came to the more direct numbers and stuff, like the average characters are getting slightly more outpaced with the generalized graph of HP inflation. Now we can always talk about the intricacies and yada yada yada. That's for a different conversation or a different part of the conversation. But I agree with you. Right? So we agree way more than I think than you think we do, even though there are a lot of points that we focused on that were the disagreeing points.
Okay. Well, do you want to open one of those up then?
Yeah.
The disagreeing or the agreeing ones?
The disagreeing, sure. Why not?
I could if you guys want.
100.
Go ahead. Yeah.
God damn it. Can I be fucking honest here? I think EO is a really good person. But my gosh, he really wants to get involved in the conversation. To me, this is a conversation that you're supposed to be a mediator, right? This is between Josh and ALG. They're having a conversation. Josh should be the one that is answering about the disagreement points, not EO. EO comes in after. The first one to talk when ALG presented, like, okay, you want to talk about, you want to bring up some of those points, when Josh says which the agree or the disagree, go for the disagree. Okay, that is not for you to jump in. That is for Josh to start.
Otherwise, like I feel like because I mean I just watched the video.
Like, am I wrong? Am I wrong about that? Am I wrong about my feelings about that? I'm just asking. Like, am I wrong that I feel like EO just wants to jump in? It's like he is so gun ho about this that he just wants to dive right in and be like, have Zenless Zone Zero's back. When this is not about having Zenless Zone Zero's back. like, I'm just saying.
Josh, and there was some of it that you agreed with me on, but it felt like a lot of it was you saying that I was incorrect about certain things, or and that's fine. I accept that, but this conversation now feels quite different to that.
I think from what I gathered, from what I watched for both,
and again, like I came in hot. I'm chilling. I just want to understand a little bit more. Anyway, sorry.
Yeah, clarification.
Yeah.
No, you're good. Yeah, you're good. So I think we all agree with the HP inflation and like where it could go, right? And like that could be a problem in the future.
Correct.
I think where I disagreed, and kind of probably where Josh was coming from with his points, was more so I guess like the definition, or rather there's a word that I'm thinking of, the stigma behind what in-game is, like what that represents. Because if we're talking about, as I mentioned earlier, like the try hard, like this is what you're supposed to be here for, then you can't really expect the average player, not specifically you, because I've already established like, you're kind of like well above the average score wise, you know what I mean? But as far as like them and like that 23-27K bracket, they're not achieving that. And there's a reason that is well before we get to the HP inflation. So that's my thing about it. When we have that type of conversation, it's like, are we only looking at this and only going to blame that for why a player couldn't get to this point?
Okay. That's an action agreeable take that I have with EO. That's actually before all this shit happened. We were talking about the HP inflation and everything here for the last couple of days. That's exactly what my thought pattern is before we blame the game for the HP inflation and everything else. As gamers, as players, we should look at what we're doing right and what we're doing wrong first and foremost before we go into straight up the preconsumption of blaming the game, blaming HP inflation, all this other stuff. Again, there's new disk drives, one of them which is only for seed, the other one which is that basically replaces swing jazz, that has 100% uptime that you can utilize and stuff like on Nicole and such, which actually benefits more some of the characters for the supports and everything. But in general, as gamers, I think that the biggest thing is that what we should be looking at is there anything we can do to improve ourselves first that we have the capabilities of doing right now, or of what is something that we need to do in the future, before we just jump the gun to automatically blame the game. This is things that I tested in Elden Ring. This is things I've tested in Dark Soul games, Soul-like games experiences before, is that when balance patches, even in fighting games, before I go out of my way to say that, oh, this change is shit, this change is bad, let me go through my stuff first, let me take a look at it, and let me debate that as I go. I agree in that case with EO that there's going to be a lot of different players out there that most likely is going to look at, the last change here in DA, and the first thought in their mind, HP inflation's a fucking problem. Oh God, this is bad. The game's going to EOS tomorrow. There's going to be some players that's going to be saying that kind of stuff. And they're not going to ultimately pause before saying that, think, go back and realize, well, I got 3 disk drives that all have HP and defense like double on my substats. Maybe I actually finally change those. Maybe if I actually upgrade maybe I've actually finally upgraded my skill tree to where I could put these calipers on it, to where I max out the fucking skill tree segments on it. There's things that you could do to improve. The best way I could explain this, and the example I'll give, is like we had a GN player that came into the live stream about a year ago, or around this time actually, that could not complete the Tower of Adversity. That had a Summon 3 GN with the signature weapon at like a rank 2 or rank 3, somewhere around there. And dude's got the greatest fucking echoes, all this stuff, but he can't complete tower adversity. And it made no fucking sense. We watched the video clip of him playing and we were like, how the fuck is he doing so little damage? After some investigation, we found out, because he's bitching about weather and waves. He's bitching, he can't do this. He's bitching. We found out he never fucking upgraded his goddamn skill tree. Everything was at 1. It never got touched. He thought for some reason sequences was the route to go and just put on the best echo systems, because he had some really good echoes. And he never fucking realized that he could upgrade his skill tree. After he upgraded his skill tree, he was able to clear the fucking tower of adversity with no problems. Sometimes players will overlook the most minor of fucking things, not thinking that it is a problem when it could be, in general, the fucking problem. We all have different ways of thinking. We all have different ways we handle things. That's what's great about CCs that help out people. That's a great thing about where people in general talk things out and look at things and work. Because before we say that the problem here is the game, let's take a look to see if there's anything that we can do that we can prove that the problem is the game. You see what I'm getting at? If this guy would have had a full-blown skill tree, R3 fucking, like, summon 3 fucking character, summon 3 character with an R3 weapon and had the best echoes, like all this, and his skill tree would have been all the way done, and then he would have been in Tower Versus, showed me the video he couldn't complete, I would have scratched my head. I've been like, I don't know what the fuck you... I guess the game's actually fucked in. Then at that point in time, I would have to question that maybe it's skill play. Maybe you actually have to be a little bit more sweaty. Don't know. Maybe then team composition actually fucking matters. But before I can blame the game, we need to use the simple logic of computer IT repair. Keep it simple, stupid. The KISS method. Let me tell you like this. In IT, how many fucking people are going to tell me the computer is broken? It won't turn on. The computer fried. The computer is a piece of shit, right? And you got to trace back to the first part. You look at the very first part to the back to the end. You know how many times a fucking customer I've been in a customer location to where they've kicked the power plug by accident out of the fucking wall socket, and the reason why the computer won't turn on is because it's unplugged from the wall? You know how many times I've had to go to a person where they said their monitor's burnt out, but the HDMI cable behind the monitor was not plugged in all the way? You know how many times I have seen customers say that my computer's so fucking slow I can't open up any web browsers, but they got over 128 fucking tabs of Excel open in the background? Sometimes you have to start from ground one. You have to be in this location, and you got to start from ground zero and work your way up to see what the problem is before I can ultimately say, yeah, the computer's fucked. Keep it simple, stupid.
Yeah. Okay, just before...
Problem exists between keyboard and chair.
Yeah.
What's up, sir?
I want to make sure that when we are saying... There's a reason why I genuinely... And maybe some people will just disagree with me, but there's a reason why I genuinely really hate the 2 words that make the phrase skill issue. At the end of the day, there is nothing wrong with being an average player. At the end of the day, there is nothing wrong with being a casual player.
Nope.
I don't want it to ever make it sound like, because sometimes it makes it sound like people, when they say average player or casual, that it's like a slur, like, oh my god, oh my god,
agreed.
Like, oh my god, you're like, holy shit, you're a fucking casual. Oh, dude, you're an average player. Just step it up. Like, please, I just want to make sure that we don't ever fall.
That's the fault of competitive players. That's the fault of ranked games. That's the fault of, in general, like the FGC. That's the fault of Call of Duty. I'm old enough to tell you I've been in like clans and shit like this, guilds and such for like different things like Call of Duty, World of Warcraft, different types of games in the past, right? And it is utilized as a slur. Casual gamers utilize it as a slur a lot of fucking times because why the fuck you're in rank, you casual fucking player? What the fuck? You're a casual in fucking rank. I've heard this shit. I've seen this shit. I've seen people bitch about this shit. And that mentality has never gone the fuck away. But the problem is that the age of gaming from back then until now has changed drastically. The world is not around the idea, like the games are not being developed around the mentality of rank no more. Because fucking game developers have fucking realized something. Konami, Capcom, all these fucking places have fucking realized something. Even Arc System Works has figured it out. Games don't fucking sell if it's for a niche community. Games fucking sell if it's casual. Why do you think Guilty Gear Strive is the way it fucking is now? Compared to all of the previous Guilty Gears beforehand. All the previous Guilty Gears beforehand had a skill expression, a level of skill that you had to accomplish if you want to make it at this level. Because when people reach this level, you're going to maybe win. You will win probably 0 out of 10 times against a fucking competitive player at that point. The game is not designed with a casual in the mind. And you know how many copies those games sell? Maybe 100,000 copies. That's a piss in the bucket. But when you make the game like Guilty Gear Strive and you fucking make it to where a casual player can come in and now you're taking away more skill value that the old players used to have and you're making it more accessible for them to actually be able to play it and actually be good and feel like they're good at the game and everything, guess what the fuck happens? All of a sudden, Guilty Gear Strive sells 1 million copies. So this mentality of skill issue, of rank, and stuff like this that has gone on for years is dying. And the game developers are realizing this in general game design, that people want fucking to play a game and not be sweaty. And for a lot of us, some people like me, I'm an old-time boomer, man. I have to accept it. I might not like it, but it's just like weather and waves with AI, man. You got to accept it. AI is the new fucking fundamental fucking power. You might not like AI, but AI is here to stay. Either keep hating it or figure out how to utilize it in a way that you're comfortable with. Simple as that.
We're
not using it that way.
A lot of people in chat. Yeah, thank you for clarifying that. A lot of people in chat have that same exact point. Yeah.
I cannot stand it. It really makes my blood fucking boil, bro. Because I do, on average, between 50 to 60 account reviews every single week. I do my best to do as many as I can.
Yep.
And it always makes my fucking blood boil when I go to see someone's DA score and the chat spams skill issue. And I made that skill issue emote for like fun, as a meme, as a joke, but there's a time and a place for it. Like, I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page. Like, there's nothing wrong with being an average player.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with being a casual player.
I'm not using it to describe it in that way. I legit mean like.
But no, I just want to
explaining it.
Yeah, I want to dig back into the point that you made about endgame though. So when you asked a question about endgame and like what we're defining endgame as.
Yes.
So I like what is the question? I'm confused. What's the question here?
The first one or the second one? The first one about what is endgame. That was the very first question I asked when we got in the call.
Okay.
The question that I asked recently was less of a question, more so of a statement, like a disagreement on like, I guess like how we're defining endgame and like what dictates or where a player should be at that point. Because essentially endgame is like the try hard stuff. You know, you don't really expect like if I go to the Elite Four in Pokemon, I'm not going to bring my level 1 Caterpie versus Lance's level 87 Dragonite, right? Like I'm not prepared. You know what I mean?
But here, let me stop you there because like a lot of people assumed that was my argument. And I don't think ALG is also thinking that you're bringing your level 1 Caterpie. But if you're bringing your level like 53 Butterfree or whatever, Butterfree, right? It's going to have a starkly great disadvantage from bringing the Dragonite, from bringing your Mewtwo's or your bringing your Charizards or Blastoises. 100%. 100%.
Okay,
right?
so
And yeah, go ahead if you at the point.
No. I think I was just going to ask a follow-up question, which was, so what are casuals doing in Zenless Zone Zero then? Like, if they're not playing the combat, what are they doing?
Story, lore, and events.
Story,
combat, they can still
lore,
play, but they're
events,
not
mini
doing
games, hangout
They're not
events.
doing Shiyu, and they're not doing Deadly Assault, and they definitely don't do Talent
Gooning.
past 15.
Yeah, I
'Cause
just
only if like the player base is 90% casual, then 10% is they attempt end game, and they don't even complete it. It's just an attempt. So it's not a lot. Like when people say like mostly casual players play blank, they're not talking about end game from a numerical standpoint.
Okay, so to flip this argument around then, so the players who are more engaged in the end game, the players who are here watching our stream yap, the players who are subscribed to my YouTube channel and therefore getting the information on my post, they're concerned. Well, I'm not going to say anything about them being concerned or not, but what I am going to say is that 79% of them, their DA scores dropped by more than 5%. And I think that
79%
what
of the
that means is
10%
that,
are
like, let's just take the casual thing out of it. I think the players who are playing the end game, the players who are dedicated to the end game, are getting put into a position where they're feeling pressured to pull for new characters, and maybe they do, and maybe they don't want to pull for those new characters, but that's kind of up to them. And I think what a lot of my argument boils down to is, I'm going to shout out Razor CT for saying this in chat earlier, is that a lot of players are feeling punished for not pulling the new unit.
See, I told you I was reading the chat.
And not rewarded for pulling the unit. It used to feel like you would pull a unit in Zenless Zone Zero, and it would feel fun. It would feel like, oh my god, I can't believe I'm able to do this. Whereas now, it's feeling a lot more like... And again, this is subjective. This is just the way I feel. But it's feeling a lot more like you pulled a new unit to get slightly higher DA scores so you can take advantage of a buff this week.
Yeah. If you don't mind me asking, when did you start feeling that way? Like with what character?
Well, specifically the way that I started to feel this way was with Seed.
Okay. I think you and everyone else feeling that way with Seed in particular, I agree with. Not the character.
That makes no sense to me. Rewind this. That makes no sense to me.
The way that I started to feel this way was with Seed. Well, a lot more like... And again, this is subjective. This is just the way I feel. But it's feeling a lot more like you pulled a new unit to get slightly higher DA scores so you can take advantage of a buff this week.
Yeah. If you don't mind me asking, when did you start feeling that way? Like with what character?
Well, specifically the way that I started to feel this way was with Seed.
That makes no sense to me. Like, I'm trying to convey this. I'm trying to convey this now. So he specifically felt this because of Seed. Seed is this banner. So this is not something... I think he might be misspeaking here, right? Because this has like Oth was figuring that this was something that he was feeling like maybe since like the beginning of 2.0 or something. Not just now. Because I think we all like like relatively speaking here, we all know the buffs are bad in this DA. The next two buffs look good. Like, people are going to get their scores back up in the next two deadly assault runs. But if he would have said something like, I've been feeling like this since 1.5 and like the shield buffs and everything, I just don't like how it's been, or since 2.0 or something, I feel like I could take it, a lot more, I hate to say it like this, but more seriously. If it's just happening now because of Seed, I am very well confused.
Okay. I think you and everyone else feeling that way with Seed in particular, I agree with. Not the character not fun part, but the sentiment. And that was something that I was mentioning with my chat. I really feel like it's just like this DA, it's Defiler. Like, this DA is just dog shit. It's not a good DA.
I disagree with EO on that one. I think this DA is actually really fun. I think to some people, it's dog shit in terms of, it's a new boss. It's got 2 invincibility options, and recently, like the last video that we were talking about, the last video before all this that we were watching, I didn't bring it up then, but like, I understand that some people are upset right now because when it comes to the performance points and shit like this, like the new bosses, in all honesty, makes it to where you don't feel like you're earning the performance points, but I feel that is actually the direction that the game needs to go. That it needs to have these little mini games to get the performance points. Because, I hate to say it like this, but you need to casualize the game in order to help the casual player to achieve something. And those 5,000 points are so fucking easy to collect on Defiler. Those points with Miasma Fiend is so easy to collect. It's just Miasma Priest that still requires, but even then it's not even that hard. It's just parry, 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 parry. But still, Miasma Priest is more, it's still more simpler and everything else. It's not like I got to proc disorders and everything like on the Butcher and shit like this. So, in terms for casual play, maybe EO doesn't like it because, they're making it too fucking easy. But that's the fucking direction that I see that they have to go to make it easier for players to get that 5,000 points, that performance points to get on that score. So that way, that's 5,000 points you don't have to worry about. All they got to do is kill 15. They got to kill 15% of the boss's fucking health value, and they got 5,000 for fucking free. It's the Guilty Gear Strive mentality.
Because we haven't had that feeling, I assume, right? You haven't felt that way with any other character, or mostly any other Deadly Assault. And so it's one thing to say, like, okay, we feel this way currently about this current DA with Seed, versus like, this has been a recurring pattern.
Right.
Well, I mean,
Sambi,
if I'm honest though, it didn't feel that bad with Alice, but it does feel like since 2.0 hit, it feels like the shill bosses and shill buffs that
There we go. There we go.
Worse and worse. Not necessarily worse and worse, like in a, like it's bad kind of way, but like they're getting more specific to the characters in particular. And I think like the problem for me then stems from, well, like if it's super specific to the character and it just feels more and more impactful as we combine that shill with the HP inflation. So we have that specific shill, plus then we have the HP inflation. So then what's happening with the...
Hold on. So we're talking about the bosses, we're talking about the shilling, right? Let me do something here real quick. Let me pause this really quickly. I want to see something. I want to see something real quick. I'm not trying to be an asshole here. I really am not. I was gonna do all of them. Okay. Marinette. Victorian house. Lycon. Ellen. Like, this is designed around that faction. Dead End Butcher. What would you say? I don't know who. This one might be more of a generic. When it comes to Bringer, this is a Miyabi check. This is doesn't mean you can't do it with the other characters, but this is definitely fucking Miyabi. This would have been like Electric, so like Anton and Grace and them, like Bellabog. We know Defiler is right now for Seed and Noble Squad. This is going to be for Alice Yuzuha, Shifu and them. Pompeii, would that not be in more honest like relation because of when that came out? Would that not be with the Sons of Caledon, with Lighter and with Caesar and them, like more shield to that section? Like, I'm sorry to say it like this, but I feel like the bosses, like you got Bernice, you got Lighter, you got Lucy, you got Caesar, which are all part of Sons of Caledon that could work with the faction. Like, weren't these bosses already shield to particular characters? In a lot of sense, it's just that, like, right now, the 1.0 characters kind of not hitting as hard yet to the 2.0 characters, but let me think about that one. That's one that I need to think about. Let's see. Let them hear more.
What's happening with the end game is it's just trending in a very dangerous direction. I think that's the thing that I'm most concerned about, is that we're combining the shield buffs with the HP inflation, and it will, if the trend continues, it will reach a point where it will feel fucking terrible not to pull a new character.
Okay. I can see where you're coming from for sure.
Yeah.
I think I'd have to see a little more on, like, yeah, you can say something, Kate.
The specific buffs for new characters are outrageous. They're
the
C buff is ridiculous. Yeah.
Okay, I think we all agree on this. Like, there is an attack buff for using 2 attackers. Wow. I wonder what team composition, wants you to have 2 attackers.
Can I play devil's advocate really quick?
Please.
I don't think that one is that bad. I think it's bad for the players that
Chat,
clearly
lads in chat, I am talking
did
to you
not
now.
invest into attack.
Please do not badmouth other creators.
And Steve, even if you didn't
we're all
pull
chill
Seed,
here,
right? Because you
not
still
EO,
get
not Saint,
the benefit from
not Josh,
just
not
one.
Kete.
You still get some buff.
W's only. You can criticize the take, don't criticize the person.
Better. And 2 is them trying to dictate or rather push. Hey, we really want to show off dual DPS, or like we really want to do this thing with this comp. So I feel like, yeah, it's really powerful, but I can't really say it's any more egregious than getting a 35 or 50% defense shred on whatever it is just for me popping a couple disorders. Or whenever Miyabi was first here, they basically gave every ice unit or every anomaly unit a free AM disc. Like you walk in there and you get AM6 for free.
I'm not gonna lie. I am not gonna lie. Saint started that shit. Saint knows exactly what his presence is going to provide, and he is straight up already in that chat that was pushing, insults to EO with core skill, damage. He's going to claim that he was attacking the argument. He was attacking EO in that sense. He knows exactly what the fuck he's doing. Like I said, right here, Saint has done something, which he's playing this game in ZZZ right now, and it's fucking hilarious because it's actually fucking working. It's actually working. There is right now. I said this in the last live stream. There's a crack in the fucking wall. There's a crack in the wall. ALG is that crack, and all we have to do is we have to be there for that crack and just stand there and we gotta poke it. That crack is gonna open up and the dam's gonna bust. The next couple of weeks is actually going to be fucking interesting as fuck when it comes to the drama of the ZZ community. I'm telling you this right now. I don't know which way it's gonna go. But it's going to be it's going to be interesting to watch the next couple of weeks. There's a crack in the wall. We're going to see how it goes.
Which let people run attack 6 Miyabi, and you got the same benefits as if you were running 2 Dis 6.
I don't know if I agree with that. Like AOG said, from 2.0, the Ishwin, the buff that's tailor made for Ishwin.
Mm-hmm.
If you next time that buff is in DA for Ishwin, it's gonna also probably be the same buff for Idhari, because we know Idhari's Ice Rupture, and that buff also happens to buff ice damage. So it's probably gonna be the same buff for Idhari.
Mm-hmm.
What I think people should start doing is really go into that DA cycle, use the shield buff if you have the character that the buff is for, and then do another clear afterwards without it. I accidentally did that with Seed on stream. I accidentally did that. I was trying to get a 55k run, and I got 47, and I was like, bro, what the fuck? What's going on, bro?
Classic.
And then I was like, oh, wrong buff, right?
He's so good,
and
to
then
even realize.
Bro,
oh my 47k score.
Oh
no. We'll blame it on the Astra. The Astra was carrying. Astra had mind skips. We'll blame it on her. But anyways, that's not my point.
You know I'm about
right?
to do that now. Fuck
it's
her.
not my point.
Fuck her, bro.
My point is, I went back and I redid it with the buff. 13k score difference on the first try on just damage alone.
Yeah.
The shield buffs ever since 2.0 have gotten stronger and much better for the specific characters on banner. It's ridiculous. Try running Alice without the Artful buff. You're going to see a significant score difference.
Now, let me ask you, as a follow up to that, I'm trying to figure out how to word it. What I want to ask you is, why would it matter? But I don't want to say it that way. So I'm trying to figure out, like, how would that matter for you as a player if you did or did not get that score? Like, if I got the score and you didn't get the score, but I have Seed and you don't, what difference would that make for you?
Okay,
like, how does that make you feel any different?
Think about it. Okay, here, I'll give you a great example. I was on Reddit this morning, and someone posted a full M0, no signature engines, Seed, Corrin, Trigger team. None of them had signature engine, but they got 23,000 points, right? Obviously, I didn't see the gameplay. They only had the screenshot, so I can't I can't tell you what the gameplay looked like or not, but I did see they were using the seed buff. Now, take that seed buff away. How high do they get? Think about it. They got 23k with the great buff, with the incredible buff.
If we're doing it based off the number you just said with 13k, there's no way they only get 10k.
No, they probably don't get 10k, but they're definitely probably not getting 20, maybe 18, 19.
Then their build's not ready. And that was something that we were talking about earlier with like the math behind it. Because that's a level 1 to level 11. So the first 11 HP bars, you're fighting a Shiyu boss. That's all that is. You're fighting a Shiyu defense boss. And if you can't kill a Shiyu defense boss, you're definitely not handling Deadly Assault. And that's a whole different style of like endgame.
But do you see that's a player who probably doesn't see it that way, right? That's a player who probably really listen to me real quick. That's a player who got that 23k with that seed corn team.
Yep. That
was really happy, and now they're not going to probably look at their builds and see what they can improve because they're saying, "Oh, first try with my new seed team. Oh my god, like, yo, this team is great. I got the 20k I needed for my 3-star." They're probably not going to look at their builds, and then the next time they go and do it without that buff in the future, they're gonna go, "Oh, what? Wait, but what happened?" You see what I'm saying?
100%. Yeah. And you're saying, I mean, granted, we can mention a couple of factors when it comes to results-based analysis, right? But I think a lot of us, and when it comes to where
I just want to say really quickly, because I understand what Kate's getting at about like the shill, buffing. Let me bring something up real quick for Yijan's fucking sheer, the shield buffing that she had at the time when it came in. We all know that Shifu is ether, right? Like, it's sheer force damage, but it is ether, right? We all know this, right? Like, that buff was universal. I feel it was more universal than anything because this buff right here for Seed sucked, but 2.0 was actually pretty good because ether anomaly build-up rate, and they're preparing it also for physical anomaly build-up rate. So, like, Jane Doe got a benefit from it. Am I wrong? And when you're trigger, the attribute anomaly, the defense is ignored by 10%. Attribute. This comes back around. Physical anomaly is also going to be really good with Alice and Yuzuha. Like, this is the first DA, that's the buff. Like, that's more universal. Seed's buff just is shit. But I can see this being used for the Shifu team. I can see this used with Alice, with Jane Doe. I can see this being utilized particularly multiple different ways. And it still feel really fucking good. This one right here, is practically even decent. Max HP is increased by 30%. Ultimate damage ultimates by 40%, and after ultimate energy and adrenaline generation rates 15%. Ether ice damage is increased by 40% for 20 seconds. I just think that this DA, like let me go back real quick. Let me go back. Looking at Deadly Assaults. Shit. Alice and Yuzuha 12th. It's July. Oh, okay, wait a minute. Maybe I'm wrong, actually. Maybe it's actually sooner than this. Maybe I got the wrong one. Hold on. That was the Yuzuha one. This is a Yuzuha out. This one, right? No. No. Seventh. It just came back. Oh no, it's this one. Agent damage increased 20, physical damage increased by 20. So what was the fucking point? This is what they took the ether out of it. Like, the previous current buffs don't look... I'm gonna be honest, I'm gonna have to disagree with Kate. I don't think that the old buffs from since 2.0, 2.1 really was that bad.
I kind of conflict with ALG is that I'm not trying to say you guys should base your feelings on results-based analysis.
So, yeah, but you can't invalidate someone's feelings if they feel a certain way about getting a score.
That's fair. That's fair.
I don't think I'd want to
where I came off, I might have came off in the sense that, like, you know, you should be cold, hard, calculated all the time. You should, you know, assess your build. You should assess your performance. No. I don't mean that at all. But I think where we're coming from, especially when we started this section of the conversation, we cut off all the casuals. We were looking at the players who are trying to approach the end game, weren't we?
That's what I was about to mention.
Yeah, so I think that's also what we should say as well, is that, like, when we're talking about players who are approaching the end game, I think we should be taking what they're saying on faith. Like, if they're saying that they're struggling to clear, and I know, Kete, like, you and I, we've been into people's accounts when they said that they can't clear, and we've seen, like, absolutely catastrophic builds. But I think we should be taking it on faith that the player base understands what they're doing when they're at that point of play in the game.
Yes and no. Yes and no. That is a hard one to... That is a hard one. Like, you don't need to be cold-hearted, calculated, like Joshua was saying right there. But I'm trying to think of the perfect analogy for this. I'm trying to think of the perfect analogy for this. To try to explain this in the most simplest of terms and what my feeling is around it. Have any of y'all, like, how many of y'all got a job? Like, you've been working at a job for a very long time. You know, maybe like over a year, 2 years, right? Have you ever had a situation where maybe something happened at your job, or even in real life? Okay, maybe you can figure something else out from this. I'm just using this as an example. Like, you got a job, right? I want you to picture you got a job. Something happens at that job. You make a mistake, for example, or something changes, and something just ultimately is now a rain cloud on top of you that is drenching you and it's pouring down. Okay? Like, let's say right now, at that job, something detrimental happens. You think something detrimental happens. You're feeling absolutely like you're about to get fucking fired. There was a mistake made. You're fucking panicking, right? The feeling is absolutely bad. It's horrible. Your boss messages you on your Teams application, texts you, whatever, says these words exactly to you. Good morning. Call me. Doesn't put an emoji face or anything else. Your boss just, moment one, you sit at your desk, wherever it is, and you got this thing that says, good morning. Call me. Your mood drops. Right? Your feelings are your adrenaline, everything else, your anticipation, everything else is at a high fucking level. You feel a bad omen. No, this is the wrong analogy to go with. What I'm trying to basically say here is that while feelings are a major part of how we play games, what I'm trying to say is that sometimes we're looking too far into the problem to where when you actually talk to someone, all right, scrap what my analogy is, because that analogy is fucking shit poor, okay? I had something I thought, but it was fucked, okay? It was fucked. What I'm trying to get at here, and I don't want to sound like an asshole. This is what I'm trying not to do. I don't want to sound like an asshole. Because people got feelings. And we should respect those feelings. 100%, right? We should respect those feelings 100%. We should on good faith. But we should be also trying to push the person who has these feelings to understand that what they're looking at might not actually be as bad as what it seems. And the moment that someone sees, for example, right now, ALG looking at what's going on with the buffs, with the HP inflation, he doesn't like direction. It looks absolutely horrible. But maybe if you can show him that, like, the next DA rerun, the later on that there's feedback or something, you could try to get him to understand that while it might look bad right now, we've gone through the history of this. And every time that we've gotten to this point, people like yourself has accomplished it. It has gone through. You've made changes to your build. You've done this, you've done that, and you've succeeded. And you've managed to keep it going. That while it looks bad, and while it looks absolutely horrible, while it looks like this might be the worst thing, you're just really super focused on something, that the answer is right there on how to solve the problem that you've been sitting on the entire time, and you need a push to it. Like, in the sense of like something like Joshua, what he was explaining yesterday, we watched with him. Joshua's playing devil's advocate, right? I don't think Joshua is wrong in the way he presented his statements. There's other answers. We could go by feeling. Feeling is great. But maybe you have to bite the feelings a little bit, bite them down a little bit, and just ensure that you're not over exaggerating. Because I feel like when people talk about their feelings and they say, like, I feel in this direction, I feel like, I can't clear the DA, I can't do this or something. maybe there's a little bit of an over exaggeration and there's more to the story and more to the thing about it than even that they know of. Because they're so lost in their feelings that you got to be reeled back in like a fish on a line. You got to be reeled back in. And then once you reel them back in and you talk about it, you figure it out. Then you realize, you take a breath and you're like, oh, you know what? It's actually not that fucking bad, actually. You know what I'm saying? I'm not sure how to best well explain this. I just know that, like, in the workplace, I've had people whose feelings clouded their judgment. That their feelings made a situation darker than what it actually really is. There's other things going on that they're really hyper analyzing. They're really hyper looking at something. And you got to give them a nudge, right? To be like, dude, it's not that big of a deal. Take a look right here. You're forgetting this. And then 1, 2, 3, oh, it snaps in. And then all of a sudden, their entire mood fucking changes from complete depression to fucking happiness. Because people overthink. Maybe I'm just putting too much. Maybe I'm just trying to put too much fucking logic into shit. Maybe that's what my problem is.
I don't think we can though. Just specifically because of what you just said. There's more visual reference or evidence for us at least that show when players say like I'm good or I can't clear or I can clear rather, but it's HP inflation, it's the boss, it's the buff, whatever. And then we get on their account and we just smoke it, no problem. Sometimes we don't even have to get on their account. We tell them to like swap the characters around and then they cleared. Oh my God, I got 25K, thanks. Right. And then, they sub up or something.
I'm gonna pause you here for a second because I want to say something else. I'm not trying to be an asshole. I'm not trying to be a fucking asshole here. But listening to how ALG speaks in this conversation so far for this long and how he interacts, this isn't me trying to throw shade at him. But someone in the chat made a remark. Maybe you need to slow the fuck down, don't spiral, right? Slow the fuck down, don't spiral. I think in ALG's case as well, another reason for these feelings, and this is not a factual statement, this is just being subjective. Like, I think sometimes when it comes to players, and I've seen this with even this chat and everything, I've seen this with Weather and Waves, I've actually seen this here in ZZZ because of fucking Weather and Waves with a certain person. I think some people get a little bit too emotionally attached to things. I don't want to say that I don't want to say that ALG is emotionally attached to ZZZ. But my emotional feelings is that he appears to be. He appears to be very emotionally attached to the game. And this is where expectations, this is where worries, this is where all these different circumference of different things come together. And in general, I think clouds and causes problems for not just him, but multiple people, multiple different players. Look, I got emotionally attached to a fucking game called Guilty Gear. I got fucking emotionally attached. And Strive, I hated Strive. I hated it. I hated it. I hated it. It was not a direction I wanted it. I kind of feel like this. And all I could see is the trending of where the game was going and the negativity that I was presenting from it, from the beta all the way to it came in. I never looked at it in any other way, shape, form, and I lost out. That, you know what? I was too emotionally attached. Every now and then I go play Strive. Every now and then I touch the game. It's not bad. It's not a bad game. It's not the game I like, but I have to be honest, it's not a bad game. But I'm just gonna say, I feel like when you get emotionally attached to a game, that's when you feel burnout.
Like that. We've done that so many times over the last 6 to 8 months that it's countless. So we can't really take it at face value the same way that we would just have to question it. I wouldn't even say that we have to invalidate it. It's more along the lines of questioning, right? Kate, like just like the comment I showed you yesterday.
Just because he's calm does not mean he's not emotionally attached. Like ALG is calm, but does not mean, dude, it doesn't mean emotionally attached does not mean I'm going to go start screaming and yelling and being hyper. Dude, there's people who are emotionally attached to certain things, but they stay quiet for the rest of their lives. They stay quiet throughout the entire situation. It's just, they bottle it up. They have their own personal feelings, and emotional attachment does not constitute always, a crash out.
When the guy was like, he has an M6, what was it, M6 Eastwind, M2 Astra, and an M2 Trigger or something like that. And he's like, nah, I can't kill, I can't clear. And it's like and he's so confident that he's like the best player, he knows what he's doing, but he can't clear. None of us have ever recorded anything with an M6, and it's like,
all I'm gonna say is he is where he's calm at right now, where he is very calm at right now, that I would not be calm is EO.
You're just not doing what you need to do.
Yeah, that was an outlier. Like there's,
but that's what I'm saying.
Because I don't think EO's getting this. Like, I honestly, in this conversation, like, I don't think he's actually grasping what this call is about. That's just my feeling.
That was an extreme. Like, yeah, okay. To be fair, that comment.
Though, you see what I'm saying? Like, if that person thinks they have an M6 and that they're good, they said it in the comment. They're very adamant. I know what I'm doing. I'm good at the game. Like, I don't need anyone to tell me how to get better. It's impossible to kill. There are more players who think that way. They think they're good. They think they know everything, and they don't. And mind you, y'all know this from me. I'm like the one person constantly fighting to tell people learn the game, learn more. And there's nothing wrong with learning. If you think you know something and someone tells you that you don't, it's okay. There's no.
Bro. EO, I think you're a great dude. But what the fuck were you spitting here? Rewind this. What the fuck was he spitting here?
Today, when the guy was like, he has an M6, what was it, M6 Eastwind, M2 Astra, and an M2 Trigger or something like that. And he's like, nah, I can't kill, I can't clear. And it's like and he's so confident that he's like the best player, he knows what he's doing, but he can't clear. None of us have ever recorded anything with an M6, and it's like, you're just not doing what you need to do.
Yeah, that was an outlier. Like there's,
but that's what I'm saying.
That was an extreme. Like, yeah, okay. To be fair, that comment.
Though, you see what I'm saying? Like, if that person thinks they have an M6 and that they're good, they said it in the comment. They're very adamant. I know what I'm doing. I'm good at the game. Like, I don't need anyone to tell me how to get better. It's impossible to kill. There are more players who think that way. They think they're good. They think they know everything.
EO, I have criticisms here. I have criticisms here on this statement alone. First criticism. This is a gacha game. Second criticism. Zenless Zone Zero is not that hard. Okay? For a brand spanking new player, like I was, it is a steep learning curve. Compared to playing from Weathering Waves and jumping into ZZ, it is a steep learning curve. But after a chat, after several people working with me, after going through this for after about a month and a half, I started picking it up. Like, I'm not the most knowledgeable person in Zenless Zone Zero, but I got a good fucking understanding now on this game, okay? While the game has quote-unquote fighting game mechanics, okay? I am not gonna lie. The game does have a skill expression. Not gonna lie. But it ain't that deep, bro. And I don't believe in the highest mentality that there is that many fucking players that is going out their way to say, I know everything about this game. I don't need help. It's just impossible to kill all the stuff. I don't. That might be one. I'll give you this. 2% out of 100% of the ZZ community that are like that. I do not know what you're cooking here. This statement in general, like Kate right here is like, nah, man, that is an extreme. That is a complete extremist fucking take, 100%. And even then, with this part going in, like, where the fuck is this coming from? Like, I've watched EO's live streams. This is not how he is. Like, this is like a different person. I really feel like this is not the right. Does EO have split personality?
And they don't. And mind you, y'all know this from me. I'm like the one person constantly fighting to tell people learn the game, learn more. There's nothing wrong with learning. If you think you know something and someone tells you that you don't, it's okay. There's no shame in learning or being taught something. That is just me, right? So when we have influence that we all have, we should be pushing that. I'm not saying that we should be calling people ass. We're definitely not doing that. But I am saying that if we get on these people's...
I hate to say this, bro, you basically, in FGC terms here, bro, you just fucking did. You basically, straight up, is suggesting in the community side of things. Oh, you got pizza? Where is it? You what? It's okay. You can eat here. You just basically, in that statement, clashed a fucking group of people, and you're like, oh, we're not calling them out. You basically just fucking did. What?
Counts, and we see that, you know, like, oh man, I can't clear. Like with the corn thing, even if we remove the buff, they have corn, and then you look at their build and they have like 47% crit rate. They don't have a good W engine. their core is core 4 or core E, whatever, right? Or core D, that's 4, yeah. Core D, and their crit damage is like 110 with 2100 attack. You know they're not clearing. Like, that's just not a good build. That's not in game. And then you go on there and you fix it up. You know, you get them like 2700, you get them 77% crit rate and like 130 crit damage. And now all of a sudden they're hitting way higher numbers. You know?
But that was my point, is that buff was essentially lying to that player, right? Like that player now got that 23,000 points with that insane buff, and they think that their builds are fine. But that's kind of because the buff kind of lied to them.
So do we blame the game for giving you a buff that, relatively speaking, would help you? Or do we blame the player for not having that information? Like,
we don't blame nobody. We blame... Okay. You want me to give blame to ZZZ? Let me give blame to ZZZ. Let me give fucking blame to ZZZ or something. ZZZ is fucking bad at giving information. Legitimately, that is one of the... Like, me and Arikato had this conversation. And Arikato pointed us out, and he's right. ZZZ is fucking horrible at providing the player the necessary tools of education on how to do shit. It is really bad in providing context. It gives the player an idea, but it doesn't actually explain to them different things. The stuff that we're talking about, players having skill issues and such, and all this other stuff in Zenless Zone Zero. Yeah, you need to understand something. You need to understand it like this. ZZZ is not a hard fucking game. The reason why it's a hard game, the reason why people are going to remark the skill problem is because 9 out of 10 times the players who fucking play it, the game never told them that they could do this shit. Arikato, for example, never knew that while doing an EX skill, you could swap a fucking character in the middle of them doing that attack. It's just 2.0 finally showcased it. And I hate to tell you this, not everybody goes find information because they expect that the product that they're utilizing is going to give them that information. This is a time that you blame the game. Because even with the buffs, right? The buffs are an issue. The player not building their character is an issue. But in general, the biggest issue that stimulates to all this, that constitutes both of the things here, is the game itself. It is not the player's fault if the game is not teaching them. If the game is not readily being accessible in pushing that information. I have talked to Arikato, who did not even know about how to deal with certain enemies because he didn't realize that you need to impair an enemy. And he's like, it don't tell you in the game. He's right, it don't actually tell you. Unless you go dig for it. And in terms of what you're talking about casual gamers, if you want them to be better, you have to be able to throw that information into their face. If you try to tell the fucking person in Zenless Zone Zero, casual player, right? Here you go. Go play a Defiler and go play against its mechanics and go get the 5,000 fucking performance points. Go get 5,000 performance points. Don't. Here, this is the thing that you don't realize. This is the argument I'm gonna give to EO. Throw a brand new player, a casual player who doesn't know shit. Give them this screen and say, go get 5,000 performance points. How many of those casual players are going to click here and read this? To understand how to get the what they need to be doing for performance points. How many casual players are actually going to fucking do this? And read this. This bullshit here. My argument in ZZZ is before you fix HP inflation, before you fix any of the other fucking bullshit in this game, you gotta fix the fucking information. I hate to say this. You should be the type of person, you give the players this, they do their normal thing, they select this, they come here, they select their fucking teams, whatever it is, right? I'm just gonna go through this real quick. They come here, they select the team, they press deploy, right? They get in. Boom! The game freezes. It pops up a screen. They have to go through it or have to press the X button. You need to enforce this information in particular in front their face at the very fucking beginning. You need to enforce this. Veteran players ain't gonna fucking like it. But it is a necessity nowadays. It is a complete fucking necessity now. It is the game's fault when the game does not provide the information readily accessible directly in front of you. When you have to start digging to get your information, that is, I have to agree with Arcado before he fucking disappeared. I have to agree with him 100%. When it's not readily accessible, then at that point in time, it's not the player's fault. It is absolutely the game's fault.
Not taking the time to learn that before or after, even during.
There should be a whole there should be a whole entire fucking training thing. In fact, these bosses like this, for example, should be in training mode. We have a training mode in here. They should at least give one or two of them in fucking training mode so that way players can feel incentivized to actually learn more. To learn how to deal with shit. To learn things, not just trial by fire all the time. To test different team compositions, to see if they can figure something out. Give the players readily accessible information at the palms of at the tips of their fingers. And then at that point in time, when you are giving the players every single bit of an advantage and they still fail, then EO you could claim that it's the player's fault and it's a skill issue. Sorry, I had to. Sorry about that crash out there. I had to vent.
A lot of players would reassess the build at that point, though. No, like, is that not a normal thing to do?
That's what I would think.
I would think.
Yeah, that's the correct thing to do. Is like, hey, I'm not clearing. Let me look at my build.
Yeah, I'm not clearing. Let me check this out. So I don't really think there's any blame necessarily there on the player, and I think, I think the players who, like, to bring it back to something you said a little bit earlier, Rio, like, I think the players who are playing the game relatively casual, I think they have just as much right as anyone else to enjoy the end game content.
Yes,
that's fair. But when it comes to one of my very first points, kind of like when I was like the first, I think 6 or 8 minutes of my videos, enjoying the end game content, does that mean getting 9 stars or getting access to be able to tackle the content?
What does that mean, access? Yeah, I was confused by that. What does that mean?
Literally just opening the game mode.
Oh
Like,
God,
I can open
motherfuck! All right, hold on. We gotta go through the process here. We gotta pause this. See, I knew this was gonna be a problem, but I hold my end of the bargain. I think all you know that I hold my end of the bargains. So I crashed out, and just for the sake of all this, we have to do this now. All right, where is it? Right here. Turn it on. Wait for it to count down. Make sure I remember how to do it. Make it to where you can see it. All right. All right, turn the bang boom back on. All right. Where's my remote? Switch it back to HDMI 4 and continue the video.
And try it out. And play through it.
It was surely everyone.
Regardless of... Surely, right?
Yeah, but enjoy.
So-
I see what Josh is saying. Cause
Oh God, Muzzy.
I guess like
What you doing here, Muzzy? Hey, Mr. U, how you doing? So, watching someone take a breathalyzer on stream is crazy, but big props. Okay. Let me explain really quickly for people who might not be aware about this, but if you watched recently with Satonis, and my name is dropped in because I have my own personal beef with him, but I've been attacking his arguments with different other sides of information and stuff like this. What I generally, have different opinions than him. So the latest statement from him, besides me being gay, being retarded, is now the new thing is that I'm an alcoholic. So I today bought a breathalyzer, and apparently, since I'm always drunk on live stream and I'm always apparently drinking, even though I cannot drink because I have damage of the liver, so at that fucking point in time, I consider it slander. But in order to prove it to people who's going to question, be like, "Oh, you're an alcoholic," we bought a breathalyzer. There's a command in the chat. So when I quote unquote crash out and the people think I'm drunk and stuff like this, they can pop it. I'll stop what I'm doing. I will hit it. I will breathe in it. And I will show the results of it. So that way, guys know that whether or not I'm an alcoholic or not. I know I don't have to do this, but I thought this was fucking hilarious. And I said, you know what? This would be the best $50 I could spend. And I bought it just for the purpose to use it as a meme to be like, let's see if Fox is drunk or not. So that's the reason why, with that claim and that narrative that's being pushed, that I went in that direction. So, yeah. Just because the reason why he claims that I'm an alcoholic is because I crashed out on him on one live stream back last year where there were Sate defenders defending him and telling me that my view patterns of the gotcha revenue being the scam is not a scam. Well, I claim it's not a scam. He claimed it was, and I was 100% against him. I blew up on a chat. I got emotionally attached. I blew up, and I made statements. I called St. Tonas a fucking moron. I did all this stuff. I take full responsibility on it. Shouldn't have let it get under my skin, but it did. And since then, my reputation, quote unquote, has been destroyed, and that I'm an alcoholic. So, in order to repair my reputation, in order to prove that I'm not an alcoholic, breathalyzer. In order to prove, because he like, okay, the first claim, right? What did we do when he did the first claim against me? I'm not sure if anyone here is long enough been here that knows the first claim he did to me, but he claimed that the community theorized I was gay. Even though I have a wife and 2 kids. Okay. My answer then was, you know what? Maybe I am a little gay. What's wrong with that? Why we're trying to use the terminology being gay as a slander? I don't get it. Well, he stopped that, right? So the next one is that I have mental issues, that I'm actually retarded. What did we do in the live stream? We pulled out my job certifications. I've showed all 113 certifications with the license numbers that you could go verify. That you can verify on Lydia, you can go verify at Cybertech IT, that you can go verify with CompI, that I have license numbers to all my certificates. To showcase that I went to school. I have 113 different certificates. I have licenses to make me an IT technician, that I've been doing a job for the last 22 years in IT. Now all of a sudden, we're not questioning my education no more. So what is the third claim that's coming out now? That I'm an alcoholic. I'm an alcoholic. There's the breathalyzer. I told y'all, I cannot drink. I drank when I was younger. I've told y'all stories about when I drank when I was younger. But since 2019, I am not allowed to drink because it can fucking put me in the hospital and possibly kill me. After my fucking surgery, and I had all these fucking medical issues going on back in fucking 2019, I'm not allowed to drink. It can kill me. I had to change my entire lifestyle. So, I'm waiting for the fourth thing that I am. What's the next thing? I'm a cross-dresser? Which, that's actually accurate. Yeah, he's 100%, because I did wear I wore a fucking Jufufu wig already. I can't deny that. I cross-dress as Jufufu for 10,000 subscribers. But I'm waiting for the next one. I'm waiting for the next fucking whatever remark is going to be. Why am I apologizing, Saint? You know what? This is a good time to take a break because I love EO, but EO's kind of getting on my nerves a little bit. This is why. Because according to St. Tonas, we need to, me and all the other ZZZ, EO, Loki Gotcha, Rezi, myself, needs to apologize to him. That he needs to collect debt from us. So, he wants an apology. I told you guys, I will give him one. Here it is.
Oh, St. Tontez, this one's for you. I'm so sorry. Not really.
Saying tongue-ties for thinking you could think, for assuming you check the facts before you spread your sting. I'm sorry you're small-minded, stuck in your bubble tight, blind to the truth, but boy, you sure love the fight. I apologize, Saint Hunters, for calling out your lies, for pointing out your nonsense, for watching you deny. I apologize, Saint Hunters, but here's the twist you'll miss. The problem ain't the world, my friend, it's staring in the mirror like this. I'm sorry you confuse opinions with the facts. Sorry you can't handle questions, always on the attack. Sorry that you're insufferable, smug without a clue. But hey, I guess misinformation's just the thing you do. Oh wait, facts, evidence, logic? Nah, too complicated, right? Better to scream from your soapbox, blind and deaf in the night. I apologize, Saint Hunters, for daring to disagree, for shining light on shadows that you refuse to see. I apologize, Saint Hunters, but here's the final song. I'm not the one who's broken. You've been blind all along. So here's my last apology. Take it if you can. I'm sorry.
Challenge the argument, not the person. Absolutely not living what you preach. I didn't say I was never going to attack him. That's what ALG just said. ALG muted the Discord call, told every single one in his chat to challenge the argument, not the person. I said it. I have my own personal beefs with St. Tonus. There's no denying that. There's no denying that. The only thing I have stated is I don't hate the man. I dislike his online personality. And I'm going to make my comments and go think. If I'm going to be accused that I'm an alcoholic, if I'm going to be accused that I'm gay, if I'm going to be accused that I'm retarded, and if I'm going to be accused that pretty much everything under the sun, what's wrong with me going ahead and giving an apology? I mean, tit for tat, tit for tat. I just find it's funny. It's a game. It's a game at this point. I'm waiting for I'm waiting for the next insufferable fucking statement that's going to come out, the next thing about me. And I'm going to have to sit here and I'm going to have to go ahead and defend myself in some way, shape, form, right? But I can have fun. Besides, I do this all the time to even my own friends, to my people in my Discord, because it's funny. So let me get back to ALG here and let's see, because the only thing I'm going to say about this call so far with ALG, Kate, with EO, and Joshiness is the fact that I think at this point, I understand like there's calculations, everything else. I understand that EO really wants to hit hard on this, but we're not talking about calculations here. We're not talking about numbers. We're not talking about whether someone can clear or not. We're talking about concerns. We're talking about feelings. And I understand that there is another side to it, that while ALG right now, while Average Luck Gamer right now is having this contentment inside, this internal war process himself, that his feelings are right there. I do think that a little bit of taking a step back, not getting overwhelmed, and dare I say it like this, it's like me when I was playing Guilty Gear and I got stuck and nothing seemed like it was improving. Sometimes taking a step back and reevaluating may actually change that entire mood. If he's upset with the game state is at right now, he's upset, he's concerned about the future and everything, maybe take a step back. You know, this is what my suggestion would be, is take a slight step back, look at it, and do something else maybe. And come back with it with a fresh mindset and see if it's still as bad as you initially thought. Because again, I think that sometimes with our feelings, we end up typically overthinking. And it's generally not that deep. It's not that serious as much as we want to believe it is. And we don't realize it until we take that step back. I just saying, like, I agree with a lot of things that Kate is saying right here. EO, I'm not as much as agreeing with EO's takes as much as I thought I would. Like, I think that, like I said, I think he's, in my personal opinion, he's missing several different points that's trying to be made by the other three. This isn't about calculations. This isn't about whether you can clear. This is about concerns. Arguments can be made about everything else at a separate time.
The way that it could be interpreted would be like, does enjoying equal getting that 20k plus or 30k plus score?
That 20k plus, exactly. Where does your enjoyment scale? That's super, super subjective, right? Because I had somebody in my chat also that was kind of along your lines of sentiment, right?
Mm-hmm.
His enjoyment drastically changed when his score went from 40k on the same boss from 1 or 2 stages ago, or 1 or 2 iterations ago, to 33. But then I had to really dissect why, right? Why was your enjoyment different from that just slight change? Yet, at the very end of it, you got 3 stars. Granted, there is something to be said about, oh, if you went 23, right, Kate, right? If you went 23 or 27, and then without the buff, you only go 2, you're like, ah, man, I missed that star. You know, dang, I feel bad about it.
I think, though,
right?
it just feels bad, right? It feels bad that you're playing against the same boss, you're doing the same thing. You maybe marginally improved your builds because you might have farmed like marginally better discs, you know, maybe a few substats here and there, and then you get a substantially lower score. I think that just feels bad, man. And I think it's okay for a player to feel like, well, that feels a bit shit. Like, I feel like I put the effort in. I feel like I slightly improved my build, but now I'm fighting Priest with 109 million HP instead of 91 million HP. And that's not my fault. That's just HP going up.
I think if I were to, like,
go ahead.
I was gonna say, like, for me, because I can close it out for myself with this way. I was doing it with chat earlier too. I literally just relate it to sports or anything competitive. You know, if we're playing basketball, we go up against a really tough team. You know, they're tier 1, we're tier 3, whatever, and we just can't beat them. You know, we did our best, but we couldn't win. We're gonna feel bad. Yeah, we're gonna be salty. That's salt. Everyone has that. But what am I gonna do? Blame the referee for me not being able to hit my threes or, you know, get my shots blocked? The way that I think about it, and the reason I think about it that way, is because, like, there are things that you can do in the game to help you improve that, and we all have the tools. We've all shown that off.
Not from a.
I agree with EO, but I also heavily disagree. That's the worst analogy in my personal opinion. From what we're trying to describe, what ALG just described, that does not work in that vortex. It does not work. It does not. The better analogy would be our team used to be tier 1. We went. You want to talk competitive in that regards? Our team used to be tier 1. We went up against another team, but what this other team ended up doing that we used to beat all the time, decided to go ahead and inject steroids this time, become beefier, and they just snowplowed us. And basically, our score is not as good as it was the last couple of games. Because why? The other team got jacked and beat the shit out of us. They inflated. And we didn't. Like, this is not as simple as what EO's trying to make. This is not about competition in that regards. What we're talking about is that there's concerns about the HP inflation. Like I said this before, I read Reddit. I read Twitter. The people who is complaining, and there's even whales, dolphins, higher people who are not even F2P that's complaining about this. What this DA reset did, in my personal opinion, it hit people's pride. It hit people's comfort zone. It knocked on the door. It barged in and said, remember that 50K you did on this boss 2 weeks ago? Remember what you did last couple of DAs and you were having so much fun? Yeah. Sorry. We're going to expand this content. We're going to inflate this right here. You're still going to clear, but you're not getting that high score. And what this showcases is that a lot more people care about the score than the clear. This is where, again, the F2P player side of the aspect is looking at the whale side. The whale side right here is caring only about the fucking score. They're not caring about getting 9 stars or anything. They care about big numbers. The concern in the players of the F2P side is looking at the whales who are bitching about this, that they're even struggling, but they're realizing, oh shit, maybe there is actually more to this HP inflation than I thought. And this brings in concerns, this brings in tunnel visioning, this brings in doom posting, and it's not right now a black and white answer. Everybody's going to have feelings that's going to be drawn into this. There's going to be players out there that's going to look at this kind of situation. HP inflation is the fucking issue. It's not my... They're not going to think it's my build. They're not going to think it's the buff. They're not going to think that there's another fucking reason. It's got to be HP inflation's the issue. Then you're going to have players out there that's going to exclaim, well, the buff wasn't that good compared to last, so that must be what the cause and effect is. They're going to accept that answer. And then you're going to have a very, very niche minor group that might actually say, oh shit, I got to go look at my builds real quick. I got to go take a look at the characters I got. Maybe I need to change something in general with my team composition. Maybe I need to change something with the way they're handled. Maybe I need to upgrade. Maybe I need to use Seed's engine on Anton. Let's see if it does any kind of improvement. Now I need to do trial and testing here. Different people is going to handle the situation in different ways. It's not cut and dry. I'm sorry, again, to someone like EO, I think he's a great guy and everything, but the analogy, the way you're trying to push this, does not make sense. For a call that you're having with your buddies, they're talking about concerns. They're talking about fears. They're talking about non-calculated conversation. Non-competitive conversation. We're not talking about skill. We're talking about what is our concerns. We can get to that part of the conversation later. But in order to get to that conversation, we got to get through the first part of the conversation, which is the concerns. Oh, they wouldn't want me to join them because I would have been the person that would have said, I'm not going to lie. They would never want me to join that conversation because I would have been the person that would tell EO, can you please stop? Like, dude, we're not talking about competitive here. We're not talking about competition. We're talking about concerns. If anything, what I would want to do for someone like Average Slug Gamer is, if I was them, is to try to put his mind at ease. I want to take Average Slug Gamer, right? I want to express, bro, your concerns are 100% valid. But let's discuss it. Give me your points. And let's slowly analyze each one. And let's see what we can do to maybe try to put your mind more at ease. What friends should be doing. There's multiple times that I've had friends who thought the world was going to fucking end. One particular case, I had a friend, his name was Connor. Okay? Connor was a great guy. Connor was an awesome dude. Connor's girlfriend cheated on him. Connor's girlfriend told him directly in his face that the guy she was cheating on him with had a bigger dick than his. Connor went into depression. Connor thought that his life was over. This is a heartbreak. This is not about even a fucking video game, right? I'm the guy that sat with Connor in multiple calls, not talking about the problem, letting him cry it out, letting him grieve, and then slowly trying to portray, hey, dude, if she's going to say that kind of shit to you, she's not the one. She's a slut. She's a fucking bitch. She never cared for you. The more we got into the conversation, the more we just kept keeping his concerns. Because even though, honestly, I wanted to basically tell Connor in one sense, like, look, I'm not going to lie. In one sense, I wanted to bitch slap Connor and be like, dude, get the fuck over it. It's just a girl. Okay? But as a friend, I can't just do that. As a friend, his problem, his issue, if I want to be involved and I want to help him, it has to turn into my concern. So at this point in time, I got to take away from the conversation my personal beliefs. And I got to step into his shoes in order to help him through his problem. Once we get past the point to where he starts getting better, then I can start presenting my points. Because then he's more receptive of my points. Because if I'm going to go out of my way to be like, dude, fuck that girl thing, get over it type deal, before we can get to the part to where we get to the receptive, he's not going to be, before he gets to the part of acceptance, he's not going to receive the message. He's not going to get better. He's just going to stay in a drought. This is why, thank God Kate and thank God Joshua is there, because they are somewhat holding it back. Otherwise, I think that this, if it would have been just ALG and EO, this would have been a heated conversation.
20% HP difference. You can't fix that. That's not like a quick fix.
What do you mean?
You can't, like, if you have a well-built Yishuan, Panyan and Jufufu team against the last priest versus the current priest, your score will have gone down. There is nothing that you can, and let's say you're nailing every single Yishuan tech in the book and your substats are fucking perfect, like 40. Mm-hmm. Like, there is nothing more that you can do.
But I think that goes into what I was mentioning earlier with the where the HP value is affected. For Priest, from the previous one to this one, going from level 1 to level 11, which is the 14k mark to get the 20k, that was only a 3.8 mil difference. And the only, like, that segment from level 18, so the 18th health bar, all the way up to kill, that's where we see that significant jump. And that's us, right? Like, that's the player that's scoring 37, 45, 52, 61, almost a kill. Like, that's up there in that upper echelon, top 1%, top maybe 1.5% bracket.
Yeah, I get
You
it.
know, at that point,
you're
we're
diminishing
affected.
it because
That's
you're
why I
saying the change is lower. I get it. But like, it doesn't change the fact that let's say someone was only just scraping 15k because they have a shit team for that boss. So that's all they've got. You know, it's their third team. They've only been playing for a few months, and they're scraping the 14k last priest, and now they can't hit it.
Yeah. That's why I was saying earlier, that's a build thing. That would be
Okay. Okay. It is a build thing, but it's also not a build thing.
Fuck you gonna do about it? And I'm gonna hug
Like-
the fuck out of you, bitch.
Criticism
I'ma
to
hug
even
you so
ALG,
goddamn hard.
because
I'ma hug
you
you
need to
harder than
keep
your
the
mother's
you need
ever
to
fucking
keep
hugged you,
the
Fuck you gonna do
the
about
values
it, bitch?
here exactly the same.
anyways.
You can't change it because he just opened the door for EO to come in and basically, I hate to say it, but destroy the argument. Because if last time, like, it's a shittier team, you know, with a shittier build, whatever, then, you know, the last thing they did 14k, but now they're barely scraping it. It feels shitty. He's 100% right. But he had it. He has a great argument in the beginning here. What if I have a fully built team? It's perfect. Every single thing is God. It's 100% done. Whatever team you want to pick whatever team you want. Right? This is the best team I got. It is the most perfect fucking team. Every disc, every single core skill, everything is 12, 12, 12. Everything is perfect disc. Every substat is absolutely God. You could never roll better than this in your life. What ALG is getting at is last DA, I was able to kill the boss. This DA, I see that I'm not killing the boss. I'm not getting 60k on the fucking boss. I'm seeing 40k. So in that regards, let's just say great build, great everything. The next update that comes in, that entire team, which is already maxed out. Maxed. The only change you can do to that team now is sequences and upgrading the W engine from an R1 to an R2, R3, R4, R5. And we're not doing that. We want to keep it at this level. That feels shitty when you start seeing your score decrease and there's nothing you feel like you can do with that team. Because then at that point in time, HP inflation is 100% the problem. This is where the F2P player is going to see something like this, and they're going to realize they're not going to put two to two together about their builds. They're just going to see, oh, HP inflation is an issue. I don't think ALG is, again, in his entire argument, is even bitching about clearing. He's bitching that it's not fun to see that my score is going down instead of staying similar or going up. We're score chasing here. We're not clear chasing. That's where his fun factor is missing. He's got the perfect analogy in my mind right here. He's got the perfect analogy. What if the team is 100% better? It's 100% done. There's nothing you could do to get better. Except maybe there's a drive disk thing that comes out later on in the future. That's the only way you'll be able to fix the team any better. But it's done. And the next 2 or 3 DAs come out, and that team is not performing. the same results as it did before. To someone like me, I wouldn't care because I don't care about the score. I don't chase the score. I chase the fight. I prefer to fight. But in his case, his fun is diminishing because by seeing that score drop makes him feel bad. Makes him feel like he's not doing better. It's an illusion. It's a fucking illusion. Because when you're doing so great and you're getting these high scores and everything else, and they're coming up in the 50s to 60s, you know, and then all of a sudden this DA comes in and you're only getting 30, it makes you as a player feel like you're the problem when you know you're not. And then that's where you're losing your entire concept of what fun is. It's like the statement I made with fighting games to use this against EO. If you're a player that played Soul Bad Guy or whatever character in Guilty Gear and you got comfortable, you're a casual player, you got comfortable, you learned a couple different things, you got some knowledge, cool, and you're winning practically 6 out of 10 of your fights online. You're playing casually, you're winning 6 out of 10 of your fights, game updates, and all of a sudden, you're only winning 2 out of 10 of your fights. It feels pretty fucking bad when it's not your fault. The game changed. It added new mechanics. It did something else. And in general, your performance dropped not because you dropped, it's because the game is trying to force you to adapt. The game's trying to force you to buy a new character. The game's trying to force you to say, look, you need to put these aside. That's where ALG's coming off as. It's not a me. It doesn't feel like it's a me problem. It feels like it's a game problem. That the game is punishing me. Again, it's a concern. Not every player is going to feel this way. Not every player is going to think this way. It's not black and white. This is in color. There's multiple different avenues that comes into this. Like, honestly, I know a lot of people is going to be like, well, you know, ALG is burnt out and everything. And that could be a fucking possibility, right? But I am 100% on ALG's side here when it comes to concerns. His concerns are not invalid. What he is witnessing, what he's seeing, this is the way he expresses his fun in the game. It might not be the same way I express my fun in the game, as someone like Muzzy expresses his fun in the game, as Kate expresses his fun in the game, as EO expresses his fun in the game. Average Luck's fun is this right here, and it feels like he's being punished for it. Which also, dare I say, now how EO's pushing this, it almost feels like to me, if I'm in ALG shoes, the question I would ask EO is what? You're trying to punish me for me wanting to feel like a casual player? Because it feels like EO's trying to push like this entire competitive aspect onto it, which is like ALG is not competitive. We all, in these games that we play, doesn't matter if it's a gacha, AAA title, whatever, the things we do in life, it doesn't matter. We all handle them in different ways. We all get our own fun and our own enjoyment in multiple ways. Saying that your fun in DA is killing the boss versus ALG's fun, you know, being a high score, or this one's fun over here is at least clearing the boss, versus someone who's just like, hey, I got the chance to even get 1 star. There's multiple factors, multiple different opinions. And not a single one of these feelings, these statements, is right are wrong. Not one is held to a higher pedestal than the other. God damn.
Buff or not buff, HP inflation or not, those first couple of bars, that's Shiyu defense. Like that's the same, whatever you would need to kill the Shiyu boss, it's the same thing. And so across all of the little, I guess like the different DAs that we've had, that same little first couple bars, 11 bars, 8 bars, whatever, have all been about the same. They're scaling the beginning. I told Josh this. I don't know. I think Kate knows this, but so Zenless has a gut system, guts from Guilty Gear. Yeah, fighting game, blah, 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 blah. But the way that it works, the gut system basically is the lower HP you have, the less HP you get, the higher your defense value goes. Like, so you just take less damage. Zenless has the same thing, but it doesn't, it's not like obviously a defense thing. So the closer you get to killing the boss, the more HP gets pumped into each one of those bars. So at that lower bracket, yeah. So from that first bracket, basically to get your 20K, there's not a lot of HP in there. That's why I keep saying like HP inflation doesn't affect them the way that it affects us. HP inflation to them is literally if we just got a new boss in Shiyu, or they added, you know, a new mechanic in Shiyu.
Wait.
That.
Rewind this. Let me hear this again.
Is the lower HP you have, the less HP you get, the higher your defense value goes. Like, so you just take less damage.
Right. That's Guilty Gear. Oh, but this part.
Zenless has the same thing, but it doesn't. It's not like obviously a defense thing. So the closer you get to killing the boss, the more HP gets pumped into each one of those bars. So at that lower bracket, yeah. So from that first bracket, basically to get your 20K, there's not a lot of HP in there. That's why I keep saying like HP inflation doesn't affect them the way that it affects us. HP inflation to them is literally if we just got a new boss in Shiyu, or they added, you know, a new mechanic in Shiyu, and they have to get around that. That's where that bracket is, and they have to fight for it.
I understand that the effect is lessened, but it doesn't change the fact that, you know, and this is anecdotal evidence, obviously, but we're seeing people.
I never realized that.
You know, like, and I'm trying to pull it off the top of my head. I literally can't. But like, we're seeing people who are saying, "Oh, I was getting 6 stars, now I'm getting 4 stars. I feel like this sucks."
Yeah, I'm not taking away that they're feeling, right? I don't want to invalidate it. I'm just saying that from the game's perspective and like what we're doing, that's a build issue. Them getting the 14K, I think is what you mentioned before, or the 16K. Them getting that period is a build issue first. Oh, hit my mic. That's a build issue, you know, or it could be I know Kate mentioned the thing earlier, and I don't mean it derogatory, but like the literal definition of it, it could be a skill issue. Maybe they don't know something about the fight. Defiler is a really good example for that.
Skill issue is the wrong wording to use there. Knowledge check would be the better terminology.
That you know, we all got that information from Leafa recently about like what phases do what and what you can and can't do in the phase, what dictates that. A lot of us didn't have that information for Defiler, so we just went in there guns blazing to figure it out.
I understand that players could do more to improve stuff, but I think what we're doing here, or it sounds like what's happening here, is you're pushing the blame of HP inflation on the player for not learning more. For skill issue.
No. So what I'm trying to get across is that, like, while I understand if it continues, it could get worse. I understand that base fact right there. But what I'm adding onto that is that at this current moment, and for however long we've had DA, I think like 8 months, that first bracket to get to 20K has always been dictated by whether or not you understand how to do the fight, or your build is just good enough to do that. The HP part doesn't matter here. When you breach that point, that's where the HP inflation would matter. So I'm not, maybe it's the way I'm wording it, I'm not entirely too sure. I'm not trying to like lessen the effect of the HP. I'm saying that it literally doesn't matter.
He's getting aggravated.
15 to 20K mark for your points. That is purely a
Okay. So ALG is getting aggravated right here. Do you understand what I'm getting at? That at this point in time, what you're doing like I feel what you're doing at this point to ALG is you're not making him receptive. While you're being nice and being thing, the way you're coming across in this regards, and you're pushing, it feels like you're being pushy. Okay? This was one of those moments where, like I said, EO could ask questions, but this should have been more where I thought it was going to be, because, like I said, I fell asleep in this. I thought it was going to be more like Kate and EO's here, and it was going to be ALG and Josh talking. Maybe they would ask the question, let both sides answer, and mediate it in between, but not take it over, because this is not a 2v2 situation, because Kate is not even really talking here. He's trying to present points, but in general, this is between two people to express their opinion. They're just there in case, mediation needs to happen. But ALG is getting aggravated.
Build thing first, and then skill or whatever, and then HP happens. But that's why I asked earlier, like, at what point do we blame the game versus the player?
It's very simple. Like, as HP goes up, it is technically harder to get 60k than it is 20k, just like you said. But I guess in more simple terms is the beginning health bars of a boss on Deadly Assault, they have 29 or 30 health bars. The beginning health bars have less HP than the last health bars. So as HP goes up, yes, it does. It's an objective fact that it does get harder to 20k, but it's not as hard as it is to try to get like 50 and 60. That's what
Exactly.
it basically
So that's
is.
where the people who are doing 40k are now doing 30k. That's where that 10k difference is coming from the people at the topper end who are pretty high performance. I'd say 40k is a great performance, and now they're seeing that threshold, closing in a little bit.
But yeah, I don't.
And understandably, from ALG's perspective, sorry to cut you off.
No, sorry. I feel like you know what I'm going to say anyway.
The feeling of that cut sucks.
Yeah, agreed.
Right? I think we can all agree, ALG, we all agree on that, right?
100%.
It sucks, chat. I don't think you guys, I think we all agree. I think a lot of people, get lost in the sauce with this. We all agree with the, and validate. Excuse me. Let me roll that back. Excuse me. I had a couple thoughts. My brain farted there. Right? We were never here. We were never here to invalidate your guys' feelings, in particular, the feelings or subjective outlook on what you believe your performance or what you believe your score is a reflection of. Right? But if we're going a little bit into the weeds and the numbers and the minutia of it a little bit, it's harder to mix in a lot of that like objectivity, especially when it comes to in regards to a lot of, just the build aspects that we talked about, the buff aspects that we talked about. And then if any of you guys are on my stream right now, you can see exactly what EO was talking about. Maybe not the exact numbers, but this is a reflection of what EO was talking about. The first, the first threshold here is not changing as much, but the thresholds after are changing. That's where the HP inflation and, again, that aspect comes from.
I think it would be very, very nice for the community if just someone in the community could make a 20k chart every single Deadly Assault. Because
like which teams hit 20k?
No.
Like
what
the
I
total
mean
amount
is
of HP damage.
what we're looking at right now.
Yes.
What we're looking at right now is the boss's total health. But like, here's an example, right? Let's just do simple math just to get my point across. Let's say a boss has 100 million health, right? 30 people will say, oh, you got to do 33% of that boss's health is what most people think. You gotta do 33% of that boss's health to hit 20k damage score. That would be 33 million. But in reality, no, that's not true, because like I said earlier, the beginning health bars are less than the final health bars. So it's more like in the 20s, the 20 million, somewhere in that range, right? I think it
basically is like this chart right here, right? Where the HP score value is in relation to the HP. So if a boss is at 131,000,000 at 131 million, in order to practically get roughly the 20 or higher, I need to basically deal minus at least 35% damage. So in reality, I need to do 45 million damage. My team needs to be able to do 45 million damage. Which, let me put it this way. So relatively speaking, I would say around 7% of things. So if that's 7%, so 131 million minus, again, like I said, it's about 35%. And I can minus, let's see, it's going to be 45 million, which is the percentage. I can also minus right here roughly like 6, I would say like 6%. So the game basically is going to give me about 2 million. So that leaves me with actually getting 43. I need to just get 43 million. And that's a clear. Can my team pull that off in 3 minutes?
Be really nice if someone could make a how much damage do you need to do to hit 20k chart. That way we can have like because I personally just want to see how much harder is it getting to 20k every single deadly assault, since that is the 3-star goal. I wish we had a chart like that.
I think that's
because we don't have a chart like that right now.
That's a lot of work, though.
But
like, really quickly,
go just to bring it back to the point, though, like just in terms of HP inflation, shield buffs, and invincibility phases, making it harder for the player base to clear. Can we just get on the same page that this is not good for the future of the game?
No, it's not. I thought I agree with that at the very beginning of this call.
No, I think you did. I believe that you did, sir. But that's what I came into here to talk about, really. And I just want to make sure that we are all on in the same page, on the same place.
That HP inflation, the shield buffs, and the invincibility phases.
Mm-hmm.
HP inflation, I don't typically care for. Like I could, yay or nay it, because it's going up and down.
Okay. So more HP inflation from EO. Is that what we're saying?
No. That's definitely not what you just heard at all. All right. We're not
I know. You just have to understand that that's what people are going to hear, yo.
Fair. No.
Fair. You have to educate them. Like this isn't a waffles versus.
We're not trying to be bad faith
know?
actors to ourselves. Like we're trying to be good stewards and good representations for the game, and it starts from us, right?
Yeah. Like where I would be concerned is the moment where I can't do something in the game, like physically I cannot do this action or use this team or whatever the case may be that has already worked before. that is where I'd be concerned. But I wouldn't be concerned about like the actual HP of it or the score. Only in Deadly Assault, and primarily because we're not supposed to be able to kill that boss anyway. The reason they keep increasing it, only I can assume this is the reason, is because we're not supposed to kill it. And every single patch, one of us comes out with an M0, W0 kill, 2-cost kill, whatever. So like they're trying to find a way to mitigate that because it's not supposed to happen. Now the shield buffs, you know, like yay or nay on that doesn't really, like, I guess the only other thing you could do is just take the buffs away. Because if you make mediocre buffs, that does nothing for us. If you make too weak of buffs, we complain. And if you make too strong of buffs, we'll complain. So at that point, the option they would have is just take them away. Then no one gets any extra points and everyone has a significantly harder time, especially the players who are trying to get just 20K to clear. So it's a very tender, it's a tender situation that they would have to approach very carefully. I absolutely agree with you on the invincibility phases though. Not all of them. I think some are really cool, but only if, and I've told my chat this, if there's a way to like a really cool like secret thing that you can do or whatever, like mechanic that you can do to stop the phase and you get rewarded for it, so a high risk, high reward, keep that. That's fun. That's cool. Monster Hunter has tons of those. But if it's like what Defiler has, remove that shit from the game. Defiler is quite literally the worst boss we've had in Deadly Assault because of that. Half the fight is you not being able to hit her. Like, I know people were exaggerating before when they were like, oh man, you know, you can't hit Jane because she goes into her little zip zap zoom. Half the fight, you can't fight her. No, bro, that's like 5 seconds. Literally, Defiler is half the fight. Like 30, 45 to a minute and a half, you just can't touch her. And that depends on if you were good at speeding up the stuns, stopping her from doing certain phases and delaying them, or whatever the case may be. She's a horrible boss. A horrible boss. Great story boss. Awesome. Love her design. But as far as like Deadly Assault goes, she's disgusting.
Yeah. And like the triple axle thing, like people are literally trying to avoid a mechanic they're trying to push at you because we actually get more performance out of it. So like I in that respects, you know, we agree.
Yeah, I just think that, like, here's the thing, guys. Like, the reason I made that video is because I feel that Zenless Zone Zero is going in a direction that I am not happy with. And I'm saying I here a lot because I just want to be clear that this is my opinion. But I think if we're on the same page about what's happening and what's going on, then it becomes a lot easier for the Western audience to give constructive feedback on the game.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
not that they care, but like, you know, like if we're talking about
I agree with the majority of this, but at the same point in time, I don't think I agree fully with the invulnerability state section of the bosses. I think the Defiler, it's more of a cinematic fight. I feel like it does go into things. It's fine. I actually enjoy it. Like, it feels more engaging in a sense. Well, not really engaging. It feels more cinematic. It feels more. It's like I said before. It's like it's to me, it's really fucking cool. I understand people don't like the invulnerability difference. They want to be doing damage and everything else, but I mean, in general, can I just be honest? The performance points that is provided from the Defiler is actually very easy to obtain. To get your 5,000 performance points, all you gotta do is just cause it to get to impaired status relatively twice. If you can only do it once, okay, then you just gotta shoot it down when it does its thing. That's 1,500. That's 1,500 performance points. Put it in the paired state's 2,500. So right there's 4,000 points, and if you can do it another pair status on it, which is the second, which is the, I think I gotta go look at it, but it gives you 5,000. Like I kind of feel like in a certain case, like even like the Miasma Fiend, those typical invulnerability those vulnerability parts actually aids the player more.
About it. If we're talking about it, maybe it makes a difference. A little bit.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I was listening to y'all the whole time, but I actually found it. There's a Deadly Assault calculator that has previous old bosses and the new patches coming. So I'm going to use Notorious Butcher as an example. So the last Notorious Butcher, assuming you got 5k performance points, so if you had a proper disorder team, because that's the only way you could do that, you needed to do 17.7 million damage to hit 20k points, assuming you got 5k performance points. Now for the next Notorious Butcher, assuming again you got the same 5k performance points, your damage score will have
a big increase, right?
No, this one goes from 118 to 132. So this is the 132 one next time.
Okay.
So the next time he comes back, you got to do 20 million. So it goes from 17.7 to 20 million to be able to 20k, assuming you got 5k performance points. So that damage would actually be higher if you don't get 5k performance points.
Yeah.
So you got to do about 2.3 million more damage to get your 20k next time he comes back. If you get 5k performance points.
Yeah. Which, to be clear, when we're talking in the hundreds of millions of health, it doesn't sound like a lot. But to the player who is only getting 17 million now, it's quite a lot.
I can see that. Yeah, I could definitely see that. I'm still gonna be in favor of like build better, but I'm not going to invalidate the feeling and the situation at hand.
Yes,
because I understand it. I do. I think it's just at this point it would be like, for me at least, a difference in what are we dictating as end game, you know? Because like and maybe it's because we're like us in the call and anyone else that's in that same bracket,
I
we're
feel like that's
always
where
pushing for the highest score.
I feel that's where we started the conversation. Didn't we talk about that already?
Kind of, sort of, but I mean, Kate kind of brought it back up, I guess.
Because I was actually just very curious, man.
Yeah. Send me that calc, by the way, though. That's actually really
It's
a calculator. Let's do. Well, I'm actually curious. What if you only do?
Yeah.
Because like, there's some teams that just can't do disorder against him. So what if they only get like 400 performance points?
I feel like, you know what? Can we talk about that real quick though? Like, archetypes, and maybe this would go into what ALG mentioned before, but because I don't really care who plays what, but I guess there's a difference between playing kind of like jack shit teams and then teams that actually have some advantage or neutral. I feel like they are making bosses. We've seen that. I mean, hell, we literally just got out of the anomaly phase. We've been doing anomaly for so long that a lot of the bosses were just anomaly shills, right? Like they were catered towards anomaly. And now we're starting to get bosses that are catered towards attack. Do we think that's a problem? Like me personally, I don't. And that's because we just had 6 months of anomaly and the attack players have just felt shafted.
Yeah.
They've been the ones mainly struggling to like get clears because they just can't.
I do think that's a problem, yeah. And the reason
I thought you were gonna talk.
Yeah, sorry. I thought someone was going to jump in, but yeah, the reason why it's a problem is because as the HP continues to go up, it becomes harder and harder to force, right? So if you get a player who joins, let's just use this like rotation as an example, right? Like as in what's happened in the last 3 months as an example. So let's say a player joins in 2.1 or 2.0, they put in some polychromes together and they end up managing to get lucky and get a bunch of characters in 2.1. You can see where I'm going with this, right? They get a bunch of anomaly agents. And right now, sure, yeah, you can still force Yanagi against Defiler and you can still clear it. That's fine. But like, as the HP continues to increase, the restrictions that we're imposing upon the teams that players should be playing against these bosses mean that there's going to be less flexibility and creativity available to the player. Because the player won't, well, The player may not be able to do that as the HP continues to increase. And that depends on a lot of things. It depends on the HP continue to increase. It depends on the buffs. It depends on like a bunch of shit, right? But like, yeah, I don't think that's good. I don't think that's healthy. I don't mind being incentivized. It comes back to that reward versus punish again, right? I don't mind being incentivized to run an attack team, but I don't want it to be impossible to run an anomaly team.
I feel you. I get what you're saying. Okay. How would you like recommend controlling meta shifts then?
What do you mean?
You can't. We only have 3 bosses, so they all can't be open to everything. You know what I mean? Like if you have 3 deadly assault bosses, but you could beat it with every single archetype in the game. At that point, we just wouldn't be playing a gacha. Because like at some point, we have to acknowledge like, yeah, we are still playing a gacha game, and they're gonna do gacha things.
But again, it comes back to that reward/punish thing, right? It's a case of, oh shit, I'm running this new team against this new boss, and I'm getting hella score. Look at me fucking go. Versus, oh, like the other side of the coin of like, oh man, like I've got 2 anomaly teams and a rupture team or something. I'm gonna run my rupture team here, and then I've got 2 anomaly teams. And shit, that's an attack boss, and it's got anti-anomaly debuff. Well, now I'm just screwed. Like, it should still be forcible. That's my point. It should still be forcible.
Okay. Yeah, I could see where you're coming from. I think it'd be like one of those. I don't know. I'm trying to think of like how you still control the meta with that.
It's hard because because we only have literally 5 stages for 5 enemies, and looking at the enemies right now, right, and just as a greater generalization, and I mentioned this in my personal stream before, the Defiler, they want you to go attack or double attack. The Fiend wants you to go anomaly, and the Miasmic Fiend, they want you to go stun and rupture. You can still use attack. Technically, you can still use anomaly, but they would incentivize you to go for stunners, and they incentivize you to go for rupture.
Against what boss? Sorry, I'm confused.
So we have 3 different types of categories here expressed.
Fiend or priest?
Sorry, priest. My bad.
I think that was where I was lost. Okay.
Yeah,
cool.
yeah. My bad. So anomaly was fiend. Sorry, priest, stun, and rupture. Sorry about that, guys. Because chat's gonna run it. Oh, what the fuck is this guy talking about? Anyways, so we have 3 different bosses with 3 different specialties. Whereas before we've had two of them be variations on anomaly, and then one of them be like attack-ish, because again, we didn't necessarily have rupture before, and just generalization, right? And understandable that, especially with this meta, and I have to give you guys credit, we are going into a rupture meta. A lot of people are afraid, likely Chad, you guys are afraid that we're gonna see way more miasma or rupture specific content be focused on that pulls away from what you had before. Understand?
If I could add into what you're saying, I think me personally, like that specific thing I'm really excited for the rupture meta. But going into that, I think they are actually doing something that is really good for all the players. But to double down on that, I do believe that as a player, when you're playing an endgame, you should have at least 1 archetype ready to go for whatever these are. Attack comp or rupture, anomaly, or whatever else they decide.
What if the game hasn't served that to you? What if you just haven't been offered that? Like, because remember, we're not playing a game where you can just pick any agent that you want at any time. Like, we literally just came through a full anomaly meta, 3 anomaly agents and anomaly support. Like, if you started there, you have no choices.
That's fair. And this is just one singular point in time in the macro of it all, right? Because to your point, yes, like if you picked up Alice just now, it's going to be a lot more difficult to go up against, a lot of these more quote unquote
like
anti.
Like if I'm honest, it just feels like a lot of the arguments are boiling down to trying to blame the players. But
we're not blaming the players. It's just a matter of fact that if you haven't picked up these units and you haven't been playing for the breadth of the game, then you can expect yourself to tackle a piece of content, which this is a piece of content that has 3 different specialties.
Oh, wait. Before we, let's all take a chill pill.
I mean, we also got to take that into accountability. Like, this is not blaming the player. Like, this is, correct me if I'm wrong. This is not going to be blaming the player. But if you are a person, right, that never played ZZZ, but you got when it started out, but you got into ZZZ at 2.0, and you're picking up the characters as you're going. But you're free to play, basic, light spender, whatever. Your bare minimum. You're not going to have the answer to everything in in-game. I mean, it cannot not be a fair statement. It's a gacha game. You're not going to be pulling every single character. Unless you're a whale, right? Unless you're a whale. I think a lot of you guys in particular pick and choose what you're going to do. Like Argo, for example, didn't pick up Seed. He didn't want Seed. He's debating whether or not he's going to want Orphe. There's people who's looking at what they want. And if you don't have, quote unquote, the answer to the problem at hand, it's not a player, it's not blaming the player, but it's also not blaming the game. You just didn't get it. I did one part of it. Like, can that not be, like, is that not being, like, thought of either? That maybe some of these players that's out there that is saying, I can't clear Deadly Assault, that was able to clear maybe in the past or whatever, a little bit here, but might not have the full, the full answer. Because I know, I'll put it like this. I don't think everybody has every single A-rank agent. I think that even like, some people out there don't have an M6 Lucy. They might have an M4 or an M3, it depends. But they're not going to have every single aspect. They're saving their pools. They're spending on pools on banner characters. They're hopefully putting on like more on as a support, stuff like this. Like in general, their accounts may not considerably have all the answers. That's why, like, hey, you can't do a full clear. You can only get, 6 stars. That's great. If you get on, in case scenario, right? In a case scenario, you're only able to get, let's say, not 6 stars, but 5 stars. Because generally speaking, one of your teams could not be fully built because you don't have the full answer. I mean, the game, like, at that point in time, maybe you look at builds, maybe you look at different things to try to power through it or something, but your account, if you don't have the answer for DA, that's also like that. I think that's a valid point.
I do want to point out, I think we're forgetting something, that the game does give you free agents to work off of. Billy, and this part comes down to whether or not you want to do it. And like, if you have no other option.
Well, that's also a good one right there. I think Nam put out. Then wouldn't that become now, instead of a player issue or a game issue, would that not become a time versus investment issue? Like when we're going to be talking about the investment of our characters, we're going to be talking about the like I said, the investment of the account. Would that not come into entire calculation? Would that not also come to the calculation as well? Because generally speaking, right? God, I mean, like this is a hard topic to actually, because like I said, this is not black and white. This is in color, right? Let me put it like this, okay? Let me use Weather and Waves as an example. Would y'all allow me to use Weather and Waves as an example on this? We know that in Weather and Waves, Whimper and Waves has got an HP inflation. Okay? And to some players, it's concerning. It basically went up 124%, from my understanding. I don't have the factual information on that, and I'm not the one to look for it. If someone wants to confirm or deny what the actual, rate of it was, let's see. But in any case scenario, it is been increased. We're not saying that any of the characters from 1.0 patch, from GN, Camellia, Zhang Liao, whoever, cannot clear the content of Whimper and Waste. Some characters are going to struggle more than others in that regards. You got 2.0 characters that came in. These 2.0 characters, in general, some of them struggle in Whimper and Waste as well, but some of them excel fucking godlike at it. But what we're finding out is that with the HP inflation, the 1.0 characters like GN and Camellia, that was top tier in this, is kind of dropped. They feel not as good. They can still clear it, but they're not as fun. They're not as fun, like Juice brought up that point. They're not as fun as they were before the HP inflation. Zanny still feels fun. Augusta feels fun. Frolova feels fun. But the older characters from 1.0 days don't feel fun. Now, new characters coming involved. After Augusta, Moon Girl. She's going to boost, and she's going to work and be basically, Augusta's sub DPS. But she's also going to be able to work with GN, which is still going to give GN a bigger boost over Mortefe, which could bring him back in Whimpering Waste. So now I got the question here. Okay, now I got a question. Depending on the team comp that you have developed, you have 1.0 characters that is in ZZZ. We're in 2.0. What's not to say that these characters' core skills, their passives, will not allow them to work with older characters, which makes investment opportunity work. Because can I say that Yuzuha and Jane Doe work very well together, and Jane Doe's a 1.0 character, and I feel like when I first played Jane Doe back in 1.7, she didn't feel good. Like, compared to everyone else that I had on the account, she did not feel good in terms of damage. But with Yuzuha, Jane Doe feels amazing. So now it comes into the question with the HP inflation. Now I'm thinking about it like this now. Now when it comes to HP inflation and everything else, would there not be a consideration that account investment is also something that needs to be calculated into this entire problem? I'll just put my personal subjective on that, Vincent. Sorry. Because that is one key factor that ZZZ has that, generally speaking, Weather and Waves doesn't, okay? This is one key factor that I think absolutely blows, like, my experience with Weather and Waves out the water.
Huh?
It's the skills.
Something the matter?
Right? It's the fucking the additional ability. When another character in your squad is a support character or shares the same faction, crit rate goes up by 36 for 10% after EX skill. What's not to say that we're kind of also doom posting the HP inflation DA, that the new Rupture characters is going to have a completely fucking usable, passive skill that you can utilize an old unit and you can make that old unit better through the additional ability. So now it comes into the question, where's the investment on the account? And where's your comfortability on the investment of the account? Actually, where's your comfortability in the investment of your account? Then it comes into question. Because even like in Weather and Waves, characters who are from 1.0 days works very well with new teams. And new characters coming in is also coming into, which is somewhat being not a crutch, but is taking your old character from 1.0 days in WUWA and making them better. So is this also not part of the equation? Is investment? But do y'all get what my point is? Before we get back into the video, do you get what my point is? That now that comes in, that again, that's a whole nother argument that comes into place here. Because that now provides a whole different answer. This is not saying that the next couple of characters that come in, like, you know what, I'm just going to go see what they got fucking saying on them. I don't give a fuck. I'm going to go fucking look at leak information. So, okay. Like, I think now, I think now a question about investment in the account also matters when we're discussing feelings, when we're discussing our concerns about the HP inflation. I think now investment becomes a greater part of the topic now.
And you want to clear, your option is to do it.
You talking about Billy?
Anything. Yeah, Billy's free. He's the first one I named because he's free.
Yeah, I think
free character that we got.
Rezzy's in my chat, like, absolutely capping, you know, cracked out Billy main because he can't clear. Or just scrape the clear.
Well, no, he got the 20K now.
He did. He did.
Ago.
Oh yeah, he got there. He got there. Yeah.
I think he got like 23 or 27, something like.
Look at St. Tonis, man. Look at St. Tonis, what he's doing here. Holy shit, man. Players can clear. HP inflation can't clear. Build issue. Blame players. Like, he is so involved in this section that, like, again, bro, like, I'm listening to the conversation, and apparently I think we're listening to two different conversations here, because I know you're trying to attack EO in this, but the issue here, sir, is that in general, there is multiple answers, there is multiple problems, this is not a straightforward line. There is forks in the road, there's bends in the road, there is, argument-wise, the topic that's going on here cannot just be settled in a very simple checkbox.
That, but he got it.
Easy clap, skill issue.
But that was with Cunninghairs, right? Like, he was only playing Billy, Nicole, and Ambi. So something that I was explaining in my chat was like, you know, let's take your example. Let's say you started in Alice, so you happen to get really lucky and you built into Alice, right? So maybe you got Alice, you got Yuzu, and like that's your premier team right now, you know? And then you're moving on and you're like, okay, what do I invest into next? So you look at your account, you look at what's free, and you look at what you can manage right now, and then you work on the next thing. So two characters that I was going to mention, Billy, or, you know, you can get Nekomato or Soldier 11 because the standard ranks. And then we have Minato coming out, who's allegedly free. And that's going to be so beneficial for a lot of players, even if they, like, everyone wanted him BS rank. And I'm like, that's the worst thing possible for y'all, because then you would have 3 Rupture S ranks with no real option to pick from.
It just, it does feel like, I mean, I couldn't clear with Billy. Like, Rezzy scraped it, right? I feel like most of us on this call probably aren't Billy mains, probably couldn't clear with Billy. I don't think saying getting good with Billy is going to help you in the end game. Like, I don't think that's really helpful at all. In fact, I think that's really
but the fact, no, EO's saying it's possible, and that's where my argument with the run and bun came in. That, like, if you really wanted to use these units, it is available to you, but you're gonna have to work that much harder for it.
But again,
you can't invalidate that work.
No, we're not invalidating the work, but you can't, like, push the blame on the player base for not wanting to. Literally spend hours sweating.
None of us were. It's none of us were saying that it's the player's fault.
I'm not blaming them for not.
Right, we're not there. No one is blaming the player at that point. What they're saying is, at this point in time, it's possible. Like, my thought pattern is that if I see a video like I saw, right, all A rank agents with only AW engines clearing all of DA, scraping that 20K, getting 23K on each one of the DAs with only the A rank agents, right? What that tells me, and it's not passing blame to the player, okay? But it's passing a knowledge to the player that, hey, it's possible. This is what's happened. This is the information we got. Do with it what you want. at that point in time, it's the player's decision what they want to do. All we know is, if factually speaking, we do know that A rank agents with AW engines has cleared the endgame of this DA. Depending on skill, depending on investment, depending on resources, depending on management of this account, all comes into play, to which I'm not going to blame you if you didn't know this. I'm not blaming you that you're not clearing this. What I'm saying is you may want to reevaluate it. Because factually speaking, we have teams that's been able to clear it. Like, let me put it this way. Factually speaking, we've gone to the moon multiple times, right? We have built spaceships that's gone to the fucking moon. Can we all agree on that? Can we all agree in the chat that factually speaking, we have sent spaceships into space. We have people that's been on the moon. We have sent satellites and everything into space. Okay. Can it not be a plausible factual statement that with the right investment, with the right amount of patience and time, with the right amount of knowledge, that we should be able to, one day in the future, send a spaceship all the way to fucking Mars and have a person land on Mars? That because if we got to one part, which was the first goal, which is the first moon, it should be plausible depending on investment, depending on resources, depending on what we do as a human race and expanding our knowledge, that we should be able to find an answer to get to Mars. Oh, I'm not going to kill you, man. Oh, Matt Damon already colonized Mars. We will get there eventually. But it takes investment. It takes reworking. It takes effort. It's not blaming the scientists for not doing it. It's not blaming them why they didn't think about it. It's not passing a blame onto the human race for not achieving it. It's investment, it's time, it's opportunity, it's working towards that goal. Well, that's great. Hey, look, you tried it, you played it, you say it's an 8 out of 10, that's good, man. The thing is as long as we have a factual basis that someone has done something, There, like, I am pretty sure there is someone working right now with M0 characters, with different team setups and everything else to fucking 60k kill fucking the Defiler and shit. Like, I am sure someone's working on that shit. But let's let them continue.
Not wanting to pick Billy, like I don't even want to play Billy. I think he's cool as shit. You know, but I don't want to play Billy. But that's just because I don't like gunners like that. So I don't want to blame them for not playing Billy. I'm only
All right, Razzie, you need to kill EO.
presenting them as like these are the options that you have, like as a player, and this is across any. I'm gonna say something to ALG after this, but I think it's funny. Not a disrespectful thing. It's just funny, really funny. Because I went through the same thing. But when you're playing a gacha game, you have to take your account essentially at face value. If you don't have it, there's nothing you can do. You can't force it in the game. You can't, hope and pray. You can't beg the devs. You can't email the devs. Like whatever you have is what you have. And if you're trying to do something, you have to use what you have or spend money. And most players who are free to play clearly don't want to spend money. And so when we look at it from that perspective, it's not so much me saying like I'm blaming them or we're trying to blame them for not using Billy. It's more along the lines of like sometimes that decision has, and this is just life, you have to make that decision, A or B. You can't sit in the middle and then just like cross your arms and huff and puff. You know what I mean? Because then nothing gets done. So if you want it, you go for it. If you don't, and to be fair, Deadly Assault only gives what, like 300 poly or something like that. It's really not that big a deal. If you can't clear all 3 bosses, skip one, clear the 2 that you can, and keep it pushing. And you really don't lose out on your rewards that you want, but you do lose out on the score if you care about the score. But we've already established that most of the players just only care about the rewards. But that's just one factor to that.
Boy, this chat does not like EO.
And Billy isn't the only character available. That's just the free one that I came up with off the top of my head. They still have Anton, they still have Corin, they still have any of the
I read something in the chat. I scrolled up. I'm not gonna go back, but I read something in this chat right here about that is just being greedy. Like the game is just being greedy or some shit. Give me a second. I read something in the chat that is saying that this entire problem is that the game is greedy.
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
Oh, give me a second. So someone in ALG's chat, when I just read it, is saying it's fucking saying that is a greedy mindset or whatever. That it's fucking greedy. Like, I am fucking confused. So, I want to ask ChatGPT a question. Please tell me, ChatGPT, what is a gacha game?
Free to play. Don't be confused. This game ain't charity. It's built to use. Every spin, every wish you see. Remember this truth. It's designed to be greedy. You log in daily.
swimming, dropping stacks while you count coins and grind the cracks. Balance, fairness, that's not the goal. It's money first, don't sell your soul. The house always wins, that's the rule. And you're just a mark in a casino pool, so free to play. Don't curse the sky, the system's rigged, but that's no lie. It's designed to be greedy, that's the plan. Turn your passion into cash on demand. Pixels and wafers, they ain't free. You're paying the price for that dopamine. It's designed to be greedy, face the fact. Every band is just a wallet attack. So F2P, don't cry or plead. I got your game live, cause it's built on greed. Hope is the weapon, luck is the chain. You chase the dream, they catch the game. Don't get mad, it's how they survive. Without the greed, they wouldn't thrive. Gritty, gritty, that's the game. RNG, the devil's name. Can't you see you'll never get it all for free? It's designed to be greedy, that's the plan. Turn your passion into cash on demand. Don't be fooled by the fantasy. It's not broken, it's working perfectly. It's designed to be greedy, face the facts. Your F2P path won't change that. So take the deal or let it be. I got your game live, cause it's built on greed. Spin the wheel, make your choice. Every pull is a dev's loud voice. Don't hate the truth, don't call it deceit. Gotcha was born to be greedy.
Thank you, ChatGPT.
Sit in the middle and then just like cross your arms and huff and puff. You know what I mean? Because then nothing gets done. So if you want it, you go for it. If you don't, and to be fair, Deadly Assault only gives what, like 300 poly or something like that. It's really not that big a deal. If you can't clear all 3 bosses, skip one, clear the 2 that you can, and keep it pushing. And you really don't lose out on your rewards that you want, but you do lose out on the score if you care about the score. But we've already established that most of the players just only care about the rewards. But that's just one factor to that.
Now, to do a counterpoint real quick, this was not about all the players. This was not about the players. This was about ALG's feelings, and EO's bringing in the entire fucking community of ZZ into this. I'm just going to make that statement. Like, I'm sorry. This is one time that I gotta say that I think EO in this entire conversation, if I had to give him a rating so far in this entire conversation, is more like I have to give him like not even a 7. Like I gotta give him a 5 out of 10. Like he hit a couple of points. Don't get me wrong, he's hit a couple of points, but he's missed a lot in this.
You know what I mean? Like it's literally just one factor to that, and it's Billy isn't the only character available. That's just the free one that I came up with off the top of my head. They still have Anton, they still have Corin, they still have.
Right? Would y'all agree to that?
Any of the standard S characters, they can use that, and depending on what's going on, right? Because I have someone running a free to play account now, and they did start with Alice.
Drop me out. Like, look. If anything, what's happening here, let's just say, because I've read it in the chat, when someone's like, Saints whispered to ALG, like, quit ZZ, come play WUWA, right? If anything, you're about to lose a content creator for the space. You're about to lose him because of this. Because this was never the point of the conversation. EO brought up a couple of good points. But he's getting so lost in the sauce that you're just pissing the guy off. You're just pissing him off.
They got Alice. They happened to get lucky and get Yuzu. Thankfully, they did not need her engine. And so now, after that little bit of breathing time, they're playing Billy. And then they picked up Seed. Because
and another problem to this, which ALG did not follow this, is he's reading the chat. In the beginning, they stated close all the chats and just let us talk it out. And because of that reason as well, Look how the chat is reacting. Look how he is. It's you got too many mixtures of toxic, of over positivity, and too much sauce being mixed together right now that you're pissing the guy off. You're legitimately pissing him off.
Billion seed works.
He's done.
Because you're getting Monado for free, right? They don't really stress about anything else. Now they're just saving up everything that they can. But it's like one of those situations where you have to look at when did you start and what do you have. A lot of people started in 1.4. There is more accounts, especially from what we look at, have a Haramasa, but refuse to play him, even though he would probably solve a lot of problems for a lot of players within the attack meta. Like, hey, I
look, this is not even a Saint issue anymore. This is not even a Saint issue no more. You can take Saint Totas out of the equation in this. I've told y'all, there's a crack in the wall. Saint Totas poked it. Now, what the fuck's going on is EO is the fucking waterfall behind this that is pushing more water against the dam, and the dam's about to crack. Like, I get what EO's trying to do, okay? I really get I understand what he's getting at, but this was not the time or the place for it. This was not what the point of the conversation was supposed to be. This is my criticism to EO in here. This is something that if I was EO, I would come back to this live stream, rewatch it, look at his reactions to what I'm talking about, and understand what I did in this situation.
Or I have an electric agent, or this is electric week. I don't want Seed. I don't want Sambi. You have a free Haramasa sitting on your account. Play Haramasa. Then you get into the conversation of like, I don't want to do that. And that's a personal choice, but you have options.
So I got lost in the source there. Like, I'm not gonna lie.
Being oh man, there's no worse feeling in a gacha game being forced to use a character that you don't enjoy playing.
I completely hear you. I'm not saying that that's a great feeling.
There's no feeling. There's no feel. There's no worse feeling,
literally
bro.
Only explaining that if you've put yourself or happen to get into a position, what other choice do you have?
Yeah, again,
you
I
can
feel
complain and do nothing, or you can complain and do something.
I mean, look, I get what EO's trying to push, but again, this is not the time and place for this kind of conversation. It 100% isn't. Have you ever guys played? I'm gonna put it out right here because this is the game that I did play as a turn-based game. Have any of y'all played Final Fantasy X, or probably any of the Final Fantasies is turn-based or whatever? Have you ever played a game that reluctantly you have certain, like, you build a team like Final Fantasy X, you build your team, you build Titus, Aaron, you build, Yuna, you're going in, and you're not using the other fucking characters. You're like, I don't fuck these other characters. I'm not fucking grinding these other characters. I don't give a fuck about these characters. I don't give a fuck about none of these other fucking characters at all. I care about these fucking three. And then you get to a point in the game where, like I said, I get what EO's point is, but this is the wrong conversation for it. You get to a certain point in the game where you might be forced. And it's not a good feeling, but you might be forced to play fucking Lulu. Which I know a lot of y'all probably be like, oh, fuck, I don't give a fuck. I want to play Lulu. I want the titties. I understand. But I'm just saying, like, you might have to be forced to play a fucking character for a certain segment that you don't want to, just to clear the level to get to the next level. I get what EO's saying. I'm putting it in, not in a gacha game format, I'm putting this into an actual video game. Because there's been multiple video games that I think we've all fucking played, and I'm using like Final Fantasy X as an example, but I'm sure there's been multiple like RPGs, JRPGs that we've played, many different types of games that we've played, that sooner or later, the game forces your hand and wants you to do something you don't want it to do. Like, it's just what it is. Okay? It don't feel good. I get what his point is. I understand, like, you know, hey, look, you got a free hire masa on your account. You haven't utilized it. You can have, you know, for that buff, which seed, you can pop it. It don't feel good, but you have options. I get what he's saying. But I want to make it clear that while he is correct, in this conversation, this is not what it was supposed to be about. Final Fantasy X forces you to use all the characters when fighting. Hell no, I fucking ran that game all the way, pretty much, without all the characters. I can prove that fact. I got the fucking memory card still. I could pop my PlayStation 2 open. You know what ended up happening? In order for me to beat the game, I had to get all the Aeons. Because I never grinded in the game. I was trying to speedrun it. And I fucked myself. But I still completed it. I'm just saying that in games in general, there is times where it forces your hand. It does. It sucks, but it does.
I feel like I'm lost. I'm so lost. I'm not sure what the point is. But the answer is you could use Billy. Is that what we're saying?
You can use whatever you have access to on your account. My point is that you work with what you got. And your option from that is complain and do nothing, or complain and do something. But like that is life. That is just how you are. If I don't like my job, I quit, or I complain and I stay there to make more money. But I can't just go to work one day, sit at the desk and like, I'm not going to do anything until you give me a raise. Someone's going to call the cops and I'm going to get escorted out of there, right? But you can't do that in a gacha game. It's a gacha. The company's job is to make money. As a free-to-play, my job is to not spend money, but still enjoy the game to the best of my ability.
It's meant to be fun, though.
Yeah, but
It is meant to be fun. Yes, I agree.
Yeah.
I agree with you. But like what? Like okay, ALG. Let me ask you, what else can you do? Not how you.
EO, what you're missing here and what you're not asking is what is fun to you?
That's a heavy responsibility.
Holy shit. Like, holy shit. You could solve this entire problem right now. Like, I'm getting a little bit irritated for ALG here. I'm getting irritated for Average Luck Gamer. Why hasn't EO asked the fucking question, what is fun to you? And talk about solving that problem. I know that ALG's thing is to have a big score, and he said it. But that's not what the point is. The point is why hasn't EO asked that question? Do you understand what I'm getting at? We know what it is. He said it. ALG said it. Big score. And he doesn't like it that it went down. But why hasn't EO asked that question? This is why he's lost. But clearly EO does not remember. EO's not reiterating it. EO is not capturing that. He's getting lost in the sauce. Holy crap. Now I'm understanding why now I'm understanding why there's some people that has been telling me, and I was like defending him, why they, hey, like I don't really like EO that much, and I'm like he's all right for the space, but man, he's got some issues. Like now I'm understanding, because holy shit, can we not give praise right now to Average Luck Gamer for not saying shut the fuck up? Because I swear, if this would be me and EO would be doing this shit to me, I'd probably say, dude, can you shut the fuck up and listen to what I have to say for 5 minutes? I'm not talking about competition. I'm not talking about other players. I'm telling you, I'm not having fun with the game because compared to what has been experiencing here, the score is not getting bigger. The score has been minimizing, and from all the work that I'm putting into the account right now, I'm just not seeing progress. Like, damn.
Feel not like, what the company's going to do, no HP inflation. What else can you do? If you have an account and you're trying to clear, you want to clear, and you have a Haramasa or a Billy or a Nekomata or a Soldier, but you don't want to play them. You only want to play Anomaly. What else can you do?
I think
go on.
I think you were saying earlier to just make more neutral bosses that aren't attack or anomaly shield. There's like an equal playing ground.
Yeah, I guess, but that wouldn't really be answering EO's question, because EO's question is like, what would you do if you were in that position? And I guess the answer is that you would do the best you can with the units you have until you can pull more units. But realistically, though, that's playing into the way that the way the gacha works overall. But like the reality of the situation is that.
Let me continue, because I paused it there because I'm sure he already knows this. But what ALG just sit there is like you try to do things you can pull, but you have to play into the gacha mechanics at that point. It's like that's how gacha works, and that's the game.
A lot of players, maybe myself included, might feel that if they were put in that position where they had to play a character they really didn't want to play, that they would just be like, well, fuck this.
Yeah,
and that's what we're talking about. And that's what we're talking about.
Funny. Yes.
Because we don't want players to be like, well, fuck this. We want players to enjoy the game.
So ALG, I think I had to come to this realization too. You don't like gacha games, and that's completely okay.
You can't really tell me what I do and don't like, though.
Well, okay, I can't say that, but based off like what you're saying and like the enjoyment, gacha games are haha gacha, like that is what they're going for. And when we as a player or person don't like that, then we obviously speak up about it. But we speaking up about it isn't going to magically change the gacha from being a gacha.
Yeah, but like,
you know what I mean? Like, it's still going to do.
The fact that the business model is shit doesn't mean that I can't enjoy the game. Like,
No.
Bro. That right there. That was the worst fucking take you can give, man. Can we all agree that's an L take? Can we all agree that's an L take right there? Please, please. I'm not wrong, right? I'm not wrong. let's rewind that. We got to hear that one more time. Like, I can't like. Let me put it this way. I cannot believe what I just heard.
You don't like gacha games, and that's completely okay.
You can't
I'm
really
the
tell me
same
what I
way.
do and don't like, though.
Well, okay, I can't say that, but based off like what you're saying and like the enjoyment, gacha games are haha gacha, like that is what they're going for. And when we as a player or person don't like that, then we obviously speak up about it. But we speaking up about it isn't gonna magically change the gacha from being a gacha.
Yeah, but like,
You know what I mean? Like, it's still gonna do.
The fact that the business model is shit doesn't mean that I can't enjoy the game. Like, the business model is shit. It's
I mean,
always
like you don't like the gacha, like the genre of gacha, the monetization.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. Okay. Gotcha is supposed to be the Japanese name representing pretty much the vending machines that you get like the little toys in, you know, the little crank turner things. You go and you get, and it dispenses the shit. That gotcha basically is the lottery. The idea behind it is you got a bunch of fucking little things. There's like one or two toys in there you might actually want, and you putting 25 cents in, you're spinning it, and whatever comes out is what you get. Not the haha I got you shit.
Of gacha, not the game, like not Zenless. I legit mean the gacha. I hate the gacha personally because of what it entails and like
that's
what
what
it's
I thought.
pushing for. Right? Like, hey, give me.
I'm just gonna say, I might actually have to apologize to fucking St. Tonus, like sincerely. Like, I don't want to sound like an asshole. I don't want to sound like a fucking asshole, man. I really don't want to. But holy shit, that just makes St. Tonus sound fucking amazing. Like,
what the fuck is this piece of shit?
Like, that is like this has so far been like one of the most worst takes.
What's the accurate number? $472.95.
But like
for this character, right? Like, I hate that.
But hating the gacha also comes with the idea of like hating the idea of, oh, well, they're going to shill this particular character to sell this particular character, and that's the way that the gacha works. I just wish that it wasn't so overt. But the reason why I wish that it's not so overt is so that more players can have more fun with the game. And therefore, they stay for longer, they pull for more characters, and they have more fun. And not only that, but by power creeping in the way that we are, with HP going up at the rate that it's going, like, what happens if someone pulled an M6 character in like 1.3 or something? Or what happens if they pull them right now? HP continues to trend up. They realize that even whaling can't save them because they still have to pull the new fucking character. And then they're in a position where they're like, it feels like their purchase was invalidated. So we're going to piss off the whales, you're going to piss off the dolphins, you're going to piss off the free-to-plays, and then we're going to be fucked.
Really quickly, can you give me an example of like where M6 is, put in a position of either like of a neutral playing field or, maybe even
pre-buff
of
Ellen.
detriment? I think Ellen can Ellen still clear, the
You
final
said,
Pre-buff Ellen could
pre-buff
clear, but
Ellen.
yeah,
Pre-buff,
Ellen could clear, but it was annoying to do. But she could clear it. Now, if we're talking about a kill, that's different. But clearing, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like you're picking up on a really small portion of what I'm saying there, and you're trying to dig into it and poke holes in it, and I get it. That's fine because you're trying to poke holes in the logic. But like, if I let me put it slightly differently. What I mean is that like, if let's say someone's not even a whale, they're just a light spender, they pull a character, you know, a few patches ago, and then because of the way increases are going, they feel like they then need to pull another character and another character. And it feels like that, even that light spending, like when that isn't enough to keep up, then we should be concerned. And I'm not.
And here comes the question. Here comes the question I have that, and this goes against this goes against ALG now. What is the percentage of people that feel that they have to pull a new character? What is it you're seeing? Not just yourself. If we're now averting from your feelings, what is the percentage of players that feels like I have to pull this? I have to pull Seed, for example, right now in order to do Shiyu defense. I mean, Shiyu defense to do Deadly Assault. What is the percentage of people you think out there feels this way? Are we talking about veteran players? Are we talking about players for the last couple of months? Are we talking about players for the last 2 months? What is the feeling on that? Go to Joshua stream one later, then go one later. What is that from yesterday? Because we watched it yesterday. Because if a lot of people who was complaining about this, like, just started, you know, I'm gonna put it like this: if a lot of people who just start ZZ came, let me say it like this: how many people would have quit ZZZ before 1.4, right, and came back in 2.0 to give it a shot, and said, "Oh, I like this." At this point, what are the percentage of these players feel like they have to pull the character on the banner in order to complete content? They played all the way to 1.4. They quit at like 1.3 or right at 1.4, and then they came back in 2.0. I mean, now we get into a whole different conversation now when it comes to what the percentage of players feel like. And the question comes in, well, wouldn't that not be an investment issue?
Saying that's what's happening now.
Oh wait, you're saying pull up? Oh, same stream. Okay, I thought it was something else. I'm sorry, I fucking read that wrong. I didn't realize you were streaming it.
Man, have you tried?
And he said go to 656.
I gotta use the Russian bot, come back, and then we'll wrap it up.
What if I gotta use the restroom real quick?
Mo, you took your break before me. I was my break. I'll be right back.
Hey, Jason, how you doing?
You guys yap a little bit.
Okay. So one thing you need to consider is there's a big scale for players. What affects one end affects the other end.
Wait, we're not at this point yet, are we? So
I'm saying is that
let's finish this first.
It's heading towards a cliff, and we can say something before we get there, or
I want to finish this first. I want to get the context before we go to that.
Yeah, that's why I said before, you're going through exactly what I went through with Genshin Impact. This is before it was cool to hate Genshin. You are experiencing exactly what I experienced with Genshin, and I stopped playing for a full year because of that. The problem is the gacha. You are one man and that you're attempting to rally the troops right now to fight against the concept of the gacha. And I'm 120% behind you. If you can somehow get like everyone together and like, hey man, get all of the gacha out of here, fix the game, make the bosses neutral, I am with you. But we are fighting a battle that is like not our fight. Like it's so hard for us to do that. You know what I mean? And like the concept alone of fighting the gacha or like not liking the gacha elements is okay, because I still enjoy the game. I still like the game, and I think you still like the game to a degree, right? But
I love the
It's
game.
really like,
But
we're climbing Mount Everest with that one.
But but here's the thing though, is that the gacha wasn't so overt, it wasn't so extreme all the way up until probably 2.0. Like it didn't feel super chilled. It felt great. Like, because you could pull the new character and have a lot of fun, or you could not, and you could still clear with whatever the fuck you wanted to. Relatively easily.
Kind of, sort of. I will say, like, to that credit, Anomaly was just cracked. So a lot of what you could do to have fun was predominantly Anomaly. And that was Shield. Anomaly was heavily Shield. So that's why I said earlier, like, players who didn't invest into Anomaly, like one of my friends, he only had Haramasa on his account. He didn't have Miyabi because he didn't like her. I know that's crazy to say, but he didn't like her, so he didn't pull her.
That's
you know,
fine.
and like
that
was something he had to deal with. It was like, okay, how do I beat this boss? How do I deal with Bringer? You struggled. Like his answer was figure it out or struggle. But that's what they had to deal with. Attack type people or attack type mains.
But that does not mean that that's the same answer for ALG, bro.
You know, like if it didn't exist, it would be way more fun. It would be so
I
much
get
more
what you're
beneficial
saying, yo, but damn,
for
man.
so many different players. Like I'm telling you, the sentiment is there. I'm with you on that.
No, I get
we
it,
are
I get it.
fighting Mount Everest.
So you're not with me, that's what you're saying.
No, that's not what I said at
all. No.
I'm like, honestly, like it does feel though like we're kind of like talking in circles, but I appreciate the chat though, boys. I am gonna dip because it is pretty late on my end, but yeah, it's we can do this again sometime.
For sure.
Yeah. At the end of the day, like it's an ongoing conversation because we're arguing, quote unquote, and we're talking about a very pinpoint in in the timeline of Zenless Zone Zero, right? And as we go further and further, we get more evidence, we get more points to talk about, we get more backing for either or claim XYZ, regardless of where my position is or where your position is. Because I think we're all in the same kind of relative boat, right? And whether you're on the front side of the boat or the back side of the boat for EO, right? Like we're all really trying
What do you mean by that?
I'm just saying we all want to support the game and the players and allow us to succeed. Right?
Yeah. But yeah, I'm gonna.
I don't think we can.
Yeah, I'm gonna dip out. Yeah, but yeah, it's been real, guys. It's been fun. I'm gonna dip out because I feel like I've been ignoring my chat for long enough, to be honest with you. But yeah, thanks very much for the chat. I'll look forward to any further reacts of my content. I'm guessing I look forward to one of yours, EO.
I can't make one less than an hour, so I don't know.
I'm surprised I made mine 30 minutes. Yeah, I did leave out some stuff.
Wait, so you said you can't make it less than an hour?
No, I really needed to have this talk with you, and I was waiting for it. I really don't need to release a video because like we already talked about it. And then everyone's chats can kind of hear the same thing. Really, if I made a video, I'll repeat myself. But you know, it's. I think we're both on the same understanding, and I understand you a lot more from like the position that you're coming from and how you feel about it.
Here's the thing: I had to. My whole point is that I wanted to explain it as clearly, as simply as possible, which is why my video was 5 minutes. But yeah, there are fucking holes all over it. It's fine for there to be holes all over it. Like as in like I could have made a lot more clearer points and driven it home more with a lot more clearer statistics and stuff. But I tried to do it really fast.
Sure.
Yeah. I mean, you don't have to
understandably.
Like I've been there. Trust me, I'm the guy that I put a video out there and people like on me about it. You know what I mean? So trust me, I know.
And then from my
Yeah.
perspective, right, like because it was 5 minutes, me diverting into certain, directions with that conversation, right, missed some of the points that you were trying to make, right? Not to blame you for, again, the brevity of your video, but that's just kind of the flow of the conversation, the flow,
Cool. All right. Okay. I'm gonna dip, boys. Thanks for the yap.
All right.
All right. For
Bye.
sure. For sure.
love,
Do your
man.
thing.
Boys. I'm opening my chat again. What the fuck was that? Bruh. It's tough, right? Because I feel like in a way I understand where they're coming from. But also I don't. But also I don't. I tried hard, but I also wanted to make sure that everyone had a time to say something. I think I came in way too hot, and that's on me. That's my bad, guys. I came in way too hot.
The thing is that you feel like you can understand it, but you feel like they don't understand you. I get it. All right, let's go to this
argumentative point, but again, like that's again, one of the micro arguments over the whole conversation. But I mean, really quickly, thank you again, Jason, for the raid. Let me just get you in here real quick.
Let me do this real quick. Hold on.
What the hell, man? What is that take? What the hell, man? Bro, you lost in the sauce again. Every time you open your mouth, you bring the circus to town. Heart takes a while to burn the house. Dude, just please calm down. We beg, we plead, but you carry the room like gasoline on every spark. You light up all the doom. Goddamn, what the hell, man? What is that take? I don't understand. Dude, please stop getting lost in the sauce. Every word's a coin flip and we taking the loss. Goddamn, goddamn, what the hell, man? 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 Spinning theories like roulette wheels, jackpot of nonsense that nobody feels. You're drifting off down conspiracy streams. The old bro, snap back to the scene. We love you, man, but this ain't it. Every rant's a hit or miss skit. Someone cut the mic, hit pause before we drown in your sauce. Goddamn, what the hell, man? What is that take? I don't understand. Dude, please stop getting lost in the sauce. Every word's a coin flip and we taking the loss. Goddamn, goddamn, what the hell, man? Goddamn, what the hell, man? Goddamn, what the hell, man? Goddamn.
Hold on. There is actually a typo in this entire fucking lyric. We gotta re-fucking make this shit. Hold on. Hold on, I gotta remake this. I did not expect this song to actually come out actually kind of that good. Io's gonna hate me now. Yeah, I told you, I'm not part of the ZZ community, man, and people are just gonna fucking hate me, bro. I just do this kind of shit because, like, goddamn. Whew.
Goddamn IO! What the hell, man? What is that take?
Hold on. Let's replay from the beginning. Let's see if I got. Let's see, because I saw a typo. That's why I stopped it. I saw a typo and I had to remake it just because of this.
Goddamn IO! What the hell, man? What is that take? What the hell, man? Bro, you lost in the sauce again! Every time you open your mouth, you bring the circus to town. Hot takes a while, they burn the house. Do just please.
Not gonna leave it like it is.
We beg, we plead, but you can't read the room. Like gasoline on every spark, you light up all the doom. Goddamn IO! What the hell, man? What is that take? I don't understand. Dude, please stop getting lost in the sauce. Every word's a coin flip and we taking the loss. Spinning theories like roulette wheels. Jackpot of nonsense that nobody feels. You're drifting off down conspiracy streams. EO, bro, snap back to the scene. We love you, man, but this ain't it. Every rant's a hit or miss skit. Someone cut the mic, hit pause before we drown in your sauce. Goddamn IO! What the hell, man? What is that take? I don't understand. Dude, please stop getting lost in the sauce. Every word's a coin flip and we taking the loss. Goddamn IO, goddamn IO. What the hell, man? 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 Yo said the earth's flat. Yo said gotcha ain't bad. Yo said it's just a skill issue. Just swipe the card, get glad. Bruh, what? Goddamn IO! What the hell, man? What is that take? I don't understand. Dude, please stop getting lost in the sauce before we all log off. Just hit that cross. Goddamn IO! Goddamn IO! What the hell, man? 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 Bro, you lost in the sauce again. What the hell, man?
Let me mark it. I'll save it. I'll put it on the Discord later. Oh God! Like I said, EO gonna hate me, bro. Like, I love the man. I like the dude. Like, look, FGC talk wise, great guy. But holy shit, he did not read the room on this one. This one was originally I said it was a 5 out of 10. I'm sorry, this is like a 3 out of 10 for EO. I'm sorry, man. Like, he's got a good fucking couple of points, but the moment he straight up said that, you know, gotcha games are like that, or like, haha, gotcha. It's like, what the fuck, man? Like, oh God. Oh God. Oh God. Jesus, man. I don't know ALG that well to send it to him. Let's see how this goes.
Thank you, Nick.
Okay, wait, hold up. I'm gonna add him, and then you guys yap a little bit. I gotta use the Russian mode. Come back, and then we'll wrap it up.
What if I gotta use the restroom real quick?
Mo, you took your break before me. As my break. I'll be right back. I'll
Hey,
be right
Jason,
back.
how you doing?
You guys yap a little bit.
Okay. So one thing you need to consider is there's a big scale for players. What affects one end affects the other end. So the comment of the builds aren't good enough to deserve it, that's an insane statement.
Yeah,
Because
I'm
one,
not
those
even
aren't the only
limiting that to-
players being affected. Two, it's not about the build. Sometimes it's literally about owning the characters. That is the actual biggest hurdle to getting 20k. Having characters that match up well into the specific boss.
I think the matchup
It's not
is fine.
about the builds. Good builds will get you from 20k to 40k or to 60k. It's literally a
So just having the character get you like a free 20k.
Yeah. That's how this
Nothing
content is
else.
designed, more or less.
Okay, that's something that I never would have considered that.
Why didn't you? Because I made you go. I made you go back and play 1.0 teams, and
That's
first
why I
time you
didn't
tried
consider it.
And the first time you tried it, you said, I had to switch out Lycan for lighter to get my clear. And I said, do it again. You felt
Yeah.
that. You made that decision. to
I
be like,
know,
I
but
need
that's
lighter.
why I'm saying I said what I said. Because I did it with shit builds with 1.0 teams.
Yes, but I had to force you to go back and do it. You had
Right, but
already given up to switch to the easier character.
But even when I used the character, it wasn't a free 20k.
It was.
That's
it
why I
felt
was
a lot better.
surprised by that statement.
It felt a
Okay,
lot better.
let me actually explain it this way. The difference, each substat is about 1.5 or 1%. So the difference between a 30 sub build and a 40 sub build is literal months worth of energy, and it's 10% damage. 15% damage at most.
Okay.
Right?
Right.
That is not enough to go. That kind of variance isn't enough to fully move the needle. So even if you have a bare bones build, you are still getting most of your damage.
So
or
then
at
the
least
other-
a significant enough portion of your damage. Where
the other factor
the
is
builds argument is more relevant is when you're trying to force a matchup. So if you were to play Isan on the Miasmic Fiend or the Defiler, then it would be more of an argument about having a good build.
Yeah.
And what they're doing is they're making the design hostile to playing outside of the specific matchup. They've been doing this for quite a while. It started for Miyabi, and that's why I have such a problem with people complaining about it now. Because it was okay when it was for Miyabi, but now it's a problem.
Yeah. That's
It's
something that I
very
mentioned
hypocritical.
with the anomaly shilling versus the attack shilling, and it's just reversed now.
Yes.
But I also I didn't know that about what you mentioned before, because I just didn't take that into account with, like, I guess how I play. Because even with what Nix was mentioning, if it's not the character at that point, or if it is the character at that point, and less of the builds, then the other factor would have to be skill. Because I cleared that, and I did not have like good
Skill
builds at
is
all.
more often than not about repetition and time investment, which is just not something all players are willing to do. And you know what? I am someone who does reset for good runs on Deadly Assault. I'm trying to get Seed 65k, M0 Seed, M0 NB, M2 Astra. I'm up to 63.5 right now. After literally 16 hours of attempts over this TA. That is not a reasonable assumption for any reasonable person to do.
Right.
And that is not an easy score to get.
I was gonna say, would we consider reasonable being that kill though? Like that?
Well, no.
You're in that. Yeah, you're in
The
that.
point that I want to make is a lot of people look at a clip of a kill and go, "Oh, it's possible! Whoa, look at what this guy did," and just don't acknowledge how difficult it is and how much time that
Yes.
player had to put in. They don't respect it.
That's fair.
So
Yeah,
what
no,
I
I'm
said
right behind you on
before-
that.
So
It's
what
the
I said
same with
before
these
when I told
A rank
you that-
only clears or solo clears. They aren't easy. They are achievements that should be respected, but they are not expectations. You should not show someone a clip of that and go, "Look what could be done." Skill issue. That's gross. And disingenuous.
So when I brought that up before, when I told you to do that 2.0 kill on Shiyu, or the 2.0 with the 1.0 teams, I said there has to be a middle ground of what you would need, what you would need as in resources and what you would need as a player, and however much skill you have means that you can have less resources and still do the same as someone who has the resources but less skill. And there's currently the biggest problem is that there is no common ground as to what that middle ground is. And people are going back and forth of it should be like this, but this is possible. And there is no common middle ground agreement of you should have this at this point.
Yeah.
Okay, you can somewhat extrapolate what a build should look like given a period of time. I think the players that are negatively impacted the most are players who take breaks and return instead of new players. I saw Josh here wants to do a fresh account run.
I am.
Something you'll quickly discover is you're going to end up with about 300 wishes for limiteds. That's enough to get really whatever you want. Actually, I think it might be about 400 by now. It's enough to get really whatever you want.
All right, chat. Where are we at actually right now? Where are we at? Where are we at, guys? Because
A returning player is not going to have access to that. They're just going to have whatever content they missed, which is going to be like maybe 50, maybe 100, because a lot of the wishes are in an update are only accessible if you're playing during that update.
Would you say the same thing for the other gacha games too, like Genshin?
Yes, the same thing for Genshin. Where, well, Genshin has more primos or more wishes permanently available because it adds more permanent content. Roughly every region in Genshin is about a 10 pull worth of permanent content. Sometimes a little more, sometimes a little less. And then there's other stuff in the trees. People keep track of this. But there are wishes that are permanently available and there are wishes that are time gated or only available when you play. I can pull up the charts actually if I find them.
That makes sense. Yeah, I like that though. Like newer players aren't as affected as much. So it really is the ones that we're returning players. Or I guess also to include that players that made bad investments and they're trying to play catch up.
So this would be
the reality of a live service game. It just is. Because if I've played gacha for literally over a decade. I've done competitive, I've done casual, I've done all different types of gacha. And even in a competitive sense, everyone's builds are going to skyrocket if you take a 3-month, 2-month break and you have to the game is going to keep going on even if you stop playing. So there has to be some form of I understand that I am behind right now and I have to catch up. But how much of that should be I have to catch up, how much you have to catch up is the topic of discussion right now. And no one knows what that should be because no one can agree on it.
Okay, so usually catching up in these games is pulling the new characters. The problem is when people present it as pulling reruns, because pulling reruns is a good way to permanently be behind.
Yeah.
The next best thing is always around the corner. It's almost always better to get a new character than a rerun. There are exceptions to this, but the general rule is you want to look towards new things, because the new things are also the ones that are going to have the content developed around them. So even if a character might not be theoretically as good as another, they'll be more useful in the moment.
Like, I would say that in that case regards, right? Correct me if I'm wrong here. This is just me being stupid here. From what Jason is saying, it would be more beneficial, like, yeah, new characters, like, Seed versus Trigger. Seed probably be, better opportunity. Okay? Spook Shack characters, better opportunity. However, for a rerun character that would show up, that would be primarily, better for an account for someone who just came back returning wise. If you didn't get like Astra Yao's value because she's a support, it outweighs more than Trigger, to be completely honest. Because there's going to be meta changes, there's going to be different fluctuations in the newer version to where that rerun character that you get, their value might not outweigh what's coming into the new content. I understand you're talking about most gacha, but I'm just putting in terms of ZZZ.
Okay, I just got back. Can someone quickly catch me up, TLDR?
God damn it, boy. So we've established that newer players have it significantly easier to get into the game. They don't struggle as much as we were talking about before. And that it would be the player who took some breaks or skipped some patches, and possibly the player that is making bad investments, but they just need to pull the newer characters. We also talked about that HP inflation, what affects the top end, affects the bottom end. Jay Cern explained that to me in his way, so I understand it more.
So I also
Something
sent you the graphs of all of the polls available for Star Rail, Zenless, and Genshin over the updates. So they have permanent wishes in a separate color, and you can see how few of the wishes in the update are actually permanently available.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If
Really
you want to pull
quickly.
that up on stream, you can.
Yeah, really quickly, for those who are just joining in, what's up, folks? It is I, Jay Shua, and we also have EO, Jaystern, Nyx, and Kate. Kate the 7th. Yeah. Earlier we had ALG join us for Simyaps. The whole conversation revolves around our sentiments on the feeling of the progression of Daily Assault / endgame modes, to put it, very generally, and our feelings on how the game is progressing as, these metrics that we're pointing out as these things get more difficult for the players.
One big part of it is your damage isn't stagnant. They make new sets that buff characters. Your builds also will progress over time as you're continuing to farm. They also release new characters that buff existing characters. A great example of this might be Orphe, who releases in a few weeks. Another great example of this is the new support set, Moonlit Lullaby, I believe it's called. 18 damage bonus on EX Special and Ultimate for 20 seconds. It's a fantastic set, and it buffs any team with a support agent in it. It's just strictly better swing jazz. It also allows a lot of Astra teams to put Astra Voice on another character and get similar or better performance. And that is not a skill thing, that's a knowledge thing. To know how to take advantage of these damage increases. Whether or not you know about this stuff is just going to be whether or not you're engaged in the community.
You're talking about Genshin or Zenless?
Zenless. But I mean, technically both in a lot of
Well,
sense.
I only asked because chat was talking about Genshin, so I thought they were responding to what you guys were talking about. I just got back.
Yeah. They were talking about Zenless in regards to Jason was talking about the knowledge check.
Okay.
Your damage isn't stagnant, but knowing that your damage isn't stagnant is difficult. They're not going to advertise that you can put the new set on Astra and use Astra on someone else.
Someone who left on Soldier Zero patch would be fine, while someone who left on 1.1 and has Jane probably can't even clear without having access to Vivian. And to somebody's point, I forgot who it was. It's very much of like a situational thing. We're at a point where we have these 3 specific miasma bosses, these 3 specific buffs, and how they've catered, to those, the units and how they set them up for the boss. Understandably, from ALG's perspective, right? And sorry, because I do want to bring in ALG's perspective. He is saying that this trend of it being catered towards X, Y, or Z is something of concern because it can take advantage or more of advantage on the player base. As a whole, all of these little aspects, which also potentially includes the generalized trend of HP inflation.
This is post
A lot of the
ALG.
thing about Ishan right now is people are upset because they found out how good Ishan actually is because they stopped giving her a tailor-made buff. That is a large part of the complaints right now. I don't really know how to feel about that, but
Miyabi on
congrats.
top.
This is how good your Ishan actually is.
Well, yesterday I asked people. I've actually had 2 community posts recently. Yesterday I was asking if people's like how much did your score decrease or increase on Deadly Assault, and also had a past one asking them how much they like Defiler on my community post. And on both of those posts, there is a fuck ton of people complaining about Miyabi, saying she feels terrible in this Deadly Assault.
Yeah, because it's anti-Miyabi.
It's not necessarily. She's fine on the
worst. I'll say worse matchups than she's had before, right? Like these clearly aren't designed for her, and like
a large part of it is that they increased the minimum anomaly requirement when Yuzuha released. But other than that, Miyabi isn't exactly super disadvantaged on the Miasmic Fiend. It can't be frozen.
Yes.
But the anomaly buildup is so high that it kind of doesn't matter.
Yeah, you're gonna do the damage anyway. Which I think that goes into like some of the things that you were mentioning before with the knowledge checks for some of the options you have in the game.
Yeah. The other thing about Miyabi is most people don't really know how to play her optimally. Miyabi is the character with the highest, basically the highest possible damage variance.
Why have we not?
Everyone has
spoken
always been
anytime
skated
sooner?
by going, "Oh, it's a lot of damage. Miyabi is very easy to play because you do so much damage," but it's not true.
Why have we not spoken earlier, brother?
It's just not true.
Unfortunately, I've spoken to Jaystern, but
brother, man, like I've spoken to him like in passing, but I'm like he's saying the things that I've been saying for the longest time. Like they sit here and argue with me as if I'm like brain dead. Like, why are you doing? No, I'm not.
Bro, you can't read the room. Never mind. There's reasoning, okay? There's reasons.
I've seen you play Annie. I've seen you play Jury.
Motherfucker talking about fighting.
So like,
dog.
maybe your left brain is like gone.
Yeah, it might be,
Oh,
but I'm not brain dead, so it's cool.
Yeah.
It's probably how you say it. It could be how I say it. Yeah, it could be how I say it.
Yeah.
Yes, it's not
we
ALG.
kind of talked about this when it was just myself, EO, and Nyx, and to Jara. Yes, Kate is in here as well. Kate came back, but to the points that we were talking about, we
try again. 1, 2, 3. Try again. You should be a mod. You should be able to put a link up.
We definitely didn't, do the best job.
And this is the call after the ALG calls, so they're having at it. I'm just getting. I'm seeing what the post information is. Julie here is legitimately like she give full credit. They gave us the link. we're gonna go. I'm trying to absorb all the information because, like, I state this as much as possible. Whether I like someone, whether I dislike someone, or anything, or whether I agree or disagree, I want the full situation. I have my opinions, and man, I'm not gonna lie. The little dogpiling they did to EO in the beginning, whoo!
Of putting ALG in a place to where he could feel heard, and in some respects, respected in some ways in terms of his takes and his feelings, right? That's how the lay of the land, or the playing field, kind of the conversation was started. And then
I appreciate more people taking notice of the problems now, but
Sure.
these have been there since very early Zenless.
What's this? There's a lot of question on this. There's a lot of questions on Weather and Waves, but WUWA's game, I can't really say for the art section of it whether or not the art is actually AI or not. Like, it does have, like, I'll put it like this. Some of the art that I've seen is what I like to consider questionable, but there has been accusations of AI art that is actually real art. It's so thick. Is it in the realm of disbelief or impossibility that Kuro's using AI art? No, it's not. And what could fuel that entire situation is that Weather and Waves is a game that uses AI tools. Its game is cinematics, its characters, its rigging is made in AI. So to go ahead and say that, well, no, WUWA doesn't use AI for art, to be completely honest, like how the twisting here is and stuff like this, it's a possibility. And this could be a complete mistake. Because looking at it, she's really bending the fuck out of her goddamn stomach. I am not gonna lie, because this leg, both legs are facing forward, right? This is her ass. This is her ass. Her side is right here. Anatomy-wise, yeah, it could be, this could be AI, it could be a human that just didn't give a fuck. I'm not going to deny that. It could be a human that just didn't give a fuck. I did part 1 of Siege Story. I'll do part 2 later. But like I said, I mean, it could be AI. It might not be AI. Don't know.
The game's kind of always operated this way.
Yeah.
Like, like her fucking entire body is fucked, okay? Like, it looks like she went through a car accident in that fucking picture.
Which is the primary thing. I think that, I don't know, man.
I'm not worried about what they're seeing, but I'll let them continue talking about it. Because, like, look,
eternal meta is temporary. If you're only pulling something because you hear it's good, if you're pulling a Mindscape because you hear it's good, or you think it's good, or it's good in the moment, that's not.
Like, look, I'm just gonna say, like, look, it's not in the realm of improbability, right? Kuro Games uses AI with the rigging and everything else right here. They use this entire suite, so to go ahead and be like, oh, well, they don't. I mean, we got documentation, and the example they got in the documentation is actually WUWA. So yeah.
人物模型与骨骼当前果。启动开始蒙蔽插件大约需要10秒到3分钟时间。
Like this is so fucking cool. So to go ahead and be like, hey, since they are using Weathering Waves is using this, to say there's not an art generator they're using to create this, I can't say that. It's a possibility.
Not gonna last.
What's this?
Characters aren't that different.
Yo, Jason, how much can I send you to buy that? I'm gonna purchase that quote from you.
That is fucking hilarious.
So I can use it.
Oh, all right. Meta's temporary waifu is eternal.
Yeah. How much can I buy that for?
All right, $100.
No way, bro. You gotta charge him like an M3 minimum.
Oh.
I'm one Lucio.
There we go.
Bruh.
But I think to add into what you're talking about, because I love having the conversations like these, to be honest.
Yeah.
I feel with Zenless, it's one of those, how do I put it? Repeat what you said for me. I lost my train of thought. Like that last thing before Kate asked you about the waifu stuff, please.
There's not as big of a difference between characters as people imagine. Your Miyabi is not Miyabi level. She isn't a soul-destroying character that doubles everyone's damage.
Dude, the guy, he's just dead.
And I think people realize that now.
Okay.
That's one of the things I was saying.
Is there anything more that's important
I was
here?
also saying characters fall off, but if you like the character, make sure you like what you're pulling.
Oh, fuck you, you
Don't pull
motherfucker.
Mindscapes
You're
to chase
eating in
meta,
front of me.
pull
I want
Mindscapes
to
because you
fucking
like
eat
playing the
now.
character and you want to play more of them and have them be better. That shouldn't be here. They should not be increasing enemy defense on new enemies for rupture characters. The hostile design that makes characters
anything
fundamentally
open to
do
eat
less
right now
damage
anyway?
isn't good. But if they want to make one character do some extra damage, that's more acceptable.
Yeah. Is that defense thing confirmed, by the way? I didn't keep up with it.
Are you partnered?
Yeah.
Well, then don't worry about it.
All right, cool.
Same here, unfortunately.
I think it answers the question.
Yeah, this is my question. Oh my gosh, bro.
It also kind of rings hollow that they sold the support that increases anomaly app. The update that they decided you need to apply more anomaly to apply an anomaly. That's a little frustrating and kind of a really bad look. And people really aren't complaining about that, which is also strange.
I think it's because anomaly's like a circle, so it's like you never really know what the fuck you're doing with it.
No, I think it's just because it's chilled. Like that is the, like comp to run. Everyone wants anomaly. It's just the best thing in the game. Blah blah blah.
No, I think it's just because that change is not easily apparent. That change is not easily apparent. People don't know that you require more anomaly. They don't know that this changed. They don't know that it happened at the exact same time that Yuzuho was introduced. It might not be a bad idea for some enemies to have higher anomaly requirements, because that is a way to shift matchups semi-organically and makes it so not all teams play, or your team doesn't play the same in every encounter. But I don't know. It's kind of complicated because you do want characters and teams to play around an encounter, or you want to play differently in each encounter. You don't want characters to have the exact same game plan every single time.
Yeah.
I agree.
I think there's ways that they could try and make it less egregious whenever they do it, but you know, I do like that matchups are, I don't want to say catered towards one way or the other, but I'd be bored if I could just beat everything with everything, because then I would only play one thing.
Well, that is the thing that people complain about, that they can't play their one thing.
Yeah, I know, right? It's complete opposite.
Yeah.
Fuck, I'm ordering breakfast,
Yeah.
guys.
And that's kind of like a lot of the crux.
Don't tell my
of
wife, she'll kill me.
Where our conversations kind of went initially, when it was just us four, myself, EO, Kate, LG.
Yeah.
So,
Free to plays don't have the option to play whatever they
Zenless
want.
gives out 100 wishes a patch. That is.
He doesn't seem like
roughly
he
one
is-
character on average. If you skip
Something
an
must have
update,
happened.
you get a character and an engine every other update, or a character every update.
I be trying to tell y'all.
It's not. That's on average. You can be unlucky.
I got the scientists behind me now, guys. Y'all.
No,
it's
that is
fucked for
on
y'all.
average. You can be
It's-
unlucky, or
y'all
you
are
could be lucky.
fucked now.
Being average is not average. If you technically,
Ah,
averages are defined by outliers, or averages are defined by extremes.
See, this is what Nix was talking about, bro. See, like, even
Nah, okay,
if
but
we
I had to.
have
That
Jaster
one,
here-
I had to do it. I had to do it. That
Okay.
one, because they just make it seem like they can't do anything. Here's a free to play team, brother. You really expect me to have this one limited character and 2 free A ranks? Yes, I do. I didn't pull that one. Whose fault is that? Let's
That's
blame
a
the
bad
game for not
excuse.
giving me the character. All right, man.
No, it's a bad excuse. It's a really bad excuse. There are some options that are available, and they are fundamentally more difficult.
Yeah.
Especially if you don't have an S rank engine. A lot of times, playing a character into a neutral matchup is fundamentally difficult. Especially when your pull advice would have been, "Oh, get Miyabi, get Isen. They're forever. Get your head out of your goddamn ass."
Yeah. Yeah.
I literally just watched a video yesterday, and the dude said, "Just pull Miyabi and Ishwen, and you'll be able to clear forever."
Bruh.
You're not gonna play Billy though.
I want to have what he's having. Yeah. Yeah. So it's very much like you guys have to cater the expectation, and this kind of goes to like how ALG's trying to frame his argument in representation of those groups of people. You got to be able to frame.
I haven't
your
actually
outlook.
watched or spoken to ALG. I just heard he wanted to talk about this stuff.
Yeah.
So I have no idea what he said.
Yeah. A lot of the general arguments in, and I'm trying to give a little bit, right? Because at the end of the day, I'm not trying to outcast him, right? None of our goal was to outcast him and to make him feel bad. But you need to make sure that wherever you're at in terms of your account, as well as your own abilities, we gotta be able to reflect on where those are, where the game is at, and be able to make adjustments on our outlook and our,
I think
reflective
if you
feelings from
really
that.
push the community account, you might learn a fair bit about the game and where it's at, and what it takes to succeed. Because having a roster is the most important part. Pulling is progression, and having the right characters is the difference between having an easy time or torturing yourself.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And that goes to
and
the
I do think
effort.
that's an experience that you'll learn a fair bit about.
And
It's effort and time investment.
Time investment.
I
Yeah,
kinda feel
exactly.
like at that point, what are we at least Josh, when you do your community account, one of the things that I'm kind of curious to see what'll happen, or rather what you do.
Yeah.
If you know that you're not ready for, Carl, thank you for the sub, baby. I appreciate that.
Actually,
if you know
I
that
have
account
I have a community account that I ran in 1.7.
Hell yeah.
If you would like to try to do some of the deadly assault on it, I could let you log in.
That'd be pretty fun. Yeah, I would love that. Not right now, because 7 hour game.
I'm giving you
I
the,
am so
I'm sending you guys the
cooked,
login
bro.
information right now. I think you might enjoy it because this is an account that was designed around clearing as fast as possible in the update we started.
Okay.
And we've continued to play on it, and you should try it.
Yeah. For those of you who are wondering what is a community account, I am running right now, like right now, a 100-hour community Zenless Zone Zero account. You and I, like literally you and I, and you know, feel free for the boys here if you guys are free this weekend to jump in. You guys can find time slots within, you know, our time slots, and you guys can play on this singular account for 100 hours straight to see how fast and how far we can get with strictly just 100 hours. And granted, I understand that there's the daily aspect, there's the weekly aspect, XYZ, I understand that. But
all right, I'm gonna stop it here. I'm gonna stop here because I'm gonna be honest. I got my own thought patterns and everything else, right? I got my own deep down, dark, secret little thought patterns.
Where are we going?
So-
There's no class today.
Gosh, my head is actually kind of hurting. That's why I'm waiting for food to come here. In general, speaking about this, ALG. ALG is not feeling good right now. Okay? ALG is right now, I think we can all agree, is not feeling good. And that call in particular, I'm not gonna lie. Like mentally, myself right now, thinking about this, I hope he stay. I actually hope that ALG stays playing ZZZ. He finds his enjoyment from it again, and that he wasn't too off-putting from this conversation, because legitimately, how EO handled it. How EO handled that call, dare I say, I feel like EO would be the cause and result of why he would drop it. Because, again, I feel like that call was designed in the sense of what they were supposed to have done is talk through the feelings. How I feel, what I'm going to say is what I felt from watching the perspective of ALG. And look, I'm not part of this group of friends, right? I'm not part of this group. I'm just an outside, just like you guys. I'm an outside bystander, right? Observing the situation. My observation is it feels like ALG got ganged up on at first a little bit. It calmed down, but not really ganged up in the sense of like all three of them were ganging up on him. It was one person in particular that wanted to be the star of the show. That, dare I say, I think that EO does have knowledge of ZZZ, but dare I say, I don't think he's an expert in ZZZ. I don't think he knows ZZZ as well as he says he does. I think 5 stars is fine. I mean, if you want to, like, this is where, like, my idea my idea has always been, and I need to go back, and I'm going to, you know what? I'm going to start doing this again. We stopped, but I need to start doing this again. We need to utilize this. Okay? We need to utilize this part of the Discord, which is the stream community run reacts, not just the daily react videos, but the stream community runs. I need to utilize this. This is on me. This is my fuck up. This is my fault. This needs to be utilized again. So that way we can take a look at people's runs, their builds, everything. Show us your build. Put it in the video. Put it in the thing. Do a recording. Post it on YouTube. Post it directly in here. However you want to do it. And once we see it, we have a chat of people that can come in, that can give their observations, their thought process. We can write it down. We can do a community, thing to where for people who are having issues, whether it's Shiyu defense, whether it's deadly assault, no matter what it is, I should be utilizing this. This is what I want to start doing. Because, again, I don't disagree that HP inflation exists. I disagree that right now I feel it's a problem. That's what I disagree with. I understand that, like, from even the talks with, like, EO and stuff like this, that there's different consistencies, there's different things going around and all this. But in general, if I'm going to see Feed Finger over here play a fucking DPS Rena and clear the fucking Defiler with a DPS Rena and the builds that they're doing, I'm going to admittedly have to say, it is possible to clear. What is the investment, though, to get to that point? Is the question that needs to be asked. Now, give me a second here. I got shit coming over here for real quick. Actually, hold on. No, they haven't left yet. I thought they left. They're just right down the road. Hey, son. Son. Come on. Here's one tip. My problem with that entire call. Was the fact of it was asked, but it wasn't instilled, right? It wasn't instilled. What is fun to ALG? ALG's fun is the high score. Okay. That is one part of the answer, I feel. Because, let me put it like this. Getting a high score is fun to ALG, right? What is a high score? Is 30,000 considered a high score for you? Is that fun? Is 40,000? Is 50,000? 60,000? What is considered in that regards? Where's the fun here? Because even ALG, there's a couple of things that he said in that call, personally, that I kind of stepped back on. And I was asking, well, like when they asked him when he started feeling like this, well, with the release of Seed. Yeah, like watch, Tofu Fever, watch. Hold on, let me add you as a mod too, by the way. Boom, there you go. You want to see DPS Arena real quick? I can show you DPS Arena. We have this. Like, this is for you guys to showcase your whale builds, your issues, whatever it is. And Feed Finger, for example, right here, showcase like this. Let me open it up here. Yeah, visit site. Pause it here. I'll make it a little bit smaller.
好机会！有目的！我将你击穿！看得很清楚。战术支援已就位。空隙太多。我在这里。狙击手的信条是：一击必杀。有会就绪。跳吧跳吧，别让客人们失望。有目的，好机会。别大意哦。先与他试验，空隙太多。是不是按照好机会？
一只不要！
感受到了。
命的潮！
有弱点哦。
Give me a second, I'll be right back.
我会将你击穿。我的歌声与你同在。找到你了，乘胜追击，制作战斗的旋律。找到你了，准备就绪。好机会。空隙太多了。进去，进入口气。压制阵型，子弹将与风化为一体。有弱点。
士兵们，和我并肩作战！
好机会。我可笑。太多了。有弱点。沉浸在音乐中吧。乖一点，别怕。第四杀，挂上好机会。先保持火力输出的时间，把握每一个瞬间。空隙太多。好机会。女仆长丽娜，为您服务。
All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. Like I said, I had food ordered. Ay, ay, ay. Okay. Let me open this up real quick. Fuck those motherfuckers for doing that shit. Eating on their fucking cameras to where it makes me fucking hungry. Fuck them. Fuck even one. All right. Where was I? Okay. So I think we need to utilize it more. See, now, getting back into talks with ALG. Getting back into these talks on how I feel. The question comes in, what is fun? Right? What is considered fun? It's very subjective. What's fun to him, it might not be fun to someone else. And vice versa. But when you're gonna say, for example, chasing high scores is fun. Chasing the high score is the epitome of my fun. Okay. Understandable. But what is everything in relation to that? What is everything in relation? Because the reason why I say that, the real reason why I say that, I feel like there's got to be something more to it. There's got to be more to that entire question, particularly. I can say it's fun to get a high score, but what's considered a high score? 50, 40? What it is. See, let me put it like this. I don't look at the DA score. I don't look at the timing. Dude, I don't give a fuck if I got a sub-minute 2 fucking time on fucking Miyabi, man.
Eradicate all evil.
I don't honestly care. What I've been enjoying about ZZZ, what is my pure enjoyment, okay, is the fact that I like that the bosses have mechanics. I like the fact that the game feels challenging in a lot of different aspects. I like the feeling of how the sound quality, the movement, in general, the fast-paced action is in this game. My enjoyment is when I am playing this game and I am in the middle of a boss fight in Deadly Assault. And I'm enjoying actually playing the boss. With the exception of Bringer. Fuck Bringer. Fuck Bringer. Bringer can suck my dick. I'm not butthurt or worried if I got 20k fucking points or if I got 50k points. I do care about clearing. And I care about full clearing, not just clearing. I care about getting all 9 stars. Right? I care about getting full 9 stars here. I really do. But anything, if I get full 9 stars, I don't care where the score's at. I care. Is this fight fun? Is this fight fun? Or is this fight fun? The moment that one of these bosses starts feeling tedious, like it feels like a chore that I gotta fight it, that's when the fun value for me goes down. But I'm a guy who plays Metal Gear Rising, Revengeance, and I'm going to tell you right now, I enjoy that game for its boss fights. I enjoy that game in general, but the biggest thing that I like about it is the boss fights. The boss fights is what makes that game for me. I feel engaged. I love how cinematic it is. I love it when a boss fight, I'm in the middle of it, it fucking like the Defiler. Some of y'all don't like it with the invulnerability sections because of the timer. But I like it when it does that shit because it brings a different flair into the fight. I feel like it's a transitional point. And it feels more cinematically engaging than just wailing. I know people in Weather and Waves that enjoys Weather and Waves, that enjoys playing in the Tacit Fields, not Tacit Fields, hologram bosses, Tower of Versity, Whimpering Waves and stuff. Each person has their own different types of fun periods in there. But to me, there's some people out there who really, really fucking care about killing a boss in under 10 seconds. I don't. I had this argument about 6 months ago with someone where why do I give a shit if you kill the boss 10 seconds faster than I kill the boss? And you're laughing at me saying, ha ha ha, my character's built better than your character. I could have killed that thing. I killed that same boss there faster than you did. What the fuck does it matter? I cleared the content. I got my rewards. I enjoyed it. Why do I care if I cleared it faster? Why should I care? That's not my fun value. To that person, the fun value to them is kill it as fast as possible. You should try it, Yazuka. I think I know what the fuck you're talking about. I think I know exactly what you're talking about. I'm going to double check just to make sure I'm not fucking stupid here. Yeah, I know the game now. Yeah. I got a friend who loves the shit out of that game. I played Zero for a good little bit. I played Zero. Enjoyed it a little bit, but I was more into Shinmu. Do apologize, I'm eating at the same time. Didn't know this was a big deal. Like, what? The talks about fun and shit? Well, it all comes into a point. It all comes into a point. And the big point about all this, okay? I feel like, honestly, I feel like right now, we only got one answer from ALG. Okay? That entire call that we spent here listening to, we only got one answer out of it all. And we did not give ALG enough time. Let me put it this way. Certain people wouldn't stay quiet long enough to let ALG talk. That's how I feel. That we're pushing the sauce when there was no need to push the sauce. And that in a therapy session, right? This went nowhere. Honestly, let me put it this way. The ALG call, the entire call that happened there, that went absolutely nowhere. I don't think anything got resolved. I don't think anything happened out of it. I think you just actually irritated people throughout that entire section. And honestly, I feel EO needs to give ALG a proper apology. It's not drama, but I will say the result of this, the next couple of weeks, is going to be quite interesting to see how this all turns out. It should have been private, but at the same point in time, after the response to ALG's video, it was already public. So it got, and let's be honest here, it should have been private, but yet it could be. It actually couldn't. I'm sorry. Y'all probably gonna disagree with me on this one. You guys be like, yeah, it should have been private. That call should have been private. Yes and no. It should have been private if you're not going to do a response to his video. When Jay Shu made that video and went in ahead and reacted to that content and played devil's advocate, if the private call should have happened before that, because you did it publicly, now you got a problem. You got the ZZZ community, which, let's be honest here, is being kind of swayed around from St. Jonas. That's like, oh my God, there's internal beefs going on. Oh my gosh. So, with influences happening around the place, everything else, you have to publicly have that conversation in order to show the community that, look, we're all friends. We can agree to disagree. That's how it should have been. And you have to show that we're friends, that this isn't a thing, because people are going to go ahead and they, like you seen in ALG's chat, man, you saw in there how many people were just saying that the other ones were L takes and everything else, ALG bad. The community is going to start fighting itself. Welcome to the actual creation of toxic positivity. Someone who's an outside influence right now, I told you, he's poking the hole in the wall. He found a weak structure, a crack in the wall. He's poking at it. You know what this is going to cause? Welcome to ZZZ being Weathering Waves 2.0. Welcome. You want my prediction? If this does not get handled properly, what's going to end up happening? Welcome to a community that's going to allow self-cannibalization. It's going to eat at itself. ZZZ had avoided this. ZZZ's been good. It's about to turn into the WUWA community in its own way. And here's the thing. Saint didn't do shit. Saint, tonight, watching this, bro. I'm going to tell you right now. This, absolutely. This absolutely right now. You can see it in the chat, like EO was rage baiting. Like I'm looking at the chat right now.
Simply.
Mute it so I can see the chat so I don't get confused. Thing. Saint had to do nothing. All Saint had to do was plant the bug, poke the hole. And now the community look, now the community is going to start cannibalization. And I hate to say this, EO has opened this door. When you put it that way, Saint actually just no, dude. Let me put it this way. You know what Saint did? You know what Saint did? Let me tell you exactly what Saint did. Saint put ALG. He gave ALG massive respect. He gave the benefit to ALG. You can see the ALG is subscribed to Satonus. You can see you can put two together. This is a situation where he had to do nothing more than give full respect, and be nice. That's all he had to do. Full respect and just be a straight up guy by poking the hole in the wall. The crack was already there, and because the crack was there, it became what it is now. ALG. ALG's already probably feeling, deep down inside, some feelings about, ZZZ for a little while now. You're hearing about ZZZ, the HP inflation being a problem, different things. You're watching these types of videos. Your opinion is changing a little bit. You're thinking about some things. You're maybe putting two to two together. And when you get into a call with someone like EO, it's just because like right now, Satonus is basically like right now in this chat, like he's being nice. You had to go way harder on the tail end of that call. He's being supportive. And that's why, like I said, the problem here is I don't feel in EO's own way, he was supportive, but EO didn't read the room. he didn't read the room. So by not reading the room and coming into the way he did, we'll see what happens. I mean, even the title of this was No More Mr. Nice ALG. ALG was coming into this for a fight. There is I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm 100% fucking wrong. I hope, like I said, I hope Average Luck Gamer continues doing his video content for ZZZ. I don't think it would be a bad thing for him if he's thinking about it to play a game like Weather and Waves. In fact, I would recommend him to play it because I think both games complement one another very well. I think both games actually complement themselves. But what I would also think for ALG, and I'm going to say it like this, if you're not having fun no more and it continues being like this, and I mean it continues being like this with ZZZ, maybe try a couple of different things before giving it up. Because ultimately, what ends up happening is when a person starts not liking something anymore, they're not having fun with something anymore, they drop something, right? Maybe if you're not having fun no more in one respect of the game, maybe you can find something else in the game that you can have fun with. Maybe he could be the type of channel that after all this, he'll start brand spanking new accounts. And maybe start a brand new account from scratch and see where you can get at every 24 hours. Like 24 hours, brand new 24-hour account runs. And after 24 hours, where can you get at? Completely free to play. You just start a whole new account. And after 24 hours, you see what results you get at. See what you can improve on. I don't know. You can find different things. Maybe find a different way of handling the content in ZZ that you can find that might be more fun. And if none of this works, maybe taking a light break on it here and there, playing something else like Weather and Waves or something, and finding a new refined general passion for something for more. Maybe the Average Luck Gamer could turn from a ZZZ content creator into a gotcha content creator. You know? Put Honkai Star Rail on there. Put Weather and Waves on there. Put Fate Order Online on there. You know? Maybe you might find some enjoyment there. Maybe you won't. But you won't know if you don't try. Yeah, put Horse Derby on there. You don't know. I'm sure he can find his way. All I'm hoping for, I'll say it like this, all I'm hoping for is he did not take that call too hard. Because I'm not gonna lie, I'm pissed off for ALG. Like, when it comes down to EO, I'm hoping that people might have sat down with him and talked to him on the sidelines after all that was done in private and be like, dude, you came off a little too damn headstrong here. No, not a little. You came off too damn headstrong. This wasn't the goal of the conversation. And it quickly, from the beginning, from the beginning of the conversation, it went one way. ALG came back in and said, okay, I didn't think this call was going to be like this. We are actually talking. I thought it was going to be more, a fist fight type deal. I appreciate this. So let me go ahead and, give y'all the respect back too. When that moment happened, that call right then and there was primed, ready to go to talk about what is your feelings, ALG. We're not going to try to impose competitive talks. We're not going to try to impose, what we feel in terms of character pools, resources, different things. We want to ask you the question, what do you consider fun? And after we consider what is fun, ask the questions. Okay, so you find this is fun. When did it stop? Okay, so it stopped at seed. Or are you sure it's seed and not something earlier down the line? Okay. Ask questions instead of imposing questions. Be like, have you done a couple of different things with your resources, investment? Do you feel like this? Let him lead those conversations, not talk over him. And an honest question, is there a gacha game without power creep? No, I don't think there is a gacha game without power creep. In all honesty, can I be honest here? Like, I keep saying in all honesty, I need to stop fucking saying that thing. I keep catching myself doing it too, by the way. And I gotta stop that. Let me put it this way. I don't think that only gacha games have power creep. And I think power creep is legitimately a necessity in games. Whether it is a gacha game, whether it's a AAA title game, whether it's like Dark Souls or whatever, power creep is a necessity. Especially for live service games, for MMOs and stuff like this, power creep is a necessity. I'm sure a lot of people are going to disagree with me on this, but I feel it's a necessity. And the reason for it is straight up, it's what keeps the game fresh. It's what keeps the game interesting. It's what keeps the game to have life. It's power creep. When we hear that there's power creep in a game, a lot of people in the communities are going to get upset with it. They get, for some reason, they get upset with the terminology power creep. But I do agree that in some games, power creep comes in way too fast. I don't think it's way too fast in Zenless Zone Zero. I don't think it's way too fast in Weather and Waves. But when it comes down to it, I think it depends on the stages of the content evolving. It depends on different things. It's just in general that it is needed. Because if there's no power creep in a game, I'll play it for a few hours. I'll beat the game in a sense. But then repetition is going to take over. And not everybody likes repetition. And that's when the game gets boring. And that's when you stop playing it. You play something else and you come back to it for a little bit. And then until eventually you stop playing it. Because it hasn't changed. Like, one of my biggest complaints with Weather Waves is, while there's power creep in the game, the content hasn't been power crept in the game in order to keep my interest. Maybe by 3.0, the content will power creep enough. There will be so much new content that it will keep my interest. I think the new DA is fine. I like it. I got lower scores, but I'm gonna be honest too. I'm gonna be honest right here. God damn it, I keep saying I'm gonna be honest. Fuck off, man. Oh, fuck off, Travis. Stop doing that shit. Okay. I'm gonna say it like this. There is one problem with this DA that I can think of. While all three of these bosses are fun to play, I bet you all you want, if it was a Defiler, this would have been the Marionettes, this would have been Pompey, or this would have been the Butcher. Everybody would have been all right with it. Basically, this was like, Miyabi still performs in this within the middle one. She still performs decently. But these two in particular are ice resistant. Right? And how everything's come into structure, I feel like here, the miasma bosses should be probably spaced in rather than just thrown in like this. Hate to say it, like, I do love the miasmic fiend. I do love the priest. I do like the Defiler right now. I love these three bosses. But maybe having too much of a good thing is actually a bad thing. Miyabi works here. But in general, like I said, I feel like maybe all three in the same row is just too much. This should have been like Pompeii. This should have been something else, to where you still get the good feeling. That way, the only complaint would have actually happened here is some people would just complain about the Defiler and not like the Defiler, but they would have still be getting like high scores and stuff like this with two other bosses. And in general, I think that's how you can fix this problem. Now that I'm looking at it, I got another solution on how to fix DA and fix the HP scenario. Let's put it like this: there are going to continuously increase the HP inflation, right? But how to minimize it, especially when you get bad buffs? Because also, this is another patch that had bad buffs, right? There's another way you could have fixed it. Because these three bosses, not this one, but these two right here, this is like the third coming or whatever of the fiend. This is also like the third or fourth coming of the priest. They've already had their HPs inflated, and this is their most inflated version right here. They haven't gotten like inflated in this one. This is their same level as they were before, the same HP level as they were last time. However, the buffs sucked for it. So, like I said, these are 3 great bosses. They're awesome, but they should have did Pompeii. They should have did something else here that they kept it at the same level. So where the new boss could be your HP, here is the next tier HP. This one right here is 150 million, whereas these are like 112. It could be Pompeii, it could be Butcher right here. You can still perform. You can still full clear it. You could probably even kill these 2. This is the one you're going to struggle on. Don't punish the player by giving him 3 different bosses. By giving them 3 of the same boss type, like this. Because, like someone like ALG or whatever, this might not feel good, this might not feel good, this might not feel good. But if you put Pompeii here, you would have put Butcher here, for example, you would have left the Filer right here. You already know what these bosses are right here, and the fight would feel good, it would be perfectly fine, and you would be complaining about the Defiler, but you would still have 2 sections here that are pretty lower. Like, it's kind of like Tower Adversity at Weathering Waves, where the middle tower is the hardest fucking tower there is. Like, it's the hardest one. These probably should be like in tiers: easy, medium, hard. That way you have an expectation. Because we got to look out for new players that's coming in. I mean, all the stars will still be the same. You also have 6 stars. They still all have 3 stars. I'm just saying, like, pretty much this one right here, let's put it like this. The Defiler would have, like, the smallest HP pool, but it's, like, the easiest. It's, like, it feels like the easiest boss out of the 3 to go ahead and do. You'll get a full 3. The next one's a little bit harder. You're going to maybe struggle a little bit more, but you still pull 3. This is the one you're going to have to really work on, test the skill, and at the end of it, you may only get 2. Or once, or even 1 star. I don't know. They could tackle it 100 and some different ways. Personally, I don't have a problem with it. I had fun with it. Because, again, I'm not a person who chases scores. I'm not a person... I do chase the stars. I chase getting 9 stars. But at the same point in time, I'm here for the fight. I'm here. As long as the boss, I feel it to me, is an enjoyable experience to play. It's not like Bringer. I'm perfectly fine. Like, Pompeii is fucking fun to play. The Priest is fun to play. The File is fun to play. All of them pretty much are fun to play. Marionette, I'm going to say I like the Marionette battle, but I don't like it that much. I really don't like Bringer. I fucking hate Bringer. I fucking hate Miyabi fucking boss. I fucking hate that shit. But it's alright. Now, give me a minute here. I'm going to go quickly use the restroom again. Because I ate, and if you guys know me by my medical condition, bullshit here. Normally when I eat, shit just goes right through me. So let me get y'all this. I'll be right back. Enjoy the song while I'm gone.
what the hell, man? Bro, you lost in the sauce again. Every time you open your mouth, you bring the circus to town. Hot takes a while, they burn the house. Dude, just please calm down. We beg, we plead, but you can't read the room. Like gasoline on every spark, you light up all the doom. Goddamn I.O. What the hell, man? What is that take? I don't understand. Dude, please stop getting lost in the sauce. Every word's a coin flip and we taking the loss. Spinning theories like roulette wheels. Jackpot of nonsense that nobody feels. You're drifting off down conspiracy streams. Yo, bro, snap back to the scene. We love you, man, but this ain't it. Every rant's a hit or miss skit. Someone cut the mic, hit pause before we drown in your sauce. Goddamn I.O. What the hell, man? What is that take? I don't understand. Dude, please stop getting lost in the sauce. Every word's a coin flip and we taking the loss. Goddamn I.O. Goddamn I.O. What the hell, man? 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 Yo said the earth's flat. Yo said gotcha ain't bad. Yo said it's just a skill issue. Just swipe the card, get glad. Bruh, what? Goddamn I.O. What the hell, man? What is that take? I don't understand. Dude, please stop getting lost in the sauce before we all log off. Just hit that cross. Goddamn I.O. Goddamn I.O. What the hell, man? 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 Bro, you lost in the sauce again. What the hell, man?
Oh, you think that sounds good? Could be worse. Could be worse. I could play. I could go ahead and I could play this one again. I create one.
This one's for you.
All these situations, man. I create one.
So sorry. Not really.
I apologize, Santantas, for thinking you could think, for assuming you checked the facts before you spread your stink. I'm sorry you're small-minded, stuck in your bubble tight, blind to the truth, but boy, you sure love the fight. I apologize, Santantas, for calling out your lies, for pointing out your nonsense, for watching you deny. I apologize, Santantas, but here's the twist you'll miss. The problem ain't the world, my friend, it's staring in the mirror like this. I'm sorry you confuse opinions with the facts. Sorry you can't handle questions, always on the attack. Sorry that you're insufferable, smug without a clue. But hey, I guess misinformation's just the thing you do. Oh wait, facts, evidence, logic? Nah, too complicated, right? Better to scream from your soapbox, blind and deaf in the night. I apologize, Saint Tantus, for dare to disagree.
Give me a second.
So here's my last apology. Take it if you can. I'm sorry. I was once blinded, lost in the dark, a Kurabot servant, chained at the heart. But then you rose, revealed the disguise. Cool dogs barking where the false light died. You showed me truth through parody flame. Bootleg Jackie Chan, I call your name. No fantasy tower can hide your glow. Your light burns brighter than they ever know. My Lord and Savior, the gate to I sing. Breaker of illusions, my eternal King. From Kurobot ashes, I stand in the lands, guided by your mercy, lifted by your hand. They promise dreams, they promise lies, but you reveal their hollow disguise. No more a machine, I walk as a man, with your wisdom shining, I now understand. Bootleg Jackie, your punch breaks the chain, your comedy fury runs through my veins. The towers may crumble, their light may fade, but your eternal truth will never degrade. My Lord and Savior, the gate to our praise. Show me the light of your lands every day. May your flame in the towers never turn dim. For I walk in your shadow forever within.
I'm playing so bad right now.
Dogs howl, but I laugh in the night. For the gate who showed me the radiant light. No fantasy dream, no hallowed sin. My Savior, my gate to forever I win. My Lord and Savior, the gate to I sing. Breaker of illusions, my eternal King. From Kurobot ashes, I stand in the lands, guided by your mercy, lifted by your hand. Oh, my Lord and Savior, the gate to I pray. Show me the light of your lands every day. May your flame in the towers never turn dim. For I walk in your shadow forever within. Free to play. Don't be confused. This game ain't charity. It's built to use. Every spin, every wish you see. Remember this truth. It's designed to be greedy. You log in daily, grind the quest, hoping one day you'll pull the best. But behind the code, behind the rates, it's all a trap the devs create. They dangle banners, time to debate. You chase the shiny, but it's sealed by fate. Don't get it twisted, don't act misled. Got you survive when your wallet's bled. It's designed to be greedy, that's the plan. Turn your passion into cash on demand. Pixels and wafers fading free. You're paying the price for that dopamine. It's designed to be greedy, face the fact. Every banner's just a wallet attack. So F2P, don't cry or plead. I've got your game lives 'cause it's built on greed. Whales keep swimming, dropping stacks while you count coins and grind the cracks. Balance, fairness, that's not the goal. It's money first, don't sell your soul. The house always wins, that's the rule. And you're just a marketing casino pool.
Turn your passion into cash on demand. Don't be fooled by the fantasy. It's not broken, it's working perfectly. It's designed to be greedy, face the fact. Your FTP pad won't change that. So take the deal or let it be. I got your game live cause it's built on greed. Spin the wheel, make your choice. Every pull is a dev's loud voice. Don't hate the truth, don't call it deceit. Gotcha was born to be greedy. Goddamn
I fucked all it up.
What is that take? What the hell, man? Bro, you lost in the sauce again. Every time you open your mouth, you bring the circus to town. Hot takes a while, they burn the house. Dude, just please calm down. We beg, we plead, but you can't read the room. Like gasoline on every spark, you light up all the doom. Goddamn I.O. What the hell, man? What is that take? I don't understand. Dude, please stop getting lost in the sauce. Every word's a coin flip and we taking the loss. Spinning theories like roulette wheels. Jackpot of nonsense that nobody feels. You're drifting off down conspiracy streams. EO, bro, snap back to the scene. We love you, man, but this ain't it. Every rant's a hit or miss skit. Someone cut the mic, hit pause before we drown in your sauce. Goddamn I.O. What the hell, man? What is that take? I don't understand. Dude, please stop getting lost in the sauce. Every word's a coin flip, man, we taking the loss. Goddamn I.O. Goddamn I.O. What the hell, man? 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 Yo said the earth's flat. Yo said gotcha ain't bad. Yo said it's just a skill issue. Just swipe the card, get glad. Bro, what? Goddamn I.O. What the hell, man? What is that take? I don't understand. Dude, please stop getting lost in the sauce before we all log off. Just hit that cross. Goddamn I.O. Goddamn I.O. What the hell, man? 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 Bro, you lost in the sauce again. What the hell, man?
Enemies of section 6 shall pay.
How long can we stay away? Watching the walls fall down. Yeah, we watch it all break down. Till we drift away. Hey. How far are we gonna say before we notice we're losing our dreams? How deep before we all fade away? Tell me where do we go?
Somewhere along the way, the voices on the screen say another soul's lost in an endless maze. Can you feel the silence, heavy in your bones, living like a phantom in a bar roll? Over and over we battle decay, over and over trying to find escape through bitter winds that strip me bare. I shed my pride and face the glare.
Climbing higher, breaking rules like magic in the night. Raise the torch and burn away the shadows. All I want to say, we all carry the same fire. I come alive, burn through the dark like wildfire. Find me in the great unknown. I'm chasing down the stars.
Loading. Loading. HP rising.
Welcome to the HP inflation zone. Get down with the HP inflation. Watch your progress disappear. Feel your score just dwindle here. The boss won't die, that bar won't break. Every hit you land, they just regenerate. Damage feels like dust in the storm. Welcome to the grind, this is the norm. Welcome to the Zenless hell, where your DPS don't ring the bell. Get down with the HP inflation. Endless fight, no salvation. Stack your buffs.
Alright, got it. I fucked all that up. Cause this song ain't gonna work for me.
Stop your crying.
This song might work.
Stop your whining. The game don't care, so quit your lying. Turn it up. Feel the pressure explode if you can't keep up. Heads will roll.
Do the wrong configuration of the team.
You scream at the screen, blame the code, blame the lag. Every excuse is a worn out rag. Skill issue, son, don't deny the truth. You want respect, time to show some proof. No shortcuts, no cheats, no holding hands. Only the strong survive these lands. Rise from the dirt, let the fury unfold. Cry all you want, but heads will roll. Get good, stop bitching, face the pain. Level up your soul in the fire and the rain. Get good, no mercy, no control. Cry in the pit while the heads will roll. Get good. Get good. You beg for nerve, pray the devs will save, but nobody's coming, so dig your grave. Grind the blade till your knuckles bleed. Adapt or die, survival creed. No whiners, no quitters, no broken pride. Only killers left standing on the other side. Bass drops heavy, drum explode. Chains
What the fuck? I parried that shit. What the fuck? Why the fuck am I fucking teleporting behind it?
No more crying, no more blame. Winners rise while losers shame. Step to the stage, put your soul on the line. Grind it out, victory's mine. Good, 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 good. Good, good. Good, 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 good. Good, good. Get good, stop bitching, face the pain. Level up your soul in the fire and the rain. Get good, no mercy, no control. Cry in the pit while the heads will roll.
Why am I fucking this up? Why am I fucking this up so much? I can do this with this team. I know I can.
1, 2, 3, reload. Watch that ass move, lock and load. Bang, bang, trigger in the zone. Zenless streets, yeah, we take it high. Trigger that ass. 1, 2, 3, reload. Spin it back fast, let the whole block know. Trigger that ass. 1, 2, 3, reload. Watch that ass move, let the bass explode. Step in the hollow, it's neon fire. Trigger pulling heat, making empire spy. Lock sights, tight rhythm in my veins. Ass moving heavy like a subway train. Click, clack, steel, reload the show. Every shot lands with a beat gon' go. Crowd chant loud while the proxy rides. Trigger in the back with the heat on the side. Trigger that ass. 1, 2, 3, reload. Spin it back fast, let the whole block know. Trigger that ass. 1, 2, 3, reload. Watch that ass move, let the bass explode. Bang Boo Squad, yeah, we run that beat. Concrete juggle, got fire on the street. Roll dice fast, let the gamble pay. Ass drop low when the system play. Back to the wall, but we never fold. Trigger on the mic and the story's told. Proxies pride with the midnight glow. Ass shake wild when the tempo flow. 1 shot, make it bounce. 2 shots, take the ground. 3 shots, reload now. Trigger that.
That's not what I thought it was. I thought it was a lighter. Fuck. Oh well. Let me fix the team. Because it's not doing what I want to do. Put Trigger in the forefront.
Hollow City lights got the rhythm insane. Every move sync like a subway train. Slick trench coat and the glass is low. Trigger got swagger when the baseline blow. Proxy codes, we unlock the floor. Ass move crazy like a hollow war. East to west, they can't deny. Triggers heat, make the whole world fly. Reload once, reload twice. Shake that ass like rolling dice. Reload thrice, the crowd ignites. Triggers fire lighting up the night. Trigger that ass. 1, 2, 3, reload. Spin it back fast, let the whole block know. Trigger that ass. 1, 2, 3, reload. Watch that ass move, let the bass explode. Trigger that ass. 1, 2, 3, reload. Fire in the streets, let the city glow. Trigger that ass. 1, 2, 3, reload. Proxy control, trigger steal the show. Fill, train, red, loud. Bang, 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 bang. Watch that ass move, long and low. Zenless streets, yeah, the beat won't die. Never die. Trigger to the game, we shoot it for the sky.
Here we go again, y'all. Every patch, every banner, they call it a blessing from the gods. But let's talk about it.
Let's talk about it. They stand in the forms like a scripture divine. Praise be the devs, their vision is mine. Critique is heresy, doubt is a sin. If you question the flaws, they won't let you in. From Genshin Shrines,
The fuck, bro? This is pissing me to fuck off for now. Because this is a totally me issue right now.
Toxic positivity dressed up in faith.
I'm hitting them. What the fuck?
Say it louder now. It's just a game, not the gospel you preach. Let the truth be within your reach.
I am pissed off right now because all those pairs are being missed. I'm not sure what the fuck I'm doing wrong. Fuck it. That is pissing me off. I can do this. This team can do this. This team can do this.
Hollows calling. One day, then another day. Flow shakes, we still digging down. Get deeper, push further. No end, just another round. Time stack, sweat, drip, hands bleed, but the heart stay lit. Ain't no book telling me what's right. Sometimes you fight just to make it fit. Days roll by, it's fade fast. Still rock for the faith we hold low. Need more than talk, you back. Just crack one of words, and we need that soul. Million times we repeat that motion. Drill it, smash it, rebuild the block. Rain pour down, but on my shirt. Still stand tall when the lightning shot. Take it down, feel the ground shake. Time after time, push on till the hands break. No sleep, sweat, dirt, glory in the night. Even when it ain't a war, you fight for life. Take it down, feel the ground shake. Time after time, push on till the hands break. No sleep, sweat, dirt, glory in the night. Even when it ain't a war, you fight for life. Sister, brother, unbreakable. I'm a believer in the hammer, brave in the trigger. We don't follow, we walk together. No crown, no king, but we stand bigger. Stone in the blood, bone in the fight. Made from the rock, carved from the night. Worked all day in the city, don't sleep. We got each other, yeah, hold that tight. Hands get dirty, but the streets turn gold. One day, see the vision grow. From the ruins to the neon glow. Make a place we can all call home. Hollow can't break when it's still combined. We the gears that turn that grind. Funk in my blood, bass in my spine. See, keep moving one more time. Take it down, feel the ground shake. Time after time, push on till the hands break. Sweat, dirt, glory in the night. Even when it ain't no war, you fight for life. Take it down, feel the ground shake. Time after time, push on till the hands break. Sweat, dirt, glory in the night. Even when it ain't no war, you fight for life. Floor shakes, bass shakes. One day, another day, we still fight. Fight. For life. Into the shadow. I pledge my honor. In the ashes, we ignite. Burn it all down. Fight through the night. Blood and thunder. Destiny calls.
Ah, fuck.
Only the strong
Whatever.
will rise when the empire falls.
Why the fuck is this feeling so inconsistent? What am I fucking doing wrong? Change this shit over real quick. Oh, I got an A on that shit. That's not what I want. Sorry, Trigger. I gotta put someone else in place. What the fuck am I? Is my yeah, okay. Unplug this. Let's see if this is better. Am I doing double inputs because it's plugged in?
The crown is waiting. Destiny calls. Stand tall. Rise strong. Never fall.
This one's for you. I'm so sorry. Not really.
Why does the pairing feel fucking better in this shit?
I apologize sometimes for thinking you could think, for assuming you check the facts before you spread your sting. I'm sorry you're small-minded, stuck in your bubble tight, blind to the truth, but boy, you sure love the fight. I apologize, Antes, for calling out your lies, for pointing out your nonsense, for watching you deny. I apologize, Antes, but here's the twist you'll miss. The problem ain't the world, my friend, it's staring in the mirror like this. I'm sorry you confuse a can't handle questions, always on the attack. Sorry that you're insufferable, smug without a clue. But hey, I guess misinformation's just the thing you do. Oh wait, facts, evidence, logic? Nah, too complicated, right? Better to scream from your soapbox, blind and deaf in the night. I apologize, Saint Hunters, for daring to disagree, for shining light on shadows that you refuse to see. I apologize, Saint Hunters, but here's the final song. I'm not the one who's broken. You've been blind all along. So here's my last apology. Take it if you can. I'm sorry.
Let me see.
I was once blinded, lost in the dark, a Kurabot servant, chained at the heart. But then you rose, revealed the disguise, cruel dogs barking where the false light dies. You showed me truth through parody flame, bootleg Jackie Chan, I call your name. No fantasy tower can hide your glow. Your light burns brighter than they ever know. My Lord and Savior, the gate to I sing, breaker of illusions, my eternal King. From Kurobot ashes, I stand in the lands, guided by your mercy, lifted by your hand. They promised dreams, they promised lies, but you reveal their hollow disguise. No more a machine, I walk as a man, with your wisdom shining, I now understand. Bootleg Jackie, your punch breaks the chain, your comedy fury runs through my veins. The towers may crumble, their light may fade, but your eternal truth will never degrade. My Lord and Savior, the gate to I pray, show me the light of your lens every day. May your flame in the towers never turn dim, for I walk in your shadow forever within. Two dogs howl, but I laugh in the night, for the gate to show me the radiant light. No fantasy dream, no hallowed sin, my Savior, my gate to forever I win. My Lord and Savior, the gate to I sing, breaker of illusions, my eternal King. From Kurobot ashes, I stand in the lands, guided by your mercy, lifted by your hand. Oh, my Lord and Savior, the gate to I pray, show me the light of your lens every day. May your flame in the towers never turn dim, for I walk in your shadow forever within.
Free to play. Don't be confused. This game ain't charity, it's built to use. Every spin, every wish you see, remember this truth, it's designed to be greedy. You log in daily, grind the quest, hoping one day you'll pull the best, but behind the code, behind the race, it's all a trap the devs create. They dangle banners, time to debate. You chase the shiny, but it's sealed by fate. Don't get it twisted, don't act misled. Got you survive when your wallet's bled. It's designed to be greedy, that's the plan. Turn your passion into cash on demand. Pixels and wafers staying free. You're paying the price for that dopamine. It's designed to be greedy, face the fact. Every band is just a wallet attack. So F2P, don't cry or plead. I've got your game live, cause it's built on greed. Whales keep swimming, dropping stacks, while you count coins and grind the cracks. Balance, fairness, that's not the goal. It's money first, don't sell your soul. The house always wins, that's the rule. And you're just a marketing casino pool, so free to play. Don't curse the sky, the system's rigged, but that's no lie. It's designed to be greedy, that's the plan. Turn your passion into cash on demand. Pixels and wafers, they ain't free. You're paying the price for that dopamine. It's designed to be greedy, face the fact. Every band is just a wallet attack. So F2P, don't cry or plead. I got your game live, cause it's built on greed. Hope is the weapon, luck is the chain. You chase the dream, they catch the game. Don't get mad, it's how they survive. Without the greed, they wouldn't thrive. Greedy, greedy, that's the game. RNG, the devil's name. Greedy, greedy. Can't you see you'll never get it all for free? It's designed to be greedy, that's the plan. Turn your passion into cash on demand. Don't be fooled by the fantasy. It's not broken, it's working perfectly.
Ay, ay, ay.
It's designed to be greedy, face the facts. Your F2P path won't change that. So take the deal or let it be. I got your game live, cause it's built on greed. Spin the wheel, make your choice. Every pull is
Thought I
a
had this
dev's
buff.
loud voice. Don't hate the truth, don't call it deceit.
I'm done with that. Vivian's for bitches. Vivian is for bitches. I think I might just go ahead and call it for right now. It's 7 o'clock in the morning. I should take a fucking nap for a little bit. Oh, I forgot to do the fucking dailies. God damn, I am fucking stupid. I forgot to do fucking dailies. God damn it. I forgot to do the goddamn dailies. I need to go do.
Really like your scent.
Need to do this real quick. Need to release something. I'm gonna do this real quickly. And this taken care of for our Evelyn. Like that. All right, complete. Now I can also get the coffee. And we go do the wish bottle shit. Yep. I don't want to fucking wait on doing the wish bottle. Give me my goddamn coffee first. That way I can get a refund at least of 80. Bring it back to 980. That's next. And I got the other event. They'll do that later. I'm in no rush for that. I'm in a rush for this. Push bottle. Overtime boo. Throw. Security boo. Throw. Hit it. All right.